Chapter 421, Terrifying Black Steel Warship. Chapter 421, Terrifying Black Steel Warship. Translator, Zayamoj. After the warship was destroyed, the Dragon Bones Island looked like an anthill doused in hot water, and countless pirates poured out and rushed towards the port where their pirate ships were located. From the Dragon Bones Island came Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel's voice. I am Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel. Which friend has come to visit my Dragon Bones Island? Might there be some misunderstanding? Boom! The 897mm heavy artillery fired again, and a 100-meter-long warship of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates was smashed and sank to the bottom of the sea. A rain of railgun beams bombarded numerous warships anchored at Port. Riddled with holes, the warships slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Arlet stepped forward and spoke in a majestic voice. I am Arlet, the Black Dragon Country's holy daughter. His Majesty is leading an expedition to conquer the East Sea. Lionel, offer your Dragon Bones warship and submit to His Majesty, and you can live. Otherwise, you scum will die today. Reclining on the Black Steel Warship's bridge, propping his head up with a hand, Yang Feng looked at the majestic Arlet with amusement in his eyes. A beautiful diplomat is really pleasing to the eyes. Lionel shouted anxiously, Stop! Isn't it common sense to stop attacking when negotiating? Stop, and I'll consider your proposal. Even when Arlet was speaking, the Black Steel Warship never stopped its shelling. A dense barrage of beams bombarded the Dragon Bones Island, annihilating pirates and warships alike. Arlet responded, You have no leeway here. Either surrender or die. Our offensive won't stop until you made your choice. A gloomy expression on his face, Lionel uttered coldly, In that case, let me show you the Dragon Skeleton Pirate's real strength. Lionel's words have just fallen, when terrific dragon might rose from the Dragon Bones Island, and a silver dragon more than 50 meters long flew out and headed towards the Black Steel Warship. In the sea, an adult silver dragon could even defeat many human demigods. This was the Dragon Bones Island's trump card. Intense light glimmered in Obin's eyes, and he said gravely, Your Majesty, please allow me to take this fellow on. Yang Feng responded lightly, Very well. Go ahead. Yes, Your Majesty. Obin blurred into motion and flew out. In mid-air, he shimmered with black light and turned into a 50-meter-long black dragon exuding demigod rank aura. You're Obin. Traitor Obin. When the silver dragon saw the black dragon form Obin, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. That's right. Royk, you still haven't made a progress. Hundreds of years have gone by, yet you still haven't stepped into the Starry Sky Warlock realm. And now you're a cheap thug hired by pirates, a disgrace to dragons. Let me wash off this disgrace of dragons. Obin smiled ferociously, flapped his wings, and rushed towards Royk in a gust of wing. The inheritance of dragon experts was much more complete than that of humans. Dragons were clear about the grading of the 36 primary material planes. As the plane of dragons was previously suppressed and controlled by human warlocks, the grading dragons employed was strictly based on the Zhangji plane's grading. Royk snarled back, Obin, you're the disgrace of dragons. I was ordered by the race to assist Lionel in dominating the East Sea. Since you've come to intervene, do you want to wreck the plans of the race? Even though you've already advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but you're not a match for the elders of our race. Obin smiled ferociously, no longer speaking any more rubbish. He threw himself at Royk, and the two dragons engaged in a wild fight in midair. Among dragons, silver dragons were second only to golden dragons. Silver dragons were a grade higher than black dragons. In the same realm, silver dragons were a notch stronger than black dragons. However, Obin was a Starry Sky Warlock rank black dragon, while Royk was merely a quasi-Starry Sky Warlock rank silver dragon. Even though silver dragons were in general a notch stronger, but Royk still wasn't Obin's opponent. When the two sides collided, Royk was completely suppressed, suffering many wounds all over his body. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Meanwhile on the sea, the Black Steel Warship's artilleries rumbled, and numerous beams blasted into the warships docked at Dragon Bones Island's port. At every given moment, there were warships being pulverized by the artillery fire coming from the Black Steel Warship. The pirates tried desperately to board the warships, yet as a result, sank to the bottom of the sea together with the warships. Afraid of the Black Steel Warship's firepower, many pirates chose to escape or hide somewhere. Faces pale, they watched as one warship after another sank. Suddenly, a wave rolled out from the side of the Dragon Bones Island, and the Dragon Bones warship appeared from behind the island, speeding along. Fearsome dragon might gushed out, and a pair huge wings extended from the Dragon Bones warship. In a gust of wing, the legendary warship flew into the air. Of the legendary warships the god of pirates Gethrin left behind in the secular world, only 3 could fly for a short time, and the Dragon Bones warship was one of them. When the Black Dragon country's naval troops saw the legendary warship fly in the air, their faces fell at once. Interesting. Let me have a taste of your legendary warship. Sitting on the Black Steel Warship's bridge, Yang Feng, dressed in a military uniform, showed a smile, blurred into motion, and, while walking on empty air, strode towards the Dragon Bones warship. His Majesty! His Majesty went to fight. It's His Majesty. He went to attack personally. The Dragonborn watched Yang Feng head towards the Dragon Bones warship while walking on thin air, and excitement flashed in their eyes. Apart from a few officers, no one had witnessed Yang Feng fight. The Dragonborn were full of expectations for Yang Feng, who killed 5 dragon god experts. Light congregated on the Dragon Bones warship's bow cannon. Patterns lit up on the cannon, and the cannon fired a terrific pillar of light capable of directly erasing a demigod-rank powerhouse shooting towards Yang Feng. A fearsome spatial fluctuation converged outside Yang Feng's body, and the space around him distorted. When the pillar of light crashed into the distorted space, it shuttled about inside the distorted space, and then finally flew out, slammed heavily into a 100-meter-long warship of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates, and directly destroyed it. Seeing this scene, the Black Dragon country's naval troops and the pirates of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates were dumbstruck, their eyes overcome with shock. So strong! That's His Majesty for you. So powerful! This power is just too impressive. His Majesty must be the incarnation of a real god treading in the secular world. The Dragonborn soldiers were filled with excitement, and their morale was greatly boosted. Monster! How can we win against this monster? Even the Dragon Breath cannon can't hurt him. We're not his opponent. The eyes of the pirates on the Dragon Bones warship filled with fear, and their morale was greatly reduced. The Dragon Breath cannon was the strongest weapon on the Dragon Bones warship. But this strongest weapon couldn't injure Yang Feng at all, which left them despairing. Yang Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared on the Dragon Bones warship. When the fierce pirates saw Yang Feng, they couldn't help but to grasp their weapons and take a few steps back. Fear shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. Yang Feng's eyes moved and fell on a pirate mixed in with the ordinary pirates, and he uttered indifferently, "Lionel, come on out. Since you're not willing to submit, then let me send you on your way to hell." The Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel hid shamelessly amid the ordinary pirates in order to mount a sneak attack on Yang Feng. The bones of an old-looking pirate with a thin and short build issued crackling sounds, and he became a tall and handsome man with a wicked temperament. This man was the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel. Lionel stared at Yang Feng with a dignified expression and uttered while stressing each syllable, "Your Majesty, I am Lionel. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates have never looted ships of the Black Dragon country. There is no enmity between us. Your Majesty, why have you attacked the Dragon Skeleton Pirates? There's also no enmity between the merchant ships and you pirates, so why do you attack them?" Yang Feng glanced at the pirates, a flash of contempt in his eyes, and he continued with a sneer, "I came to annihilate you. On behalf of the heavens, I am going to wipe you scum out and preserve the order in the East Sea." Lionel sneered back, "On behalf of the heavens? Those are some highfalutin and hypocritical words. You fancy the East Sea, this big piece of meat, and want to have a fierce bite of it. Extremely vast, the East Sea bordered on the Morince Empire, Titan Empire, and many neutral principalities and kingdoms. Each of the 3 pirate kings was extremely wealthy, having more than 10,000 pirates under their command. They planted numerous moles and set up numerous bases in the coastal states thanks to the ample riches of the East Sea. Chapter 422. Defeating the Dragon Skeleton Pirates. Chapter 422. Defeating the Dragon Skeleton Pirates. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng smiled and said in response, "You're right. I do indeed fancy the wealth of the East Sea. As such, you pirate kings are an eyesore. You must die." Lionel's eyes flashed, and he said, "You want to wipe us out? Are you sure about that?" "Your Majesty, we 3 pirate kings, no, we 2 pirate kings have powerful forces backing us. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates are backed by the Country of Dragons. If you destroy us, you will become enemies with the Country of Dragons. The power of the Country of Dragons isn't something that you can imagine. Leave now, it's not too late." Yang Feng spoke with a sneer. "Too much nonsense. Lionel, come at me. Let me see how strong the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King who runs amok in the East Sea is. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? My father is the ancient golden dragon Roberton. He possesses strength that rivals that of gods. A legendary enchanted air cleaver surrounded by a copious amount of dragon chi, which seemed to form a roaring dragon coiling around the air cleaver, slashed at Yang Feng with fearsome power capable of cutting open starry sky warlock rank dragon scales. The dragon slash was the crystallization of Lionel's decades of cultivation. Within 10 meters, even a legend wizard could be insta-killed. In the face of that fearsome strike, Yang Feng extended his index finger and, while seemingly moving extremely slowly, though in reality moving very quickly, touched the air cleaver. Ding! With a clear sound, under everyone's astonished gazes, the air cleaver bounced back from Yang Feng's finger. Lionel was sent tumbling backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood and briskly retreated by a dozen meters, eyes filled with shock. Yang Feng lowered his head and looked at his index finger. There was only a white mark on his forefinger. The corners of his mouth rose. The strongest warlock path. It's indeed worthy of the name strongest. The power of the primal chaos imperishable body matched with a semi-plane shore is impressive. Lionel, since I received your strike, it's only fair that you receive a strike of mine. Yang Feng murmured, then blurred into motion, appeared in front of Lionel, and punched at the other side's abdomen before he could react. With a loud sound, a terrifying force rushed into Lionel and reverberated throughout his body, and he exploded into a mist of blood that scattered all over the Dragon Bones warship. When the pirates saw this, terror gripped their hearts. Yang Feng slashed with his hand and a spatial gate suddenly appeared. A spatial gate also suddenly appeared on the Black Steel Warship. Arlet and the Dragonborn soldiers, who were already prepared for battle, quickly passed through the spatial gate and reached the Dragon Bones warship. Arlet pointed at the pirates with the legend-grade silver dragon spear and shouted, "For His Majesty, kill them! For His Majesty!" The Dragonborn roared and followed Arlet towards the pirates. Yang Feng walked towards a seat on a dais specially set up on the Dragon Bones warship. "Kill him! Let's go together and kill him. That's our only chance to come out from this alive." The eyes of the pirates flickered ferociously, and they pounced at Yang Feng, dauntless. After being cornered, the pirates showed their ferocious nature. Yang Feng didn't seem to see those fierce pirates. As more than 100 pirates were rushing towards him, strange distortions suddenly appeared in the space. The more than 100 pirates were instantly cut by the strange distortions in space. In the next moment, as if flowers blooming, copious amounts of blood burst out from the pirates. Seeing this, fear shimmered in the eyes of the remaining pirates. They didn't dare to approach him. Yang Feng walked to the seat on the dais and sat down. Reclining in the seat, a large caliber gun in hand, he looked down at the pirates like a god overlooking the secular world. Bang! A pirate with excellent martial prowess had just sent the great sword of a dragonborn soldier tumbling and was about to kill him, when a gunshot rang, and the pirate's head exploded, and blood splattered about. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The dragonborn soldier looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais with excitement in his eyes and shouted, and then picked up his great sword and continued to attack the pirates. Every time a dragonborn soldier faced a critical moment, a gunshot would rung and a pirate's head would explode. Under these circumstances, the morale of the pirates dropped to the extreme. Arlet was also a particularly important factor in the demoralization of the pirates. Wherever her silver dragon spear passed through, pirates would be easily ran through and cut apart. No one could withstand a single strike from her. New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. Surrender. I surrender. fruyobnl.com. After just a short, desperate battle, the pirates fell to their knees and surrendered, while the most rebellious pirates jumped into the sea. Shortly after the Dragonbones warship was taken over, it turned around, aimed at a warship at the Dragonbones Island, and shot from its dragon breath cannon, and a beam of light blasted into the warship. Boom! With a loud blare, the warship was ran through by the beam of light, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing that the Dragonbones warship turned against them, the pirates on the Dragonbones Island showed a look of despair, and fled in disarray and hid on the island. In the sky, completely suppressed by Obin, the silver dragon Royk was covered in injuries. When the silver dragon Royk saw the Dragonbones warship defect, he felt that things were going south, and silently recited an incantation, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him. He was trying to escape via a spatial spell. You want to use spatial spells in front of me? How presumptuous! The spatial fluctuation has just enveloped the silver dragon Royk, when it strangely disappeared, and Yang Feng's voice sounded from beside Royk. Royk turned his head and saw that Yang Feng has appeared in front of him. Yang Feng smiled and punched at Royk's neck, and a horrifying force broke out in an instant. With this blow, Royk's neck was pulverized, and his dragon head and dragon body fell down separately. The black dragon Obin was dumbfounded by this scene, his eyes overcome with fear. So strong! He's just a great warlock. So how come he's so terrifyingly strong? The black dragon Obin was a demigod rank dragon. Even if he punched Royk in the neck with all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to pulverize his neck. The terrifying strength Yang Feng has displayed greatly exceeded Obin's imagination. Yang Feng glanced at Obin and said indifferently, "Obin, you and Arlet go capture the pirate scum and carry out a trial. Kill those with serious crimes and spare the rest." Obin became more respectful and responded, "Yes, your majesty." Obin immediately blurred and turned back into his human form, and then flew towards the Dragonbones Island. The Black Dragon country's warships also landed on the Dragonbones Island, and numerous Dragonborn soldiers rushed out. Before the demigod rank Black Dragon Obin and the legend rank Dragonborn Arlet, the pirates of the Dragonbones Island couldn't withstand a single blow. When they were found in their hiding spots, they either died or surrendered. Yang Feng rescued 20,000 women and children from the Dragonbones Island. The three pirate kings not only attacked merchant ships in the sea, but also landed on land from time to time, where they would capture women and children from coastal cities to give vent to their desires. They were scum, and Yang Feng had no qualms to kill them. After a simple trial of the pirates who surrendered, 10,000 pirates were directly hung, while 5,000 pirates, whose crimes weren't as serious, were disorganized and temporarily relegated to slavery. The next day, at a secret chamber on the Dragonbones Island, Yang Feng pushed open the door to the secret chamber and saw piles of gold coins and gems shine brilliantly. Solely the gold coins and gems in the secret chamber were worth tens of millions of gold coins. He swept the secret chamber with an indifferent gaze, and then went to the deepest part of the secret chamber. He silently recited an incantation and pressed his hand on an ordinary unadorned wall. The wall distorted and ultimately split open, revealing a dark passage. He walked directly into the dark passage. When he reached the end of the passage, he saw a huge bronze gate in front of him. He flipped his hand, and a legend-rank greatsword suddenly shot out, and a sword ray flashed, and the bronze gate fell apart. When the bronze gate fell apart, brilliant light poured out of behind the bronze gate and illuminated the dark passage. When he entered the cave, Yang Feng saw mountains of gold, silver, and gems as well as trunks of precious or magic stones, magic or precious plants, and all kinds of other treasures. If all the treasures inside the cave were sold, they would net him about 10 billion gold coins. Chapter 423 Routing the Black Skeleton Pirates. Chapter 423 Routing the Black Skeleton Pirates. Translator, Xuanhuan. Not bad. The 3 pirate kings are really rich. Yang Feng smiled faintly. His eyes scanned the treasury before finally showing a look of delight, and he went to in front of a pile of ore and grabbed a handful of ore. His eyes flashed with joy. These are top-grade inert atlam stone. Haha, that's great. These are enough to make half a top-grade warp gate. At present, with the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold, he could only synthesize low-grade inert atlam stone to produce low-grade warp gates. With the top-grade inert atlam stone he got from the treasury, Yang Feng had enough to produce a 5th top-grade warp gate. Each additional top-grade warp gate meant that he could control an additional plane, obtain more resources, and have more choices. At present, his 4 top-grade warp gates were respectively placed on the Fearsome Plains Desolate Islands, inside the Turandot subcontinent's underground base, and the Astral Boundaries Planar Star River. He carried the last top-grade warp gate on his person. Once the 5th top-grade warp gate was manufactured, Yang Feng could freely travel between more planes. He looked at the inert atlam stone and revealed a smile. The Fearsome plane is indeed one of the 36 primary material planes. There's so much top inert atlam stone here. I just need to secure a few more treasuries, and the number of top-grade warp gates in my grasp might increase to a dozen. It would be great if I could place a top-grade warp gate in each of the 36 primary material planes. For him to be able to find so much top-grade inert atlam stone in this treasury, it meant that the Fearsome plane must be fairly rich in terms of top-grade inert atlam stone. As such, it wasn't impossible for him to get his hands on top-grade inert atlam stone here. The Ghost Skeleton Island, within the Black Skeleton Pirate King's castle. The Black Skeleton Pirate King Column spoke, a gloomy expression on his face. Lionel was killed. Are you sure? In front of Column sat a Naga great cleric with the upper body of a strikingly beautiful woman and the lower body of a snake. This is a divine decree of the mighty goddess of Nagas. Are you questioning the veracity of the goddess of Naga's divine decree? Column's heart shook, and he hastily responded. I wouldn't dare. I believe in the great goddess of Nagas with all my heart, and am willing to sacrifice everything for the great goddess. I would never question a divine decree of the mighty goddess. I will do as you ordered, great cleric. I'll have everyone be more vigilant. Boom! Boom! Column's words have hardly fallen, when the sound of mountain-shaking explosions reverberated on the Ghost Skeleton Island, and the castle shook. Column was alarmed. What's going on? Cutting a sorry figure, the first mate rushed towards Column's side and shouted, Your Majesty, it's bad. We're under attack. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates are here. Those scumbags Dragon Skeleton Pirates are here. Column grabbed the collar of the first mate, lifted him up, and snarled ferociously. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates? Fool! Calm down and speak clearly. Why do you say that the Dragon Skeleton Pirates are attacking us? The first mate screamed. Dragon Bones Warship. The fleet attacking us contains the Dragon Bones Warship. The 3 legendary warships were the symbols of the 3 pirate kings in the East Sea. When the first mate saw the Dragon Bones Warship, it was normal for him to think that the Dragon Skeleton Pirates were attacking them. This content is taken from fgaribnovel.com. Column shouted, a gloomy expression on his face. Has the fleet the Dragon Skeleton Pirates flag raised? The first mate quickly replied, No, they have a black dragon flag raised. Face gloomy, eyes flickering with a glint of wisdom, Column uttered, It's just as you said, great cleric, the Dragon Skeleton Pirates were subdued. Even the legendary warship Dragon Bones Warship fell into their hands. The strength of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates is not much different from that of our pirate group. The Black Skeleton Pirates won't be able to resist a fleet capable of subduing the Dragon Skeleton Pirates. Please help us, great cleric. Otherwise, I can only order my brothers to scatter and escape. although Column looked like a bear-like musclehead. But in fact, he was very cunning. According to the intelligence at his disposal, he concluded that he wasn't a match for Yang Feng's fleet. He decided that letting his men escape separately was the best course of action. As for the treasure hidden in the Ghost Skeleton Island, it wasn't important under the current circumstances. The Naga Great Cleric responded calmly, "Okay, we'll help you. On the sea, no one dares to disregard us Nagas." When Column and the Naga Great Cleric walked out of the castle, they saw the legendary warship Black Steel Warship in the distance fire countless light beams barreling towards the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates and sink one warship after another. Flapping its wings, the Dragon Bones warship swooped down into the midst of the Black Skeleton Pirates' warships, and its huge dragon herd frantically bit at a warship, biting off a chunk of it, and the warship sank to the bottom of the sea. Looking like it had transformed into a dragon, the Dragon Bones warship continuously swooped down and pounced on the warships. Every time it attacked, a warship would sink to the bottom of the sea. The Black Skeleton Pirates frantically rushed towards the warships at the port. Some had just boarded the warship when the warship was destroyed. The pirates had no hope to fight back. Column's expression turned extremely ugly as he watched the Black Steel Warship with fear in his eyes. He knew how strong the Black Steel Warship previously was. But after it was refitted by Yang Feng, the warship was 100 times stronger. Whether it was in terms of firepower, range, or accuracy, the current Black Steel Warship exceeded the original by far. The Black Steel Warship refitted by Yang Feng could easily defeat 10 original Black Steel Warships, which illustrated the huge gap in technology. fga.iwebnavuel.com. The Great Cleric Naga silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger, and a blue divine light gathered in the middle of the sky and formed a 20-meter-tall projection of her made from water elemental particles. The projection of the Naga Great Cleric floating in midair spoke solemnly, "I am the Ghost Skeleton Island's Naga Great Cleric Kuna, your Majesty of the Black Dragon Country. May I have a talk with you?" Sitting on the Black Steel Warship, Yang Feng watched the projection of the Naga Great Cleric in midair with scorn in his eyes, then smiled coldly and waved his hand. Arlet stepped forward and said, "I am the Black Dragon Country's Holy Maiden Arlet. If you have anything to say, please tell it to me, Great Cleric Kuna." Kuna's gaze brushed over Arlet, and her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. As a Naga Great Cleric, her status was sublime, and even human coastal states would give her face. Whenever she went to a human state, the ruler of said state would always be respectful towards her. Now, however, Yang Feng was clearly sitting on the Black Steel Warship, yet only Arlet talked to her, making her feel humiliated. Aloof, Kuna spoke full of pride and menace. "The Ghost Skeleton Island is the territory of the Nagas. Please stop attacking the Ghost Skeleton Island immediately. Otherwise, you'll be enemies with the Nagas as well as the myriad merfolk of the East Sea. If you leave now and compensate us for our losses, then today's event can be swept under the rug." Arlet frowned and turned to look at Yang Feng. In the East Sea, the most powerful force was not the 3 human pirate groups, but the myriad of merfolk living in the East Sea. In order to sail the sea, human ships had to give the merfolk offerings. If the merfolk gods weren't somewhat fearful of the human gods, it would be impossible for human ships to sail the sea at all. Although the Dragonborn of the Desolate Islands were very strong, but there was no way they could contend against merfolk in the East Sea. The Dragonborn looked at Yang Feng with gazes filled with worship and expectation. These days, Yang Feng had led them to crush the forces of the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, and now they were about to destroy the forces of the Black Skeleton Pirate King, about to dominate the whole East Sea. To the Dragonborn feeling adoration for him, every order of his was like a divine decree. "I'm full of respect for the merfolk gods, and I don't mean to be hostile with the merfolk." Yang Feng glanced at Kuna with killing intent and biting coldness shimmering in his eyes, and he continued overbearingly, "But I want the East Sea. Anyone standing in my way is my enemy. Nagas, immediately leave the Ghost Skeleton Island, and today's event can be swept under the rug. Otherwise, you Nagas as well as the rest of the merfolk in the East Sea will be my enemy. I will wipe you out one by one." Kuna's face fell, and she looked deeply at Yang Feng with eyes full of cold killing intent. "You, Very well. Your Majesty Emperor of the Black Dragon Country. I will deliver your words to the Naga Empress. I await the day when your Black Dragon Country is no more. We're leaving. A livid expression on her face, Kuna ordered coldly. The Naga warriors inside the temple of the Ghost Skeleton Island immediately followed Kuna and jumped into the sea, leaving the legendary warship Ghost Sheep behind. The cunning column took only a few dozen trusted aides and escaped the Ghost Skeleton Island along with Kuna. Chapter 424, Naga Empress Stephania. Chapter 424, Naga Empress Stephania. Translator, Xuanhuan. After Column and the Naga warriors escaped from the Ghost Skeleton Island, the pirates that remained on the island immediately devolved into chaos. When Yang Feng's forces landed on the Ghost Skeleton Island, the pirates on the island surrendered. The Black Dragon Country also rescued more than 30,000 women and children from the Ghost Skeleton Island. After turning over the entire island, Yang Feng found approximately 10 million gold coins worth of treasures. Evidently, the gold coins and all kinds of treasures collected by the Black Skeleton pirates in recent years were all offered to the Nagas in order to obtain their protection. Arlet pointed at the Naga temple and asked, "What should we do with this temple, Your Majesty?" Yang Feng looked at the Naga temple and could help frowning. The Naga temple was dedicated to the goddess of Nagas Daphne, who was an intermediate divine force rank god, a frightening powerhouse at the same rank as the fighting demonic sect's 4 great elders. If it wasn't for the planar tide, Yang Feng would dare to easily offend such formidable goddess even with the treaty of the gods in place. For the goddess of Nagas, Yang Feng snatching the Ghost Skeleton Island away from the Nagas was nothing. But if he dared to desecrate her idol, then that would definitely give rise to an irreconcilable enmity. Yang Feng pondered for a while before saying, "Head my command. No one is allowed to desecrate the idol of the goddess inside. Arlet, you are to personally oversee this matter. Kill anyone who violates this order." Her heart shook, and Arlet responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." In the East Sea, 50,000 meters below the surface of the sea, there was a city full of artistic flair extending without end. Within that city, there were huge spiral houses, coral mountains, and other constructions brimming with merfolk style. The streets were filled with Nagas who had a human upper body and a snake tail, octopus men who had the head of an octopus and the body of a human, and other strange merfolk experts. In the center of the city, there lied a magnificent and luxurious palace covering tens of thousands of hectares. This palace was the East Sea's East Sea Palace. The East Sea Palace was enveloped by a formidable barrier, blocking the water from entering inside. The interior was filled with fresh air and life magic energy. Even humans could live freely and comfortably here. The 4 seas, East, West, North, and South Sea, each had a magnificent sea palace. The 4 sea palaces was where the 4 sea monarchs resided. In addition to the 4 sea palaces, there was still a sea imperial palace in the West Sea, which governed the 4 sea palaces. Unlike the humans, who lived by a separation of church and state, the merfolk governing model was basically a theocracy, where the sea emperor was not only the emperor of merfolk, but also the pope appointed by the merfolk gods of the sea god church. The 4 sea monarchs were the 4 cardinals of the sea god church. However, with the passage of time, apart from the West Sea Palace, who was still firmly controlled by the Sea Imperial Palace, the other 3 sea palaces only paid lip service to the Sea Imperial Palace. A fierce flash in her eyes, Kuna swam towards the East Sea Palace. That wretched Black Dragon Country's emperor. This humiliation, I will repay you 100-fold. fguyuyobinovel.com. In a luxurious palace of the East Sea Palace, a beautiful 4-armed Naga with the upper body of a sexy and tender woman with a crown on her head and the lower body of a snake sitting on a golden throne coldly looked at the kneeling Kuna. This gorgeous 4-armed Naga was the Naga Empress Stephania. Under her leadership, the Nagas grew into a strong race capable of contending against merepeople in the Sea Palace. As a great cleric, Kuna's status among Nagas was extremely high. Originally, she only had to kneel before the gods the Nagas worshipped. Yet every time she met Stephania, she would respectfully kneel before her, and that was because the goddess of Nagas Daphne had appointed her as one of the Naga gods. For gods of the Feisua Plain, the planar tide was a great disaster, but also a great opportunity. Without the planar tide, Daphne would never dare to go against the strong divine force sea god Hrihari. However, with the planar tide, if the Nagas could take this opportunity to produce several new gods, then they could gain independence. Just like the goddess Lolth established an independent dark elven divine system. As she listened to Kuna's report, Stefania lightly tapped the golden throne with a finger, a sharp and cold look in her eyes. Stefania showed a beautiful smile, yet her pretty eyes flashed coldly. Interesting. The sea is the domain of us merfolk. Even dragons don't act presumptuously in the sea. Yet that little ruler of barbarians dares to provoke us merfolk. I want to see what trump cards he has up his sleeves. An 8-meter-tall whale-man expert stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I wish to lead troops to wipe out those barbarians." Stefania glanced at the whale-man powerhouse and responded coldly, "Adam, the wisdom apple is about to ripen. Our primary objective now is to have Agatha and them go retrieve the wisdom apple, and not to entangle with the barbarians." Adam's heart shook, and he stepped back. "Yes, Your Majesty." There was a flash of wisdom in her pretty eyes, and Stefania uttered indifferently, "Kuna, go make a trip to the Black Dragon country. Tell the ruler of the barbarians that for the next 3 years, we can temporarily recognize his dominion over the East Sea. But he has to cooperate with us and sink all ships heading for the Golden Strait." Kuna's eyes brightened, and she replied excitedly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City, in a secret chamber in the city master's mansion. The door suddenly opened, and Yang Feng walked out and headed towards his study. In the study, there were 2 seats, one for Yang Feng's use and the other for the manager of the Miracle City Lena's use. When he entered the study, Yang Feng saw Lena dressed beautifully reading documents and dealing with all kinds of affairs. This content is taken from fgariwebnoviol.com. It was due to Lena and some other people that Yang Feng was able to travel around and practice cultivation in seclusion, all the while the Miracle City was still thriving. "Sir Duke, you're back." Startled, Lena looked up when the door opened and saw Yang Feng. There was a flash of excitement in her beautiful eyes, and she rose to greet him. "I'm back. It's been hard on you." Yang Feng looked at the enchanting Lena. Suddenly, he felt a little moved, and drew her into his embrace. Lena blushed at once, and her tender body shuddered like a timid little rabbit. She hugged him tightly and closed her eyes, looking adorable. Yang Feng's heart was moved, and he lowered his head and plastered a kiss on her lips. After a moment of passion, Lena softly lied in his arms, a look of bliss on her face. There were a few bright red stains on the soft sofa. "Gather ye rosebuds while ye may, old time is still a-flying." Breaking rosebuds is such a wonderful feeling. He looked at Lena with a sweet smile on her face in his arms, and then the corners of his mouth raised, and he plastered a kiss on her face. For the next 2 days, Yang Feng stayed with Lena and listened to her report regarding the development of the Miracle City, all the while having fun in the city. 3 days later, within the study, wearing a black warlock robe, looking gorgeous and sexy, Faldina entered the study. Shortly after, her delicate nose twitched and her eyebrows wrinkled. "This room has a strange smell." The manager of the Miracle City, Lena, blushed at once and lowered her head, and her heart jumped into her throat, feeling bashful. Faldina's eyebrows raised, and she elegantly sat opposite Yang Feng and said, "Right, Ian, it's almost time. If you don't go now, then it'll be too late." Yang Feng got up and responded, "I'm ready. Let's go." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed gravely, and she uttered solemnly, "You're ready? Have you prepared a warship and sailors? You need a huge ship to go to the Golden Strait. Once inside the Golden Strait, it's impossible to rise into the air. Even gods will lose all divine force and become mortals. Inside the Golden Strait, naval warfare is key. Without a strong enough ship, it's impossible to reach the center of the strait." Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth and replied lightly, "Don't worry, I'm ready. Our legendary warship's good enough." Faldina's heart surged with shock, Her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity, and she hurriedly asked, "Legendary warship, which one is it?" Every legendary warship required countless resources to be built. On the Feisua plain, every legendary warship was famous and belonged to a different major force. It hadn't occurred to Faldina that Yang Feng, who seemed to be lying low, had got his hands on a legendary warship. Yang Feng answered with a smile, "Black Steel Warship." Faldina's eyes flashed with an extraordinary splendor, and she said with a sweet smile, "The legendary warship of the East Seas Sword and Skeleton Pirate King. To be able to get this warship? You're amazing." Yang Feng continued, "Dragon Bones Warship." Faldina's countenance changed, and she uttered, "You wiped out the dragon skeleton pirates? They are backed by the country of dragons. Aren't you afraid that dragons of the country of dragons will come to you for trouble?" Chapter 425, Kuna Pays a Visit. Chapter 425, Kuna Pays a Visit. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng continued faintly, "Ghost ship." Faldina's eyes flashed with horror, and she exclaimed, "You even wiped out the black skeleton pirates? They're backed by the Nagas, the most powerful merfolk in the East Sea. Are you out of your mind? You offended the Nagas? They control the route to the Golden Strait." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Now that we have 3 legendary warships, can we go to the Golden Strait?" Faldina's eyes flickered for a while before she calmed down. She turned her pretty eyes, showed a smile, got up from the sofa and came to Yang Feng's side. "Of course we can." Yang Feng took Faldina to a secret chamber in the Miracle City. When she entered the secret chamber, Faldina saw a warp gate full of sci-fi style. When Yang Feng operated it, a distorted space appeared inside the warp gate. He smiled and made an inviting gesture, saying, "Ladies first." Her beautiful eyes were limpid, and Faldina smiled and directly stepped into the distorted space. Yang Feng watched Faldina's back with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Faldina's courage and insight were beyond his expectation. He also stepped into the warp gate and then arrived on the other side. Faldina silently followed Yang Feng through a dozen warp gates before finally arriving at a secret chamber in the Black Dragon country. The two left the secret chamber and went into the palace. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When they saw Yang Feng's group of 2, the beautiful dragonborn soldiers in the palace knelt down in salute, and worship glimmered in their eyes. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. The destruction of the 2 pirate kings. This accomplishment was disseminated in the Black Dragon country. The dragonborn experts with Black Dragon bloodline were full of awe towards Yang Feng. Faldina looked curiously at the beautiful dragonborn women around her and said, "They are dragons? Is this the country of dragons?" She raised her eyebrows and quickly analyzed. "No, the dragons of the country of dragons are loyal to the Dragon Emperor. Except for the Dragon Emperor, no one else would be called Your Majesty. This isn't the country of dragons. Besides, they are dragonborn born from the union of dragons and humans. You subdued these dragonborn. How amazing. There are no traces of dragonborn around the Red Earth Wasteland. So this mustn't be the Red Earth Wasteland, but some secret place. The gates that we traveled through should be spatial gates similar to teleportation portals. Am I right, Ian?" Yang Feng looked carefully at Faldina, then smiled and said in response, "You are. You're really clever, Faldina." Faldina pretty much hit the nail on the head, showing how powerful her analytical faculties and wisdom were. She uttered with a charming smile, "Now, can you tell me where we are?" Yang Feng smiled and uttered in response, "We're in the Desolate Islands." Faldina's pretty eyes suddenly brightened, and she asked, shocked, "The Desolate Islands? You want to intercept the ships going to the Golden Strait?" The Desolate Islands were fairly close to the Golden Strait. Based on this, it was entirely possible to organize a huge fleet to intercept the ships going to the Golden Strait. His eyes flashed with a peculiar gleam, and he said, "That's right." Faldina was startled, and her beautiful eyes flashed with endless shock, saying, "Are you crazy? Those who go to the Golden Strait are all favored by the gods. There will be divine chosen, God's darlings, divine descendants, clones of gods, and some true bodies of gods going to the Golden Strait. You're going to offend all the gods. The apple of wisdom was a treasure that even the gods coveted. For the sake of this treasure, some feeble divine force and weak divine force rank gods will personally venture to the Golden Strait. He wanted to set up a defensive line to intercept the powerhouses who will go to the Golden Strait. This was lunacy. If his plan succeeded, then he would offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered violently, and he spoke with a smile. But it's worth it, right? Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered several times, and then she showed a smile and said, "That's right. It's indeed worth it. As long as you get the apple of wisdom, then it's worth becoming hostile with the gods." It took 30,000 years for an apple of wisdom to ripen. Besides, of the countless plains, only the Feisua Plain could bear apples of wisdom. Every time an apple of wisdom appeared, it would lead to countless experts to fight over it. Anyone who got their hands on an apple of wisdom and ate it would smoothly grow into a weak divine force rank god, or even an intermediate or strong divine force rank powerhouse. Weak divine force rank gods were existences equivalent to glorious dawn warlocks. For an apple of wisdom to enable a person to possess such strong potential, it would naturally cause countless people to vie over it. For this apple of wisdom, Yang Feng didn't hesitate to turn hostile against the gods of the Feisua Plain. Arlet strode over, looked deeply at Faldina next to Yang Feng with hostility in her eyes, and uttered solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Naga Great Cleric Kuna asks for an audience." When she heard this, there was a flash of enigmatic light in Faldina's beautiful eyes, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng. He raised his eyebrows and said, "The Great Cleric Kuna? Bring her to see me." Arlet replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." In a rear garden, Yang Feng reclined comfortably on a soft sofa and enjoyed the beautiful flowers in the garden. Beautiful dragonborn court dancers performed in the garden, their movements filled with temptation and charm. Sitting unceremoniously next to Yang Feng, Faldina enjoyed the beautiful dance of the dragonborn dancers and ate various fruits. When Kuna arrived at the rear garden, she took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then said with a charming smile, "Your Majesty, I'm here as a messenger of the Nagas. It's my honor to meet you." A flash of killing intent and biting coldness in his eyes, Yang Feng spoke with a frigid smile. "Did you came to bring me the declaration of war of the merfolk?" Kuna's beautiful eyes flickered with ridicule, yet her pretty face adopted a gentle smile. "No. Her Majesty the Empress wishes to rule the East Sea together with you. However, in the near future, there will be many outsiders traveling to the Golden Strait. Her Majesty the Empress requests that you join hands with us and wipe all those outsiders out. In exchange, the East Sea Palace will recognize the Black Dragon country's rule over the sea routes of the East Sea." Kuna mused with a sneer, "Humph! After you have offended all the gods of the Feisua Plain, there will be no need for the Nagas to act. This trifling Black Dragon country of yours will vanish in a puff of smoke." It wasn't impossible for the Nagas to intercept all the ships going to the Golden Strait, but they needed a scapegoat. Even the Nagas didn't want to offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng shot Kuna a cold look and answered indifferently, "You want to join hands with me? That can be done, but the Naga Empress has to come in person to carry out talks. You aren't qualified. By the way, my fleet is going to leave for the Golden Strait today and set up a defensive perimeter there. Anyone who gets 300 nautical miles of the defensive perimeter without permission will be regarded as an enemy and killed directly. Now go back." Kuna's countenance changed dramatically, and then turned ashen at once. She said stiffly, "Your Majesty, you'll regret this. You'll surely regret today's words. The East Sea belongs to us Nagas. Without our permission, you won't be able to move a single step in the East Sea. You'll see that soon enough." After she finished speaking, Kuna turned around and strode away. Faldina asked curiously, "Ian, why did you refuse their offer?" Yang Feng answered with a cold smile, "It's simple. They don't want to cooperate in good faith. They just want to find a scapegoat. If they don't want to cooperate in good faith, then why should I let them enter the Golden Strait?" Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. But the merfolk are really powerful. They are the true masters of the East Sea. Even with the 3 legendary warships, you're still not a match for them. Yang Feng revealed a mysterious smile, stood up, and said indifferently, "Let's go." Faldina got up and followed next to Yang Feng. Before long, the 3 legendary warships, Black Steel Ship, Dragonbone's Warship, and Ghost Ship, anchored at the Black Dragon Country's port, formed a fleet and sailed towards the deep sea. In the vicinity of the Black Dragon Country's port, Kuna emerged from the sea, looked at Yang Feng's 3 legendary warships, fished out a communications crystal, and said, "Your Majesty, the Black Dragon Country's emperor refused to carry out talks with me. He said that only you are qualified." From the communications crystal came the cold and cruel voice of the Naga Empress. "In this case, let's have him sober up. I'll have him understand that the East Sea belongs to us Nagas." The 3 legendary warships had just sailed for about 300 nautical miles. When on the Black Steel Warship, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he said with a cold smile, "They came really fast, more than 100 meters below the surface of the sea. Octopus men with the head of an octopus, dozen-meter-tall whale men with the head of a whale, tall and majestic tiger sharkmen, and various other merfolk powerhouses silently swam underneath the 3 legendary warships." Chapter 426, Defeating the Merfolk Vanguard. Chapter 426, Defeating the Merfolk Vanguard. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Give them a warning, Arlet." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dressed in military uniform that accentuated her curves, Arlet stepped forward, looked down at the sea below and said loudly, "The merfolk below, this is the fleet of His Majesty Ian of the Black Dragon Country. Please stop at once. Otherwise, we'll regard you as enemies and annihilate you." The underwater sound amplifiers installed on the Black Steel Warship spread sound waves towards the merfolk powerhouses below the surface of the sea. From amid the countless merfolk, the beautiful legend rank Naga General Jenna sneered, "Humph! You want to annihilate us in the sea? How arrogant! The sea is the domain of merfolk. Even if a demigod rank expert entered the sea, they would only serve as food for us. General Mist, give them hell." A more than 30-meter-tall legend rank swordfishman expert with the head of a swordfish and bone spurs cowering his body replied in a muffled voice, "Yes, General. Fire." Following Mist's roar, more than 1,000 swordfishman powerhouses suddenly fired the countless sharp bone spurs covering their bodies shooting towards the Black Steel Warship. The sharp bone spurs fired by the swordfishman experts were harder than steel. On the Feisua plain, only the Dragonbone's warship as well as some other legendary warships forged from most precious magic plants could somewhat resist them. Before the Black Steel Warship was modified, it wouldn't have a hard time resisting this attack. But what followed next left the merfolk powerhouses stupefied. When the bone spurs hit the Black Steel Warship, they were directly ricocheted, unable to harm the warship in the least. Mist's face fell, and he roared wildly, How can this be? The last time we attacked the Black Steel Warship, its armor definitely wasn't this strong. The Black Steel Warship was one of the 3 legendary warships running amok in the East Sea. But for the merfolk, the Black Steel Warship was the least intimidating of the 3 legendary warships. And that was because the gunfire of the Black Steel Warship that could easily destroy warships was nearly useless against the merfolk inside the sea. Besides, the bone spurs shot by the swordfishman powerhouses, although with difficulty, could still pierce through the Black Steel Warship's armor. Yet now, the attack of the swordfishman powerhouses didn't harm the Black Steel Warship in the least. Naturally, the merfolk experts were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng ordered frigidly, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Fire!" Hatches on the submerged part of the Black Steel Warship opened, and a hail of torpedoes shot towards the merfolk. A tiger sharkman expert sneered and fiercely hacked at a torpedo with his bone blade. "Humph! Fool! You want to hurt us with these things?" Boom! With a blare, the tiger sharkman expert was turned into countless pieces in a flash. Boom! 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 Terrific explosions sounded in quick successions in the middle of the merfolk army. The merfolk powerhouses have never seen anything like torpedoes before. As such, they attacked the torpedoes and then were blown into pieces. The face of the beautiful legend rank Naga general fell, and she bellowed, "Don't attack those things! Dodge! Dodge them! Clerics, do something!" When the merfolk witnessed the terror of the torpedoes, their faces fell, and they scattered. See whirlpool. Naga clerics dressed in a special dark blue robe swam forward, silently recited incantations, and pointed at the torpedoes with their staffs. Terrifying sea whirlpools suddenly appeared, and the torpedoes were drawn into the whirlpools. Boom! Boom! Terrific explosions rang continuously as the torpedoes were drawn into the whirlpools and detonated. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng looked at the whirlpool and showed a smile. Interesting. Merfolk clerics sure have some skill. Faldina gave Yang Feng the stink eye, and then said unhappily, "You can still smile? Your weapons were neutralized. Now you don't have anything capable of threatening the merfolk." Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "You think so? Release the sea hunters." Hatches on the Black Steel Warship opened, and sailfish-looking sea hunters about 1.5 meters long, with sharp blade-like fins, blades on the joints, and beast-like sharp teeth swam out. As if a school of fish, when the dense crowd of sea hunters entered the sea, they immediately released strange whirlpools that propelled them towards the merfolk experts. With a bellow, a whaleman expert a dozen meters tall, holding a large iron anchor, weighing more than a dozen tons, mercilessly smashed at the sea hunters. Nearly going against the laws of physics, numerous sea hunters drifting along currents strangely appeared in front of the whaleman powerhouse and pounced at him. "Ah! Help!" Accompanied by shrill screams, the whaleman expert was devoured and turned into white bones. Such scenes continuously repeated amid the crowd of merfolk. As if ferocious monsters, the movements of the sea hunters were very strange, and almost no merfolk powerhouse could hit them. As long as they were surrounded, the merfolk experts would be devoured by the sea hunters. Merfolk skeletal remains appeared in the sea one after another, giving off a creepy feeling. "Die! Trash!" The legend rank mist roared, waved a magic blade containing a trace of the law of water, and slashed at the sea hunters. With the flash of a blade ray, 3 sea hunters were directly cut into countless pieces that scattered in the sea. In the next moment, dozens of sea hunters following currents swooped towards Mist like ghosts. Mist's miserable screams sounded, and within just 5 seconds, he was devoured by the fierce sea hunters and turned into a pile of bones. The beautiful legend rank Naga general sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted, "Retreat! We retreat!" More than 500 Naga powerhouses quickly swam and gathered around the beautiful legend rank Naga general. The beautiful legend rank Naga general tore a magic scroll, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation covered her and company in the blink of an eye. They instantly turned indistinct and then disappeared. freewebnovel.cm. Yang Feng swept the holographic projection with a glance and said with a faint smile, "They ran away quickly. Kill the rest of the merfolk." Following Yang Feng's command, the large numbers of sea hunters merged into a terrifying school of fish that swept towards the remaining thousands of merfolk soldiers. 10 minutes later, there were thousands of skeletal remains of merfolk soldiers in the sea. After devouring the merfolk soldiers, the countless sea hunters swam back to the Black Steel Warship. Faldina stared at the holographic projection with horror in her pretty eyes and uttered, "What astounding golems! Amazing!" Faldina went on to say, a dignified look on her face, "However, Ian, now that you offended the goddess of Nagas, it will be more difficult for us to go to the Golden Strait. It's even possible that the goddess of Nagas will come after us in person. Possessing infinite mysteries, the Apple of Wisdom was something that even the goddess of Nagas desired to obtain. For the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, it wouldn't be strange if she came to attack them in person. Although there was the Treaty of the Gods, but if the goddess of Nagas was willing to pay a huge price, she could break the agreement for a short moment and attack mortals." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I already made arrangements for that scenario. Faldina took a deep look at Yang Feng, then smiled and said no more. Inside the East Sea Palace, the beautiful legend rank Naga general knelt in front of the Naga Empress Stephania, trembling. Stephania looked at the beautiful general and said coldly, "Jenna, since you were defeated, I will strip you of all your official positions. Go to the front line camp as a soldier and redeem yourself." Jenna heaved a long sigh of relief and replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephania uttered coldly, "Take your leave." Jenna immediately complied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephania lightly tapped with her finger on the armrest of her throne. There was a brilliant gleam in her eyes, and she murmured, "Since he can defeat Jenna and her army, then that Ian of the Black Dragon country mustn't be underestimated. No wonder he's a legendary character who established the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland." The other merfolk were one thing, but the Naga Empress Stephania was a peerless expert who vied over the entire Feisua plain. After Yang Feng's dazzling performance, with just a little bit of research on her part, she found out about his origins on the Feisua plain. Chapter 427 Goddess of Nagas Daphne. Chapter 427 Goddess of Nagas Daphne. Translator, Xuanhuan. Stephania hesitated for a moment, then a peculiar light glimmered in her beautiful eyes, and she got up and walked towards the back of the palace. Deep in the East Sea Palace there was an exquisite temple. When Stephania entered the temple, she prostrated herself on the floor, and, without looking up, said respectfully, "Mighty goddess, we were defeated. Ian killed my troops using mystical golems. I'm not sure if I can defeat him. Only if you go in person, goddess, can he be stopped from going to the Golden Strait." Freebnovel.sim. In the center of the temple, on a golden throne, sat a dazzling and noble woman with 6 arms. This dazzling woman was the goddess of Nagas Daphne's clone that descended into the secular world. In the secular world, only the goddess of Nagas Daphne was qualified to have the Naga Empress Stephania kneel. Daphne slowly opened her eyes, which were golden, and golden light slowly shot out of her eyes. When she had her eyes closed, it seemed like she was fused with heaven and earth, just like a stone statue. But when she had her eyes opened, a boundless divine might pervaded the temple. Under the fearsome pressure from the divine might, Stephania's pretty face changed, and her delicate body trembled. The goddess of Nagas Daphne swept Stephania with her golden eyes and uttered apathetically, "I see. Take your leave." Stephania responded deferentially, "Yes, mighty goddess." With a flash of brilliant azure light, the goddess of Nagas Daphne disappeared. The East Sea. Yang Feng was sitting on the Black Steel Warship's bridge. Arlet was sitting in front of him, and 2 top dragonborn beauties were peeling fruits for him. There were still 2 other dragonborn beauties behind him carefully massaging his body. All of a sudden, waves billowed and roiled, and the goddess of Nagas Daphne with a peerless complexion and noble temperament suddenly emerged from the sea. Staring coldly at Yang Feng, she headed his way while treading on waves. "A god? That's going too far. How come a god came to take care of me? That's too shameless. And it's the goddess of Nagas Daphne to boot. She's an intermediate divine force rank god." When he saw the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Yang Feng's face suddenly fell. He had expected that the Naga Empress would lead a merfolk army to fight against him. Even if the entire East Sea came to fight him, Yang Feng wouldn't be the least bit afraid. But the one who came was the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Even though it was just a clone whose power was suppressed to the demigod rank, but he still didn't feel assured of his victory. There was a flash of horror in Faldina's pretty eyes, and she exclaimed, "The goddess of Nagas! The goddess of Nagas!" When these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding dragonborn fell, and they looked at the goddess of Nagas Daphne coming their way with fear in her eyes. Gods were supreme. This was a fact that all intelligent life forms on the Feisua plane learned when they were young. When the dragonborn experts heard that a clone of a true god descended into the secular world and appeared right in front of them, they naturally were overcome with shock and fear. Daphne appeared and disappeared above the sea. She seemed to be moving extremely slowly, though in reality was very quickly approaching the Black Steel Warship. A boundless and terrifying divine might spread with her as the core. Under the pressure of the terrifying divine might, the Dragonborn on the 3 legendary warships involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear. After receiving Yang Feng's nurture, Arlet made great progress in her cultivation. She was already a quasi-starry sky warlock rank expert. Nevertheless, she still shivered and knelt on one knee, unable to budge. Well met, mighty goddess of Nagas. Despite the pressure of the divine might, Yang Feng got up and gave a salute to Daphne in the distance. When she saw that Yang Feng was able to resist her divine might, Daphne's majestic golden eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered aloofly, "Petty mortal, to be able to resist my divine might. You are a genius among mortals. I'm very appreciative of you. Renounce your old faith and believe in me, and I will grant you endless power and glory. The whole East Sea shall be your domain. In the future, I will grant you power and let you become a true god." Yang Feng spread his hands and uttered, a pious expression on his face, "Mighty goddess of Nagas, I am a most devout believer of the great goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I have already resolved myself to dedicate everything of mine to the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I can feel her gaze on me at all times." The goddess of Nagas Daphne frowned. A strong divine force god wasn't someone she would easily offend. If it was in normal times, she would fully abide by the rules of the game of the gods and let the Naga Empress lead countless merfolk experts to besiege Yang Feng. But for the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, she resolved herself to send her clone. Daphne pondered for a while, then her majestic golden eyes sparked with golden light, and she looked directly at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's heart shook, and he operated a secret method to securely conceal the warlock life force inside him and simulate the path of magic and martial duel cultivation. The golden light inside the goddess of Nagas Daphne's eyes extinguished, and she said coldly, "Mortal, I command you not to go to the Golden Strait. Return to your Black Dragon country." Yang Feng responded politely yet decisively, "I'm very sorry, but I must get the Apple of Wisdom. Even someone as great as you can't make me change my will." The goddess of Nagas Daphne frowned and uttered coldly, "The East Sea contains countless natural disasters. You would do well to take care." A wave rolled over and Daphne disappeared. Yang Feng secretly loosened a breath. Just then, roiling dark clouds covered the entire sky and plunged the world into darkness. The originally calm sea erupted with billowing wind and waves. Accompanied by rumbling thunder, silver lightning danced in the dark clouds. A dense hail dropped down from the sky. The Dragonborn experts aboard the 3 legendary warships hid inside. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. When the hail hit the 3 legendary warships, it gave off a sound similar to when rain hit banana leaves. The temperature instantly dropped to below zero, and everyone was forced to urge their power to resist the biting cold. Amid the billowing wind and falling hail, a violent tornado formed in the distance, getting bigger and bigger. A copious amount of seawater was drawn in by the tornado, forming a huge whirlpool. The horrifying tornado capable of devouring the 3 legendary warships swept their way at an amazing speed. This natural disaster was even more powerful and terrifying than a level 5 divine spell. Once the 3 legendary warships were drawn into this horrifying tornado, even if they weren't destroyed, they would be carried away, and might even be blown out of the East Sea altogether. The goddess of Nagas Daphne exploited the unique geography and climate of the East Sea and unleashed divine force. Combining divine force with the force of nature, she formed this exceedingly terrifying tornado. "Dispel. Advanced dispel." Faldina's countenance changed. Then she silently recited an incantation and pointed at the tornado, and magic light entered tornado. When Dispel and Advanced Dispel capable of dispelling sustained spells entered the huge tornado, they disappeared without any effect. The giant tornado formed from the combination of divine force and the force of nature was not something that ordinary Dispel could dispel. Yang Feng spoke with a cold smile. "Sure enough, before large enough benefits, any agreement is null and void. Dive! Armor extended from the Black Steel Warship and, as if a transformer, the warship quickly transformed into a huge submarine. The Ghost Ship and Dragonbone's warship immediately arrived next to the Black Steel Warship. Armor extended from the Black Steel Warship and formed two huge ships hold that wrapped around the two legendary warships, and then they quickly dived towards the bottom of the sea. Despite the billows in the sky, the interior of the sea was tranquil. The terrifying tornado was approaching with increasingly greater speed. Inside the sea, a fearsome whirlpool was quickly approaching. When the three warships were 400 meters away from the bottom of the seabed, the fearsome whirlpool formed by the tornado enveloped the tail of the Black Steel Warship, and a terrifying suction force suddenly shrouded the tail of the warship, dragging it slowly towards the whirlpool. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Drop the tail armor!" As if a lizard shading its tail, the Black Steel Warship's tail broke off, and then was swallowed by the frightening whirlpool, carried up and tossed into the sky. The 1/3 of the Black Steel Warship that wasn't swallowed by the tornado continued towards the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas Daphne strangely appeared behind the Black Steel Warship. Her golden eyes shimmering gloomily, she pointed with the blue spear in her hand at the Black Steel Warship, and a terrific divine force fluctuation suddenly formed on the blue spear. In a split second, a fearsome whirlpool suddenly formed, swept towards the Black Steel Warship, and enveloped the warship. Winding around the Black Steel Warship, the whirlpool dragged the warship towards the whirlpool formed by the tornado. Chapter 428, Seriously Injuring the Goddess's Clone. Chapter 428, Seriously Injuring the Goddess's Clone. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's countenance changed, and he ordered, "Acting directly, how shameless! Release the sea hunters." Hatches on the Black Steel Warship opened, and the sea hunters poured out, parted their sharp teeth, and bit at the huge whirlpool. The pretty eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne flickered with scorn, and she sneered, "Fool! That's a divine spell. Physical attacks are useless." freewebnovel.cm. In the next moment, an incredible scene suddenly took place. The frightening whirlpool strangely disappeared. The sea hunters had the ability to devour energy, and divine force was no exception. This was their most terrifying characteristic. When she saw this, the complexion of the goddess of Nagas Daphne finally changed slightly. Yang Feng mused with a sneer, "My sea rippers naturally aren't simple. They're battle robots capable of devouring any type of energy." After the sea rippers devoured the huge whirlpool, the large positron artillery on the Black Steel Warship aimed at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Although the large positron artillery wasn't as powerful as the super-large positron artilleries on the Ark Battlestar, but it could still pierce through the life force field of Moonlight Warlock rank experts and seriously injure them. The eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne shimmered angrily, and she spoke coldly, "Petty mortal, you want to attack me? Attack a mighty true god." Ever since the goddess of Nagas Daphne ascended to godhood, no one has dared to attack her. Even if it was just a clone, no one dared to attack her. Yang Feng scanned the holographic projection of the goddess of Nagas Daphne and sneered, not saying a word. Annoyed, he didn't care that Daphne was a true god. Now that the planar tide has arrived, dark times were imminent. In these chaotic times, legend rank experts were everywhere and demigods were common, and you could randomly meet clones and even true bodies of gods. The gods were no longer as majestic as they used to be. The gods possessed far longer lifespans and greater strength than other experts of the same rank. They were at the summit of virtually every plane. Even on the Zhangji plane, only the most outstanding genius could deal with gods of the same realm. But the gods also had many weaknesses, the biggest of which was the planar tide. Gods were at their weakest during the planar tide. Yang Feng said coldly, "Great goddess of Nagas, please stop. Considering that you are a god, I can sweep what happened today under the rug. Otherwise," when he said this, Faldina's complexion changed, and she stared at him as if at a stranger. This was the first time that she saw someone disrespect a true god. Moreover, it wasn't a feeble divine force rank god like the god of pirates, but an intermediate divine force rank merfolk gold. How brazen! Petty human! How dare you threaten me? Threaten a true god. You can go and die. Furious, the goddess of Nagas Daphne pointed at the Black Steel Warship with the god armament spear of the East Sea, and a fearsome fluctuation of power emerged from the spear. A copious amount of water elemental particles frenziedly converged on the spear of the East Sea, and then 3 water blades slashed towards the Black Steel Warship at the frightening speed of 10 times the speed of sound in an instant, ignoring the laws of physics. Practically at the same time, a dense number of sea hunters opened their energy shields and gathered together to form a huge energy shield to block in front of the 3 water blades. The 3 water blades easily cut trough the energy shield formed by the countless sea hunters and cut apart more than 100 sea hunters, and then mercilessly slashed at the energy shield just activated by the Black Steel Warship. Boom! With a blare, the energy shield of the Black Steel Warship was instantly shattered, and the 3 water blades containing the law of water slashed at the Black Steel Warship. The 3 water blades left 3 deep gushes on the Black Steel Warship, and a copious amount of seawater poured into the warship. A large number of engineering robots inside the Black Steel Warship quickly went to the damaged area to repair the warship's armor. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he ordered at once. Since you have shed all pretenses of cordiality, then go to hell. A large number of sea hunters poured out of the Black Steel Warship and rushed towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne in a strange manner. Concealed amid the sea hunters, space disruptors rushed towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne as well. These space disruptors have been modified into sea warfare types, and although their movement speed was fairly impaired due to the water environment, but they could still display their function. Despicable mortal, you dare to attack me. You're dead. Today, I'll show you the consequence for offending a true god. The goddess of Nagas Daphne looked at the sea hunters with a fierce gleam in her eyes, and she slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea. A divine country composed by an endless sea with and a dozen islands suddenly appeared, and a boundless aura filled with the law of water spread from the divine country. Waves churned and roiled inside the divine country. A 500-meter-long octopus with numerous tentacles exuding moonlight warlock rank aura suddenly appeared inside the divine country and climbed out of the opening cut open by the spear of the East Sea. As soon as the giant octopus climbed out of the goddess of Naga's divine country, its pinnacle moonlight warlock rank aura dropped to the pinnacle starry sky warlock rank. When the 500-meter-long octopus crawled out of the divine country, it immediately opened its serrated mouthpiece and sucked in. A terrifying whirlpool emerged from the octopus's mouthpiece and swept towards the sea hunters. The sea hunters were dragged into the octopus's mouthpiece by a fearsome suction force, and then were crushed to pieces and swallowed. In addition to using its mouthpiece to attack, the giant octopus also had more than 100 tentacles. As if vipers, the tentacles slapped the sea hunters and shattered them to pieces. Die! Yang Feng swept the goddess of Nagas Daphne with a glance and uttered frigidly. The large positron artillery on the Black Steel Warship shone, and a brilliant beam of light tore trough the sea and barreled towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne in a split second. The hidden space disruptors also launched, and spatial disruption ripples spread in all directions, hindering the goddess of Nagas Daphne from escaping the positron barrage via spatial spells. The goddess of Nagas Daphne slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea, and a terrifying spatial fluctuation immediately enveloped her. Using a spatial spell to evade a powerful attack was a subconscious move any god would make. Few gods would stand in place and use defensive spells to resist powerful attacks. When the spatial fluctuation appeared, it was neutralized by the spatial fluctuations released by the space disruptors. The goddess of Nagas Daphne distorted, yet she still stood in her original position. Her expression flickered, and the positron beam hit her at once, directly blasting her lower body apart. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. Is it over? Faldina felt her chest constrict as she stared at the holographic projection. To dispose of a god's clone. This sacrilegious action left the fairly rebellious her full of excitement, shivering all over. There was a ripple in the water, and then water elemental particles bubbled out of the spear of the East Sea, and then quickly interwove and condensed in the lower body of the goddess of Nagas Daphne. You dare to wound me, you humble human ant. You dare to wound me. The goddess of Nagas Daphne was so angry that flames nearly came out of her golden eyes, and her delicate body shuddered. She exuded endless killing intent. Although the goddess of Nagas Daphne's body was completely restored, but she was seriously injured by the positron beam nonetheless. If it was an ordinary pinnacle demigod rank expert who was in her shoes, they would have been killed just now. But due to her intermediate divine force rank combat sense, she managed to unleash a spell at the critical moment and forgo annihilation. I not only dare to wound you, but also kill you. Now that all pretenses of cordiality were shed, Yang Feng had no misgivings anymore. He released the Dragon Bones warship and the ghost ship. The positron artilleries on the Dragon Bones warship and the ghost ship took aim at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. There's no use, humble mortal. I was slightly injured just now due to carelessness. But as long as I'm prepared, you petty ants are fundamentally unable to wound me. The pretty eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne shimmered frigidly, and she spoke with a cold smile. Then, she blurred, and waves rose on her body, as if she had with the sea water. Yang Feng sneered. A fool who thinks she's clever. You aren't my target. In a flash, 2 positron beams tore through the sea water, struck the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and easily passed Tropher. Then, the positron beams slammed into the octopus's eyes and directly ran through them, and a copious amount of blood shot out of its eyes. The ferocious octopus was seriously injured. The most up-to-date novests are published on freoubinovel.co. Chapter 429, Collaboration. Chapter 429, Collaboration. Translator, Xuanhuan. Making use of the law of water, the goddess of Nagas Daphne has fused with the seawater, and even the positron beams couldn't harm her. However, she wasn't Yang Feng's target to begin with. His target was the giant octopus with nearly endless power she commanded. The giant octopus was a pinnacle moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form. Even after the positron beams ran through its eyes, it still didn't die. Its shattered eyes regenerated at an incredible speed. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant octopus was severely injured, a school of sea hunters following strange trajectories rushed towards the giant octopus, and then started devouring its hundreds of tentacles. The sea hunters also swam towards the giant octopus's eyes and frantically gnawed at them, prompting the giant octopus to scream shrilly from the unbearable pain. Although the giant octopus was far more powerful and talented than ordinary moonlight warlock rank powerhouses, but faced with the countless sea hunters, it stood no chance. The source of this scene-tent is freeubinovel.com. In fact, among the countless planes, human warlocks were most apprehensive of running into intelligent other race experts of the same rank. As for extraordinary life forms who didn't possess much intellect, they weren't that apprehensive of them. Some great warlock rank human warlocks could even kill moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms with glaring weaknesses by relying on special means. Whirlpool Water Blade. The goddess of Nagas Daphne slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea. A fearsome whirlpool suddenly sprang up around the giant octopus, and countless water blades wildly slashed at the sea hunters around the giant octopus. Under her's precise control, the sharp water blades frantically sliced and diced a large number of sea hunters around the giant octopus. A large number of sea hunters dauntlessly rushed towards the fearsome whirlpool of water blades, opened their mouths, and devoured the divine force and energy contained inside the whirlpool. In less than 30 seconds, the frightening whirlpool of water blades was devoured by the fearsome sea hunters. Sea God Divine Domain. The face of the goddess of Nagas Daphne registered a slight change, and tremendous divine might spread from her as the center. The phantom of her divine domain rose behind the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and a beam of azure divine force shot out and entered the goddess. A boundless aura and azure light spread from the goddess of Nagas. Any place the azure light touched was integrated into the sea god divine domain. Within the scope of the sea god divine domain, countless sharp water blades suddenly shot out and slashed at the sea hunters, slicing hundreds of thousands of sea hunters into numerous broken parts in a flash. freewebnov.co. Yang Feng looked at this scene with a look of horror in his eyes, tightly gripping the button for the nuclear launcher. So strong, So this is the power of an intermediate divine force rank god. Even if it's just a demigod rank clone, but backed by divine force, the power she can unleash is comparable to that of a moonlight warlock. The Black Steel Warship was equipped with dozens of nuclear warheads. If necessary, Yang Feng will launch the nuclear warheads without hesitation to attack the goddess of Naga's Daphne. When the fearsome azure divine domain extended to in front of the Black Steel Warship, Daphne suddenly trembled slightly, and golden blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. The phantom of the divine country behind her also trembled, and then collapsed and disappeared. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. Well done! To use god-rank power during the planar tide. How reckless! During the planar tide, the Feisua plane's secular world could accommodate pinnacle demigod rank power at most. Once someone used power exceeding the pinnacle demigod rank, they would suffer a backlash. The god armament spear of the East Sea in hand, standing atop the huge octopus, the goddess of Naga's Daphne spoke in an aloof tone of voice. Ian, your golems have been eliminated. Surrender now. After the hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were destroyed by Daphne, the giant octopus healed at an incredible speed, its hundreds of tentacles included. Exuding terrifying aura, it stared fixedly at the three legendary warships. Is that right? Mighty goddess of Naga's Daphne, I still have many more golems. Please go ahead and destroy them all. Yang Feng's voice rang out in the sea, and countless sea hunters poured out of the Black Steel Warship again and formed a terrifying school of fish confronting Daphne. When she saw this, Daphne inhaled a mouthful of cold water. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the goddess of Naga's Daphne could easily insta-kill Yang Feng together with the countless sea hunters. However, under the effect of the planar tide, even if her true body descended, she still could wield pinnacle starry sky warlock rank power at most. In the East Sea, her true body could even kill a moonlight warlock rank expert by drawing support from her divine force and comprehension of the law of water. However, she not only had many enemies, but still may not be able to defeat Yang Feng. A misstep could lead to her downfall. It was due to this possibility that she fundamentally wouldn't have her true body appear. Yang Feng continued with a smile. Great goddess of Naga's Daphne, there is no deep hatred between us. Personally, I think it's more beneficial for us to be friends than enemies. Daphne smiled lightly, and then retracted the terrifying divine might she exuded in an instant, and the spear of the East Sea in her hand also vanished. She uttered indifferently, Ian, you really have the qualifications to communicate with me on equal terms. It's more beneficial for us to be friends indeed. The giant octopus slashed with its hundreds of tentacles and raised countless currents rushing towards the Black Steel Warship. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, the numerous dragonborn experts watched the giant octopus with fear in their eyes. When the goddess of Naga's Daphne arrived near the Black Steel Warship, her figure blurred, and she appeared on the deck of the Black Steel Warship. A flash of light enveloped her and sent her directly inside the Black Steel Warship, into a vast, luxuriously decorated banquet hall. Inside the hall, there were numerous good-looking dragonborn men and women. I'm glad you're able to attend the banquet I threw for you, great goddess of Naga's Daphne. With a courteous smile on his face, Faldina wearing a black evening dress holding his right arm, Yang Feng came up to Daphne. The goddess of Naga's Daphne spoke indifferently. Have them take their leave. Yes. Yang Feng waved, and everyone left the hall. The goddess of Nagas looked at Faldina next to Yang Feng, and the latter very astutely took her leave. Now only Yang Feng and the goddess of Nagas were left in the hall. The two came to a sofa and sat down. The goddess of Naga's Daphne stared at Yang Feng and said apathetically, Ian, you aren't from the Feisua plane. If I didn't guess wrong, you should be a human warlock from the Zhangji plane, an alchemist who inherited the secrets of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty to boot. Yang Feng replied with a smile. That's right. The sea hunters were full of incredible mechanical components. If the goddess of Nagas couldn't guess Yang Feng's identity after seeing those mechanical components, then she wouldn't have deserved to be a god who wants to establish her own divine system. The goddess of Nagas Daphne uttered indifferently, Did you came to the Feisua plane for the Apple of Wisdom? Yang Feng responded without concealing the truth. Yes, I want to get the apple of wisdom. The goddess of Nagas Daphne spoke. Very well. Let's compete fairly. Mine divine chosen grace will also go to the Golden Strait to seize the apple of wisdom. We can work together to blockade the Golden Strait. Once we reach the Golden Plain, we'll compete for the apple of wisdom according to our abilities. If you can get the apple of wisdom, then I'm willing to ally with you and help you become a god. Yang Feng contemplated for a while before saying, Okay. The goddess of Nagas Daphne was an intermediate divine force rank god and the ruler of the East Sea. Even under the influence of the planar tide, she was still very powerful. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse such an ally. After they reached an agreement, the three legendary warships smoothly traveled towards the Golden Strait. When they arrived at the Golden Strait, battleships, cruisers, and air carriers emerged from the Black Steel Warship. Chapter 430 White Royal Fleet. Chapter 430 White Royal Fleet. Translator, Xuanhuan. The apple of wisdom was hidden in the golden plain of the Golden Strait. With the Fearsome Plane's origin force as the energy source, the Time Lord has set up a huge array covering the entire Golden Strait. In this area, even god-rank experts will be weakened and turned into mortals. Only great warlock-rank powerhouses could enter the Golden Strait and the Golden Plain. And before the apple of wisdom ripened, even great warlock-rank powerhouses could not enter the Golden Plain. The reason why the gods of the Xalia divine system could enter the Golden Plain and accelerate the ripening of the apple of wisdom was that they have gathered the power and entire divine system and forcibly opened the road leading to the Golden Plain. Now that the planar tide has arrived, the gods of the Fearsome Plane have been weakened to the extreme in the secular world. At this moment, even if all the gods of the Fearsome Planes joined hands, they wouldn't be able to break through the Golden Strait and open a road to the Golden Plain. Because of this, Yang Feng's huge fleet that emerged from the Black Steel Warship only stayed outside the entrance of the Golden Strait. 20 fleets with air carriers as the core patrolled around the Golden Strait, ready to sink any ship that dared to approach. His goal was to eliminate any warships that were qualified to enter the Golden Strait, to let as few people enter the strait as possible. Atop the rolling sea, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a blue dress accentuating her supple curves. With long blue hair, eyes as beautiful as sapphires, skin white as jade, and a heroic and sensual temperament rode a wave. These waters belong to the great Black Dragon country. Please announce your origins. Otherwise, we will label you as an enemy and wipe you out. A tremendous voice echoed in the sea. A warship fleet aimed countless artilleries at the gorgeous woman in a dress. So long as they were given the command, the countless artilleries will tear the gorgeous woman to pieces. Also eyeing the intruder, countless sea rippers went to surround her below the surface of the sea. With a faint smile on her stunning face, the gorgeous woman parted her cherry lips and uttered in a magnetic voice, I am Grace. I came to see His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon country. Please come in. The huge fleet moved and revealed a path leading to the Black Steel Warship. Grace looked curiously at the modern fleet as she drove the wave towards the Black Steel Warship. When she reached the Black Steel Warship, the wave underneath her extended up and she appeared directly in front of the deck of the Black Steel Warship. With a light jump, she leaped onto the deck of the warship. On a dais on the deck, there was a luxurious litter, and Yang Feng was reclining on it. Several beautiful dragonborn women peeling fruits for him were sitting beside him. There were also a dozen beautiful dragonborn dancers dancing gracefully on the deck. When he had to practice cultivation, Yang Feng would work harder than anyone else. But when he could enjoy himself, he would never mistreat himself. Grace looked deeply at Yang Feng, then bowed in salute and said, Well met, Your Majesty. Yang Feng, reclining on the litter, glanced at the beautiful and enticing Grace and uttered in an aloof tone, sounding a little haughty, Is your merfolk army here? According to my agreement with the great goddess of Nagas Daphne, if you merfolk don't send troops, then you won't enter the Golden Strait. When the two forces united, one was bound to suppress the other. If Yang Feng wants to gain the dominant position, then he must be aggressive and unyielding. By now, the Black Steel Warship's top-grade warp gate has been opened, and a stream of sea hunters was pouring out. Yang Feng's forces in the sea increased with each passing moment. Naturally, he had the confidence to speak to Grace in such a tone. Grace smiled sweetly and uttered, "Yes, Your Majesty, the merfolk army is here. We are ready to cooperate with you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng casually pointed to the deck and said, "Take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Grace smiled, swayed her hips, and sat on a chair on the deck. "You came just in time. Our enemy is here." Yang Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows and pushed a button next to him. From the holographic projector installed on Black Steel Warship, rays shot out, intertwined, and formed a holographic projection of the battlefield above the deck. They saw a huge fleet composed of more than 100 warships heading towards the Golden Strait, being intercepted by the Third Steel Fleet. Grace's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, feeling awed. "This spell is so amazing. Is this a spell of a Zhangji Plains human warlock? How astounding!" As a divine chosen of the goddess of Naga's Daphne, Grace's strength has reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. Simultaneously, she possessed a sizable understanding of the other planes. Restricted by the planar law, the true bodies of the Fearsome Plains gods could not go to other planes, but their subordinates and clones could go to other planes on missionary expeditions. Some of the lower planes have been occupied by the Fearsome Plains gods and become the source of their faith. Grace had no reputation on the Fearsome plane, but on a lower plane she was known as the Naga Valkyrie who once killed a hostile demigod rank expert. The goddess of Naga's Daphne called this exceptional genius back from another plane and threw her into the battle for the wisdom apple. When she saw the holographic projection, Grace's keen senses told her that the technology behind it was shocking. This technology enabled people to have a god's eye view and fully grasp the goings-on on the battlefield. With this technology, even the most stupid person could easily become an unequal general. Faldina took a closer look at the huge fleet and smiled, saying, "That's the White Royal Fleet of the coastal state Onlu Kingdom. The fleet's main force is the legendary warship White Steel Warship. The commander of this fleet is the Onlu Kingdom's naval general Bondas. He defeated the West Sea's pirate kings on more than one occasion, and is one of the most formidable naval generals of the West Sea." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said with confidence, "What fleet? In front of my steel fleet, it's just a pile of dregs. It will soon be turned into pieces." Faldina suddenly pointed to the White Steel Warship and said, "That one is Lance, a legend-rank hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. According to my conjectures, he should be a god's darling or a divine chosen of the goddess of the sea Aronia. He's the fiancé of a princess of the Onlu Kingdom. This White Royal Fleet should be here to escort him." The holographic projection was really lifelike. Despite the small scale, an expert like Yang Feng could easily perceive even a random cook on a ship. After she enchanted herself with a spell, Faldina could clearly see everyone atop the White Steel Warship. Yang Feng spoke, "It's a pity that the princess of the Onlu Kingdom will soon become a widow." On the sea, in the center of the more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet, there was a 300-meter-long white warship forged entirely from white steel and covered in countless cannon hatches. This warship that looked kind of like the Black Steel Warship was precisely the legendary warship White Steel Warship. The source of this scene tent is frouueol.com. On the dais of the White Steel Warship stood two men. One was a burly and handsome middle-aged man, while the other one was a handsome young man with short blue hair. The middle-aged man was the Onlu Kingdom's General Bondas, while the handsome young man was Lance. "The people ahead, these waters belong to the mighty Black Dragon country. Please announce your origins. Otherwise, we will label you as an enemy and wipe you out." The Steel Fleet and the White Royal Fleet have yet to make contact, when a tremendous voice reverberated in the sea. Bondas frowned and asked curiously, "Black Dragon country? What sort of force is it?" Lance responded with a light smile, "That's a force established in the desolate islands by 6 black dragons exiled from the country of dragons. Their naval power isn't worth mentioning." There was a flash of contempt in Bondas' eyes, and he ordered, "So it's just some clowns. Heed my command. Destroy these clowns." The aboriginals of the desolate islands were uncivilized barbarians. Although there may be some formidable experts among them, but on the sea those experts had no room to give full play to their strength. Naval warfare was all about the comprehensive strength and shipbuilding capability of a state, while the monkey-like barbarians couldn't even build a warship. Under Bondas' command, the more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet spread and rushed in the direction of the voice like hungry wolves, cutting through the wind and waves alike. Before long, the shocking steel fleet composed of an air carrier, 50 destroyers, and 60 frigates appeared in front of the White Royal Fleet. Chapter 431. Destroying the White Royal Fleet. Chapter 431. Destroying the White Royal Fleet. Translator, Xuanhuan. When Bondas saw the numerous steel warships, his eyes nearly popped out of his eye sockets, and he cried out, "Steel warship! There are so many steel warships. Are these all legendary warships?" On the Fearsome plain, only a few legendary warships were made from steel, while the remaining warships were all made from wood. The modern frigates, destroyers, and air carrier exceeded the level of the Fearsome plain's warships by God knows how many times. They were beyond the Onlu Kingdom's General Bondas' imagination. The steel fleet had just appeared before his eyes, when numerous rumblings reverberated and countless beams shot out of the steel fleet. Boom! With a blare, a 100-meter-long warship of the White Royal Fleet was hit by a volley of shells that exploded and ripped the warship in twine, slowly sinking towards the seabed. Stunned, Bondas exclaimed, "How could this be possible? How can there be such powerful shells?" When the White Royal Fleet's naval troops watched the sinking warship, a feeling of terror unwittingly gripped their hearts. On the Fearsome plain, in naval warfare, it was common sense for a 100-meter-long warship to be able to continue to do battle after being hit by hundreds of shells. Yet now, a warship of the White Royal Fleet had been sunk by a volley of shells. This fact left the naval elite soldiers who have been sailing the sea for over 10 years feel cold in their hearts. Before the confused Bondas could give an order, the sea-draining firepower immediately enveloped the White Royal Fleet, sinking one wooden warship after another. In the sky, engines rumbled as supersonic fighters flew this way like a flock of birds. When the supersonic fighters flew over the White Royal Fleet, they released air-to-surface laser-guided missiles shooting towards the legendary White Steel Warship like raindrops. The mission of the supersonic fighters was to destroy the White Royal Fleet's sole legendary warship. As for the wooden warships, any destroyer could easily destroy them. Sky Flower Water Curtain. Lance looked at the laser-guided missiles shooting down, and he immediately drew the god armament sword of the sea that the goddess of the sea Aronia gave him and pointed to the sky. A copious amount of sea water rose from the sea and turned into a huge azure water screen a dozen meters thick blocking above the legendary warship. When the numerous laser-guided missiles flew into the azure water curtain, they were immediately entangled by the water curtain, unable to budge nor explode. Circling above the White Steel Warship, the supersonic fighters continuously fired at Lance. No matter how much the supersonic fighters fired, they could not shoot through the azure water screen. On the sea, the concentration of water elemental particles was the greatest. The might of water spells cast here was most formidable. Although Lance conjured the Skyflower water curtain to resist the supersonic fighters, but the rest of the White Royal warships turned into dazzling fireballs and sank into the sea. Fucking beasts! Eyes filled with bitterness, Bondas looked as the more than 100 warships sink before he could give full play to his commanding ability. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, Faldina sighed lightly, "Awesome! The White Royal Fleet is a most formidable fleet of the West Sea. Such a fleet ceased to exist just like this. How shocking!" As she watched the White Royal Fleet being smashed to pieces under the bombardment of Yang Feng's steel fleet, shock inundated Grace's heart. What an astounding fleet! Amazing! Even the Naga Valkyrie Grace, who has experienced countless battle on another plane, has never seen such a lopsided beating before. In her eyes, the White Royal Fleet was a powerful fleet. If they wanted to annihilate such a well-equipped and well-manned fleet, the merfolk would need to pay a high price. Yet before the White Royal Fleet even got the chance to fight back, it was already annihilated by Yang Feng's fleet. This fight left Grace shudder with fear. After his steel fleet annihilated the rest of the White Royal Fleet, A copious amount of artillery fire barreled towards the White Steel Warship, and a sky-shattering hail of shells engulfed the White Steel Warship. As Lance desperately sustained the level for spell Sky Flower Water Curtain, as if a mythological beast, the god armament sword of the sea frenziedly devoured his power, draining his face of blood. Bondas clenched his teeth and snapped, "Retreat!" The White Steel Warship quickly turned around and fled in the direction it had come from. However, not letting up, the Steel Fleet pursued the White Steel Warship and frantically bombarded it. "I'm sorry, General Bondas, but I can't go on. I'm really sorry." Lance clenched his teeth, blurred into motion, and jumped into the sea at once. freewebnovel.com. After all, the power of a divine artifact wasn't endless. When playing a target, even a god would be blasted to pieces by the Steel Fleet's firepower. "No, Lance, you despicable traitor." Bondas' face changed dramatically, and he issued a shrill scream before also jumping into the sea. A dense hail of artillery shells enveloped the White Steel Warship at once. Boom! 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 Bombarded by hundreds of large-caliber shells, steel debris splashed about, and then the White Steel Warship was sank. With the sinking of the White Steel Warship, Yang Feng's Third Fleet wiped out the entire White Royal Fleet without incurring any casualties. This represented the huge gap in technology between the two sides. When Lance jumped into the sea, the demigod rank sword of the sea in his hand released dark blue light that absorbed the air in the sea around him and enabled him to breathe freely inside the water. Within the sea, 3 schools of sea hunters, each composed of 100,000 units, rushed this way at an amazing speed. Lance's face fell when he saw the sea hunters, and he crushed a blue pearl and cried out, "Great goddess of the sea Aronia, please save me." Divine force poured out of the blue pearl and formed a palm-sized stunning woman enveloped by a holy and pure aura, with long, ocean-like azure hair and jade-like, sparkling skin in the sea. This stunning woman was the goddess of the sea Aronia. As soon as the goddess of the sea appeared, she swept Lance with her beautiful eyes, and disappointment flitted across her eyes. She sighed, and then merged into the water and disappeared. In the next moment, a wave rose in front of the Black Steel Warship, inside which appeared the figure of the goddess of the sea Aronia. "Lowly mortals, I am the goddess of the sea Aronia. Get your fleet out of the way and let my god's darling enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, I will dole out divine punishment." When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared in front of the Black Steel Warship, she looked down on Yang Feng with her golden eyes, and a vast and terrifying divine might spread from her and covered the Black Steel Warship. She spoke in an aloof tone. Oppressed by the divine might, except for Yang Feng and Grace, everyone aboard the Black Steel Warship were left virtually breathless. Blessed by the goddess of Naga's Daphne, Grace was immune to divine might. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewebove.com. Sitting on a luxurious litter, his arm around Arlet, Yang Feng looked down at the goddess of the sea Aronia and said with a cold smile, "Goddess Aronia, no need to pretend anymore. After seeing my troops, you should understand where I come from. You just sent a projection, and you still want to give me orders? You look down on people too much." Shock gleamed in Grace's beautiful eyes as she stared blankly at Yang Feng. He dares to speak to a goddess in such a tone. On the Feisua plane, gods were supreme existences. Even a feeble divine force rank god was countless times more noble than the rulers of many states. In front of a true god, even the emperors of the 4 great empires must remain humble and lower their noble heads. If a believer of the goddess of the sea Aronia heard Yang Feng's words, they would go mad and attack the heretic. The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned and said, "When the planar tide came, many critters crawled out of the woodwork before the planar tide. Believe it or not, I could squash a little like you with one finger." Yang Feng smiled faintly and uttered full of confidence, "I believe you. Before the planar tide, you might be able to kill me with just a look, but now you can't." The goddess of the sea Aronia spoke in an unquestionable tone. "My god's darling must enter the Golden Strait." Yang Feng responded with a smile. "If you want to cross my bridge, you must pay the toll first." The toll to enter the Golden Strait is 30,000 standard divine force crystals. Otherwise, you are welcome to tear my defensive line to shreds and storm in. The goddess of the sea, Aronia, frowned, and her gaze turned ice-cold as she stared at Yang Feng. Chapter 432, Killing an Ancient Devil. Chapter 432, Killing an Ancient Devil. Translator, Xuanhuan. The goddess of the sea, Aronia, responded indifferently. On second thought, I'll just tear your defensive line to shreds, destroy all your golems, and storm into the Golden Strait. After she finished speaking, the projection of the goddess of the sea, Aronia, fell apart. Azure light rose from the sea and carried Lance away. Suddenly, in the middle of the sky, dark clouds gathered, surging and rolling, and strong winds raged and formed violent tornadoes. Evidently, the goddess of the sea, Aronia, was enraged by Yang Feng. Before the violent tornadoes formed completely, azure light shone on them, and the tornadoes collapsed. A voice full of anger reverberated in the sea. "Daphne, it's you." There was no response. After Yang Feng's steel fleet destroyed the White Royal Fleet, it continued forward, expanding its scope of operation. In front of the Black Steel Warship, waves churned and roiled from time to time as one steel battleship after another rose from the sea and formed one fleet after another heading for the distance. The 20 fleets quickly expanded to 30 fleets. In that area of the sea, huge steel battleships could be seen everywhere. Wherever the drones released by the steel fleets passed, if a fog was lifted, the places would appear on the holographic projection. Before long, a huge warship appeared on the holographic projection. When she saw the huge warship, Faldina's beautiful eyes congealed, and she spoke gravely. "It's Elgard, a legend-rank human hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. He's not only very strong, but also possesses the Holy Flame Sword. He once killed an Abyssal Fiend Lord. Their strength terrific, demigod-rank Abyssal Fiend Barons weren't existences with whom ordinary legend-rank human experts could contend. However, if a legend-rank human expert was equipped with a god armament rank treasure and used some strategy, then it wasn't impossible to kill an Abyssal Fiend Baron." Yang Feng spoke indifferently. "Kill him." FRUUBnovel.com. On the sea, aboard an 80-meter-long warship stood a valiant, burly man with the god armament Holy Flame Sword on his back. This man was the legend-rank hero Elgard. An old voice came from the black necklace hanging in front of his chest. "Elgard, once you get to the Golden Strait, make sure to keep a low profile. Inside the Golden Strait, there are bound to be countless gods' darlings and divine chosen sent by the gods. There will even be clones and true gods of gods going to the Golden Plain. Only when the situation devolves into chaos can you have a glimmer of hope to get your hands on the Apple of Wisdom." Elgard responded confidently, "I know. With your help, the Apple of Wisdom is mine, teacher." From the black necklace came the old voice again. "Remember your promise. After you become a true god, be sure to resurrect me." The flames of ambition blazed in Elgard's eyes, and he spoke with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron. "Of course, I will become a god, a true god. If you want to cross my bridge, you must pay the toll first. The toll to enter the Golden Strait is 30,000 standard divine force crystals. There is a total of 8 slots to enter the Golden Strait. Get out of here if you don't want to pay. Otherwise, we will label you as an enemy and sink you." A tyrannical voice sounded in the sea. When the voice sounded, the 17th Steel Fleet carrying a biting cold killing intent appeared in the horizon. Stupefied, Elgard looked at the Steel Fleet and asked, "Teacher, who are they?" The black jewel in the center of the black necklace flickered with light, and an eye formed and looked at the Steel Fleet. The eye glimmered with shock. "I don't know. I've never seen them. More than 3 seconds have passed without a response. You have been labeled an enemy. Attack!" The tyrannical voice sounded again, and the frigates, destroyers, and other warships of the Steel Fleet rumbled, and sky-covering artillery barrage swept towards the warship. Boom! Faced with the veil of artillery barrage, the warship was blasted to tatters and sank to the bottom of the sea. Elgard drew the god armament Holy Flame Sword, and a magic shield enveloped him. With the sword in hand, he sank to the bottom of the sea, and then quickly swam towards the steel fleet. As long as he got close to the steel fleet, he could kill the people aboard. Shortly after Elgard entered the sea, a large school of sea hunters rushed towards him. Elgard's face fell, and he frantically swam towards the surface of the sea. Inside the sea, he could not employ the flame domain he had painstakingly cultivated. The speed of the school of sea hunters was just too terrifying. Within several breaths, they appeared in front of Elgard and pounced on him. Elgard roared and struggled desperately. After only a dozen seconds, he was turned into a heap of bones, leaving only the god armament Holy Flame Sword as well as the strange black necklace behind. On dryland, Elgard was definitely a first-rate powerhouse, and coupled with the god armament Holy Flame Sword, he could even contend against a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse. But within the sea, he couldn't even unleash 1/10 of his ability, and was killed by the sea hunters. Before long, 2 sea hunters jumped onto the deck of the Black Steel Warship and offered Yang Feng the god armament Holy Flame Sword and the strange black necklace. That's a god armament. Yang Feng grabbed the god armament Holy Flame Sword and looked at it curiously. According to Zhangji Plains grading, god armaments were classified as level 6 secret treasures and higher. The god armaments used by the gods contained various laws and could unleash terrific power. If placed on the Zhangji Plain, the god armament Holy Flame Sword would give rise to numerous moonlight warlocks vying over it. Level 6 secret treasures were very precious. Apart from the Great Cloud Dynasty's generals, the 10 Great Sects' true disciples, and moonlight warlocks of some major sects, many other moonlight warlocks didn't possess a level 6 secret treasure. When Yang Feng poured his life energy into the Holy Flame Sword, the sword radiated light, and a flame enveloped the sword in an instant, emitting terrific fluctuations of power. There was a look of admiration in his eyes. What an astounding sword! It's a god armament indeed. It's much better than the weapons I used until now. Yang Feng could clearly sense that with the Holy Flame Sword in hand, he could even release level 5 fire spells. Moreover, the Holy Flame Sword was a masterless god armament, which meant that anyone could use it. It suited him very well. Yang Feng glanced at the black necklace in his hand and said indifferently, "Next, what should I do with you?" From the black necklace came the old voice. "I am the god of Fire Vega. I possess countless bodies of knowledge and experience. So long as you swear to resurrect me, then I'm willing to be your teacher and help you become a god." Yang Feng showed an odd smile and said, "The god of Fire Vega? You're a god? Wrong, you're an ancient devil." This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. From the black necklace came the old voice, unwavering. "No, you have to believe me. I am really the god of Fire Vega." Yang Feng spoke indifferently. "I'm a human warlock from the Zhangji Plain proficient in the study of devils. This black necklace isn't a treasure storing the divine soul of a god, but rather a sealed jewel sealing the soul of a devil." The old voice suddenly changed into a seductive and charming female voice. "Yes, I am an ancient devil, and a beautiful and enchanting female devil marquis to boot. Human warlock, if you let me out, I'll offer you all my knowledge and power, become your slave, and help you become a bright world warlock." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. Primal chaos light enveloped his right hand, and he pinched the jewel. "Ah, what are you doing? It hurts. Stop. Don't you want my knowledge? I have enough knowledge to help you promote to a bright world warlock. And there's even a chance that you can become an infinity warlock." A ferocious and painful bellow came from the jewel. The voice sounded male. Yang Feng smiled coldly, not moved at all. "Ancient devils are masters at toying with people's souls. They're extremely cunning. I don't think I can beat you in terms of schemes, you crafty old freak. As such, although it's a waste, but please die." From the black necklace came shrill cries. No matter what threats and promises the ancient devil inside the necklace made, Yang Feng didn't waver. Before long, the black jewel turned into a brilliant soul stone. As she watched the ancient devil being wiped out by Yang Feng, Grace felt a sense of awe in her heart. What a frightening man! The promises of the ancient devil could even entice the gods. Yet Yang Feng didn't hesitate to wipe its soul out. His steel-like will made Grace admire him. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the ancient devil. Chapter 433, Seriously Injuring an Expert from the Country of Dragons. Chapter 433, Seriously Injuring an Expert from the Country of Dragons. Translator, Xuanhuan. On the sea, a 100-meter-long warship sped towards the Golden Strait. A steel fleet suddenly appeared ahead of the warship, and countless artillery fire immediately covered the warship, tearing it to pieces. A beam of white light shot out of the warship and fled towards the rear helter-skelter. In another place on the sea, there was a warship more than 80 meters in length speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel fleet appeared in front of the warship, and an artillery barrage roared, blasting the warship to pieces. Such scenes continuously repeated in the East Sea. Spread throughout the East Sea, the ever-increasing number of steel fleets intercepted countless forces longing for the wisdom apple with an overbearing attitude. Of the Fearsome Plains experts whose ships were blown apart by the steel fleets, some chose to give up, others chose to wander outside the sphere of influence of the steel fleets, and yet others formed alliances. With the passage of time, under the pressure of the steel fleets, the alliances formed in the East Sea were turned upside down, not daring to engage with the steel fleets. The legend-rank powerhouses cultivated by the Fearsome Plains hidden forces were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the arrival of the most powerful forces. A few days later, a 100-meter-long white dragon exuding ancient dragon might flew over from afar. There was a man and a woman standing on the white dragon. The man was very handsome, had dazzling golden hair and golden eyes, and brimmed with dignity. The woman was stunningly beautiful, had silver hair, silver eyes, sparkling skin, supple curves, and a grim expression, and was brimming with an aura of mystery. Experts from the country of dragons are here. They're geniuses from the country of dragons. The golden dragon Xuanhuan and the silver dragon Cecilia. The legend-rank powerhouses wandering around the steel fleets had a lot of experience, many of whom had gods or fiends, devils or other beings comparable to gods as their backers. Thanks to the guidance of those powerful beings, they recognized the two great geniuses from the country of dragons. Standing on a lotus leaf, 5 legend-rank experts, 4 men and 1 woman, coldly watched the 3 experts from the country of dragons. The leader of the 5, a man with blade scars on his face, asked gravely, "Say, do you think they'll go to the waters of the Black Dragon country?" The man with blade scars on his face was called Guard, a legend-rank powerhouse who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. He slayed countless abyssal fiends. After the planar tide arrived, abyssal fiends have swept the Fearsome Plain. In the fierce fighting against the abyssal fiends, numerous human legend-rank heroes emerged seemingly from hidden corners and stepped onto the stage of history. No one knew which powerful existences stood behind those legend-rank heroes. A handsome young man in black knight garments, with blonde hair and blue eyes, smiled and said, "Those dragons are extremely arrogant. I'll bet that they'll clash with the Black Dragon country's steel warships." The man in black knight garments was called Black Garments Knight Earl Tenny, a human legend-rank hero who also rose to prominence during the Democalypse. In the course of several years of the Democalypse, he slayed countless abyssal fiends, and finally acquired the aristocratic title of Earl of Estate. The other 3 legend-rank experts nodded their heads, looking at the 3 experts from the country of dragons. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. The white dragon exuding ancient dragon might came down and stopped on the edge of a steel fleet. Xuanhuan's voice full of majesty echoed in the area. "I am Xuanhuan from the country of dragons. Get out of the way. We want to enter the Golden Strait." All eyes were focused on the steel fleet. Scout Eagle, Mage Eye, Fiend Eye, Magic Crystal Ball, the legend-rank powerhouses on the edge of the boundary of the steel fleet cast different spells and watched the reaction of the steel fleet. The country of dragons was one of the most powerful forces on the Fearsome Plain. If the gods weren't taken into consideration, then the dragons and dragonborn of the country of dragons could easily destroy the 4 great empires. On the Fearsome Plain, even though the dragon divine system was composed of few individuals, but no one dared to underestimate their fighting strength. Even the most powerful Xalia and Titan divine systems weren't willing to be enemies with the terrifying dragon divine system. If you want to cross my bridge, you must pay the toll first. The toll to enter the Golden Strait is 30,000 standard divine force crystals. There is a total of 8 slots to enter the Golden Strait. Get out of here if you don't want to pay. Otherwise, we will label you as an enemy and sink you. A tyrannical voice sounded in the sea. The engines of countless supersonic fighters roared as they flew towards the dragons. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors, and other battle robots launched and formed a three-dimensional battle array that encompassed the sea and the air and rushed towards the dragons. When they heard the tyrannical reply of the Black Dragon country, gazes of schadenfreude immediately focused on Shanair and his party. Shanair's face turned livid. Staring at the various battle robots in the distance, his eyes almost spurted flames. He was a golden dragon genius and, as his father was an archaic dragon, he possessed archaic dragon bloodline. With the power of his noble bloodline, he even defeated many Starry Sky Warlock rank elders of his race. No matter where he went, he was the focus of attention due to his noble identity and formidable strength. No one has ever dared to retort his words. Now, however, someone even told him to get lost, which he viewed as an insult. Damned human ant! Let me destroy your prized golems. A cold gleam flashed past Shanair's eyes, and he uttered numerous mysterious words in dragon tongue and pointing to the sky. A terrifying amount of fire elemental particles filled the sky and converged into roiling fire clouds. Forbidden spell. He wants to cast a forbidden spell. This is a large area of effect forbidden spell. When the surrounding powerhouses saw this, their eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. On the Fearsome plane, the meteorological spells cast by human warlocks were called forbidden spells. If a forbidden spell was unleashed, tens of thousands of soldiers could die. As such, the use of such spells on the Fearsome plane was forbidden by the gods. Once anyone used a forbidden spell, the gods had the right to personally intervene and kill the perpetrator. Even if Shanair was a dragon genius with archaic dragon bloodline, but once he violated this taboo, any human god could swoop in and kill him. The dragons, who were protective of their own, wouldn't retaliate, and that was because on the Fearsome plane, the two human divine systems and the human neutral gods were still the most formidable. However, the use of forbidden spells was only prohibited when it came to internal use. But now that Yang Feng's identity as its Sangji Plains human warlock has been exposed, no one would come to stop Shanair from using a forbidden spell against Yang Feng, let alone the gods personally intervening and killing him. As the flame cloud churned in the sky, thousands of Starry Sky Rippers, spell disruptors, and various other battle robots speedily flew towards the flame cloud. Large numbers of destroyers and frigates equipped with large railguns, positron artilleries, large heavy artilleries, machine cannons, and other artilleries flashed with light and formed a frightening screen of artillery fire shooting towards the three dragon powerhouses. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Annihilate the enemy! Wipe them out! A resounding alarm echoed in the area. The 10 steel fleets wandering in the vicinity rushed towards the dragons like a pack of wolves. In the sea, as if they had smelt blood, countless sea hunters rushed towards the dragons as well. The face of the ancient white dragon suddenly fell, and he uttered numerous words in dragon tongue. He instantly erupted with demigod rank might, and magic light shone, forming a huge rock wall in front of him. The artillery barrage slammed into the huge rock wall. In only 3 seconds, the huge rock wall dozens of meters thick was torn apart, and a terrifying light curtain engulfed the 3 experts of the country of dragons. Shanair, Cecilia, run! The ancient white dragon issued a heaven-shattering bellow. Magic shields covered his body, and he blocked in front of the 2 dragon geniuses. Under the heavy bombardment, the magic shields only lasted for a second before collapsing. Railgun beams, positron beams, machine cannon shells, and countless other artillery barrage slammed into the ancient white dragon and turned him into a huge sieve, with blood flowing all over. Shanair's face turned white at this scene. Unable to believe his eyes, he shouted mournfully, Uncle Anta. With his Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, the ancient white dragon Anta couldn't last even a second under the bombardment, greatly exceeding Shanair's expectations. He had no idea that the Steel Fleet was this terrifying. Chapter 434, Experts Gather. Chapter 434, Experts Gather. Translator, Xuanhuan. If there was no interference from the gods, a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragon could easily destroy a human kingdom. Shanair and Cecilia were peerless geniuses who could rival Starry Sky Warlock rank dragons. These three powerhouses from the country of dragons had Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess, which was the source of Shanair's confidence. Now, however, the Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient white dragon was seriously injured by the Steel Fleet, which left the exceptional golden dragon genius Shanair stunned, and his body shivered in realization of how powerful the enemy was. With their Mach 10 speed, as if tearing open the Starry Sky, the Starry Sky Rippers instantly appeared in front of the three experts, their electronic eyes shimmering with cold red light, and launched an attack. Just then, the cherry lips of Cecilia, who quietly watching the goings-on, parted, and she spoke loudly. "We are willing to surrender and pay a ransom." Almost at the same time, the super high-frequency oscillation blades in the hands of the Starry Sky Rippers stopped before the ancient white dragon's various vital points. If Cecilia had been any slower, the ancient white dragon would have been sliced to pieces. The Steel Fleet also stopped shooting in a flash. As soon as the artillery beams disappeared, the bloody holes on the ancient white dragon Anta's body quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. The healing power of a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragon was frightening. If he hadn't protected the geniuses of the country of dragons Shanair and Cecilia, Anta wouldn't have been seriously wounded that easily. If he took to flight, he could have outmaneuvered most of the attacks. In the blink of an eye, a Starry Sky Ripper blurred into motion and appeared in front of Cecilia, and then said coldly in a synthesized voice, "Less than 3,000 standard divine force crystals. This is your ransom." Shanair was shocked. What fast speed! The Starry Sky Ripper's movement speed was much faster than Shanair's. Without spatial spells, Shanair couldn't compare to the Starry Sky Ripper in terms of movement speed. Seeing the thousands of Starry Sky Rippers flying his way, Shanair's scalp turned numb. He spat out a mouthful of blood and bore the pain from the backlash that came with the release of the forbidden spell being forcibly interrupted. Cecilia waved her hand, and a space ring flew into the hand of the Starry Sky Ripper. "There are 33,000 standard divine force crystals there. I want a slot to enter the Golden Strait." Shanair's gaze focused on Cecilia, a look of shock in his eyes. He didn't expect Cecilia to be able to come up with 33,000 standard divine force crystals. This meant that she had a dragon god as her backer. The Starry Sky Ripper grabbed the space ring and immediately flew towards the Black Steel Warship at the frightening Mach 10 speed. The experts of the country of dragons lost. The Steel Fleets are really terrifying. In the surroundings, the faces of the legend rank experts trying to fish in troubled waters fell at this scene. The fighting strength of the three dragon experts of the country of dragons could rival that of demigod rank experts. Nevertheless, the three suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Steel Fleet, giving the surrounding legend rank powerhouses a better understanding of the Steel Fleet's strength. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, Yang Feng received the space ring, and, with a thought, divine force crystals brimming with divine force appeared in his hand. Looking at the divine force crystals, he showed a smile. Divine force crystals were very precious. In a year, the faith force provided by a saint-rank believer could form a single divine force crystal. The population of the Morantz Empire was enormous. Despite that, the Zalia Divine System's radiant primary god could only get over 1,000 divine force crystals in a year. Divine force crystals were a necessary ingredient for constructing divine countries, upgrading godhead, condensing divine force clones, and casting divine spells. Without enough divine force crystals, a strong divine force rank god wouldn't be a match for an infinity warlock. But with sufficient divine force crystals, a strong divine force rank god could beat up 2 ordinary infinity warlocks. After every war between the gods, there would be a period of truce hundreds or even a 1,000 years long, which served for them to accumulate enough divine force crystals. Among gods, divine force crystals were the most common currency, ranking second only to soul stones. Yang Feng wanted his clone to become a god on the Feisua plane. For that purpose, divine force crystals were an essential thing. A starry sky ripper landed in front of Cecilia and said, "Very well. Please come with me. The rest of you leave now." Cecilia blurred and jumped onto the back of the starry sky ripper. Its engine roared, and the starry sky ripper flew towards the Black Steel Warship. Anta looked deeply at Cecilia before saying gravely, "Let's go." His face gloomy. Shanair gnashed his teeth and looked deeply into the distance. Feeling humiliated, he transformed into a golden dragon exuding frightening aura and flew away. They even dare to fight the country of dragons. How bold! The legend rank experts outside the scope of the Steel Fleet were shocked to say the least. The country of dragons was one of the strongest forces on the Feisua plane, and no one dared to rashly offend it. Yet without any hesitation, the Steel Fleet inflicted serious injuries upon the ancient white dragon, and nearly killed the 3 experts from the country of dragons. This decisive stance showed everyone how determined Yang Feng was in defending these waters. When Cecilia boarded the Black Steel Warship, she bowed towards Yang Feng in salute. "Well met, Your Majesty Ian." No matter how proud she was as a dragon, Cecilia knew that in front of this young man, she couldn't show any pride, as even the gods feared the power the man in front of her wielded. Yang Feng casually pointed and smiled, saying, "Please take a seat." When Cecilia sat down, her gaze fell on the vivid holographic projection which covered the waters under Yang Feng's control, and her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. "What an amazing spell! That's a human warlock from the legendary plane for you." Being very proud, the dragons looked down on the weak humans. Only the Zhangji Plane's human warlocks, who were powerful enough, could win their respect. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, even the Dawn dynasty has suppressed everything and controlled countless planes. The Feisua Plane's dragons were well aware of the power and terror of the Zhangji Plane's human warlocks, who were terrific existences that could rival gods and demon gods. A warship that looked like an amalgamation of bones shrouded in a thick layer of demonic fog and was exuding frigid ghost chi was coming from afar. Aboard the warship stood abyssal fiends, and there were even 6 abyssal fiend barons. "The abyssal fiends are here. They came." When the legend rank experts saw the 6 abyssal fiend barons, their faces fell, and they quickly fled to the surrounding area, making way for the abyssal fiends. Soon after the abyssal fiends appeared, a human fleet with 12 legendary warships as the core and 1,100-meter-long warships making up the rest of the fleet approached from afar. The Morance Empire's fleet. They came as well. After seeing the 12 legendary warships, the eyes of the human legend rank experts lit up, and they commented excitedly. As one of the 4 great empires, the Morance Empire was backed by one of the most powerful divine systems of the Feisua plane, the Xalia divine system. Even the Dragon divine system was far weaker than the Xalia divine system. The human legend rank experts looked forward to the confrontation between the proud Xalia divine system's divine chosen and Yang Feng's steel fleets. Before long, a human fleet consisting of 8 legendary warships and 1,000 ordinary warships appeared in the surrounding waters. The Titan Empire's fleet. They're here. That's the Titan Empire's legendary warship, Rolling Thunder Warship. Excited clamor rose in the air as the human legend rank powerhouses began anticipating the following development even more. Only when the situation became chaotic would they have a chance to sneak into the Golden Strait. The 3 forces capable of easily pulverizing a coastal state or tearing apart the East Sea's 3 pirate kings stopped outside the Steel Fleet's cordon. Not long after, a huge legendary warship made of the bones of some unknown giant extraordinary life form appeared in the distance. Along with the bone warship, there was also a fantastic elven legendary warship full of all kinds of extraordinary plants. The Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire have joined forces. Yes. And there's still the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. When they saw the bone warship and the elven warship, the eyes of the legend rank powerhouses lit up, and they discussed excitedly. The arrival of the fleets meant that the Feisua Plain's top forces have come together to face Yang Feng's seemingly invincible mechanical legion. Waves raged, and a giant dragon whale more than 5,000 meters in length rose from the sea. With the lower body of a fish and the upper body of a stunningly beautiful and sensual woman with snow-white skin, large bright eyes, long purple hair, and delicate facial features. A gorgeous merperson girl with a trident in hand stood on the back of the giant dragon whale. Chapter 435, Angel Legion and the Brave Legion. Chapter 435, Angel Legion and the Brave Legion. Translator, Xuanhuan. Behind the beautiful merperson girl stood 20 burly whaleman soldiers 10 meters in height. The 20 whaleman soldiers exude legend rank fluctuations of power. Next to the huge dragon whale, the waves churned, and countless merfolk soldiers shot out of the water and landed on the surface of the sea, staring coldly at the surrounding experts. The merperson Empress Brihea. She's the most beautiful empress of the mer people indeed. When the human legend rank experts saw the beautiful merperson girl in the distance, their eyes flashed with fascination. In this part of the sea, there were many top beauties, but in terms of looks and temperament, no one could hold a candle to the mermaid Empress Brihea. Even the elven top beauties were slightly inferior to her. As if there was a tacit understanding between the five forces, they appeared in different locations and faced each other. The abyssal fiends were originally a mortal enemy of all the forces of the Feisua Plain, but now everyone was turning a blind eye to them. All eyes were focused on the part of the sea which was occupied by the Steel Fleet. The numerous warships of the Morance Empire parted, and the legendary warship Windbreaker covered in magic sails and carved with countless mysterious inscriptions swam towards the part of the sea with the Steel Fleet. Windbreaker was the fastest legendary warship on the Feisua Plain. Aboard Windbreaker, an old man dressed in an archbishop robe spoke in a dignified voice. Duke Ian, I am Cobham, the Vice Pope of the Radiant Church. I command you to open a path and let the fleet of the Morance Empire through. Otherwise, I will deprive you of your title and all your possessions in the Morance Empire. At the same time, you will become an enemy of the Morance Empire. If you want to cross my bridge, you must pay the toll first. The toll to enter the Golden Strait is 30,000 standard divine force crystals. There is a total of 7 slots left to enter the Golden Strait. Get out of here if you don't have the money. Otherwise, we will label you as an enemy and wipe you out. A tremendous voice sounded in the sea, and the steel fleets cruising in nearby parts of the sea quickly swam this way. A burly man built like a bear dressed in a silver armor standing on a warship of the Titan Empire sneered, "Ha ha, Cobham. Your duke doesn't seem to listen to you. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience." Cobham spoke flatly. Henceforth, he is no longer a duke of the Morance Empire. The great primary god shall send angels to purify this evil heretic. Cobham silently recited an incantation and pointed to the sky with the scepter in his hand. In the sky, a divine country projection containing numerous luxurious palaces, beautiful mountains and rivers, and countless angels suddenly appeared in the air. A vast, sacred, and mighty aura slowly seeped out of the divine country. Sacred light shot out of the divine country projection and made a cut in the void, and a gate composed of pure light suddenly appeared in the void. From the gate of light, numerous beautiful angels poured out, and then stood proudly in the sky. Each angel exuded pinnacle legend rank aura. Angel Legion, an angel legion of the Xalia divine system. Those are radiant angels, the most powerful radiant angels. When the surrounding legend rank experts saw the angels pouring out of the divine country projection, their faces flickered at once. Angel legions were the most powerful battle core of the Xalia divine system's gods, and the most powerful angels were even stronger than many gods. Under the radiant primary god Prados, there were 3 blazing angels of the highest rank. Using a god armament, each of the 3 blazing angels have killed an intermediate divine force rank god. In the Xalia divine system, the angels of some feeble divine force rank gods were even more powerful than themselves. On the Feisua Plain, during wars of gods, wherever angel legions passed through, rivers of blood start and mountains of corpses pile up. Suffice it to say that countless experts have died at the hands of formidable angel legions. Is a war of gods approaching? Ever since the gods signed the Treaty of the Gods, there has never been a trace of an angel legion in the secular world. When the legend rank experts saw the angel legion, they felt their blood run cold. In peacetime, legend rank powerhouses were the strongest fighting strength of the various forces. But in wars of gods, legend rank powerhouses were merely foot soldiers and cannon fodder. In the divine countries of gods, legend rank angels were just ordinary foot soldiers. Angel Legion. The eyes of the man built like a bear in silver armor flashed gravely, and he fished out a silver greatsword and pointed to the sky. A divine country projection suddenly appeared in the air, and a grand, 9-story-tall palace covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers appeared in the divine country projection. Inside the grand palace there were countless female and male warriors, displaying the most exquisite martial arts, which were refined over countless years. They fought with one another. Any human sacred swordsman would feel ashamed from the bottom of their heart after witnessing these consummate martial arts. A golden radiance shot out of the palace and entered the void, forming a golden gate. From the golden gate, one extraordinary soldier after another walked out, exuding terrific fluctuations of power. Braves! The Titan Empire's brave soldiers. After the most formidable experts of each generation of the Titan Empire die, they are turned into brave soldiers. They sure are dreadful. When the surrounding legend rank experts saw the frightening soldiers come out of the divine country projection, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The Xalia Divine System's Angel Legions and the Titan Divine System's Brave Legions were among the most powerful legions of the Feisua Plain. The Xalia Divine System's angels were former most devout believers. After these believers died and their souls entered divine countries, they would go through various mysterious changes before finally being reborn into angel soldiers unafraid of death with no memory of their former life. The Titan Empire's braves were former most formidable experts of each generation of the Titan Empire. After these experts died, their souls would be drawn into divine countries, where they got new divine bodies. Training day and night, they would be tempered into the strongest soldiers. In terms of individual strength, the Titan Empire's braves were by far stronger than the Morinth Empire's angels. However, the Morinth Empire's angel legions compensated their lack in individual strength with numbers. To date, the win-slash-loss ratio between angel legions and brave legions was approximately 7-3 in favor of angel legions, which was in great part thanks to the 5 blazing angels and their terrifying battle prowess. Of the 5 blazing angels, 3 were radiant blazing angels under the radiant primary god Prados, 1 was a war blazing angel under the god of war Barrios, and 1 was a fire blazing angel under the god of flames Thames. In the Titan Empire, only the war holy brave under the god of war Amigo, the thunder holy brave under the strong divine force rank god of thunder Gaba, and the earth holy brave under the strong divine force rank goddess of the earth Victoria could contend against the blazing angels. The Beastman divine system and Elven divine system, only by joining forces, could contend against the Xalia divine system or the Titan divine system. If the 2 human divine systems, the Xalia divine system and the Titan divine system, weren't mortal enemies, and if it wasn't for the impediment from the neutral gods, darkness divine system, sea divine system, giant divine system, dragon divine system, and many other divine systems, then there would be no room for non-human gods on the Feisua Plain. Cobham scanned the demon fleet composed of countless abyss fiends with a glance and said indifferently, "Vance, those damned fiends shouldn't stay here. They should go in and throw away their lives." "That's right." The man in silver armor showed a ferocious smile and looked at the abyssal fiends, and then continued coldly, "Fiends, are you going in there? Or do you want to be strangled here?" FGUYOBinovel.com. Led by a gorgeous, curvaceous angel with 2 pairs of wings on her back. A dense crowd of angels shot down and blocked the escape route of the abyssal fiends. Led by a handsome and burly brave with a dragon spear in hand, 60 demigod rank braves separated themselves from the brave legion and blocked behind the abyssal fiends, looking down at the abyss fiends as if they were ants. The charming face of the 4-winged angel flashed coldly, and she uttered frigidly, "I am Angel on Psi. Fiends, charge ahead. I'll give you 5 seconds." After 5 seconds, you'll die if you don't get moving. The eyes of an abyssal fiend Baron rank horned flickered with a crafty gleam, and he barked. The gods are not to interfere in the affairs of the secular world. This is a stipulation agreed upon by the gods. How dare you angels come to the secular world? Aren't you afraid of the backlash from breaking the treaty of the gods? Abyssal fiend lords were clear about the treaty of the gods, which was why they revealed their identity and came to the Feisua plane. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have dared to appear in front of the gods. You talk too much rubbish. The pretty eyes of the four-winged angel shimmered with a cruel glint. A spatial fluctuation surged, and she disappeared from in an instant. In the next moment, she strangely appeared behind the abyssal fiend Baron rank horned and stabbed him in the heart with the spear of light in her hand. Chapter 436, Crushing the Abyssal Fiends. Chapter 436, Crushing the Abyssal Fiends. Translator, Xuanhuan. When the boundless light poured into the horned, he issued shrill screams, and one blister after another appeared on his body. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est-Envel reading experience. The next moment, boundless light shot out of the horned, purifying him completely. freoebnovel.com. Both frightened and angered, an abyssal fiend Baron standing next to the horned suddenly stabbed his claw into Onsai. In a flash, Onsai's body collapsed and turned into countless motes of light that dissipated. Looking up into the sky, Onsai could be seen standing in her original position, as if she had never moved. A sense of horror gripped the hearts of the abyssal fiends in the wink of an eye. Great warlock rank abyssal fiends experts and higher already possessed intelligence as well as fear that came with being intelligent life forms. For the angel Onsai to be able to insta-kill an abyssal fiend baron, she was much stronger than any of the abyssal fiend barons present. Besides, there was a large number of angels behind her. The abyssal fiends stood no chance. An abyssal fiend baron looked at Onsai with fear in his eyes and said gravely, "Okay, we'll go." Compared to the unknown steel fleets, the abyssal fiends were more afraid of the mighty angel legion. Flapping their wings, the abyssal fiends rose into the air and turned into streaks of light shooting towards the part of the sea occupied by the steel fleets. "If you want to cross my bridge, you must pay the toll first. The toll to enter the Golden Strait is 30,000 standard divine force crystals. There is a total of 7 slots left to enter the Golden Strait. Get lost if you don't have the money. Otherwise, we will label you as an enemy and wipe you out." An overbearing voice sounded in the sea. An abyssal fiend baron shouted, "Human warlock, we have no evil intentions. Please let us pass. In exchange, we can offer you 100 great fiends as slaves and all the knowledge we grasp." Knowledge and resources were the things what human warlocks worked hard to search for throughout many planes. For the sake of knowledge and power, the Zhangji Plains human warlocks were even willing to trade with the cunning devils. The countless muzzles of the nearby steel fleets flashed brightly, and a dense rain of light barreled towards the fiends. The fiends in the sky were soon blasted into tatters or punched full of holes. Despite being as tough as iron, but the great fiends stood no chance against the artillery barrage. One by one, the great fiends were torn into tatters and fell from the sky. As if savage beasts, countless sea rippers pounced on the tatters that remained of the great fiends that fell into the sea. Whether the sky or the sea, there was no safe place. Light beams were everywhere. The great fiends and abyssal fiend lords frantically cast spells to avoid the bombardment. From time to time, a couple of great fiends would be hit by the various beams and get torn to pieces. So strong. These steel warships are really frightening. The destructive power of these steel warships might be comparable to that of the gods. When the surrounding legend rank powerhouses saw the great fiends being blasted apart, they were overcome with a sense of horror. In terms of physical constitution, most of them were by far inferior to the great fiends, and not many among them have mastered blink. As such, if it was them who were locked on by the barrage, not even a few would be able to keep their lives for a protracted period of time. Onsai and the brave with a dragon lance in hand watched the hail of light with a dignified look in their eyes. With their bountiful battle experience, they quickly identified the threat of the steel fleets. Space disruptors quietly flew out of the sea, and spatial disruption ripples enveloped the sky. All of a sudden, the face of an abyssal fiend baron who wanted to use blink fell, and the spatial fluctuations that have enveloped him dissipated. No! The abyssal fiend baron uttered a miserable scream before beams of light hit him and blasted him apart in an instant. I surrender. I surrender. Mighty human warlock. I surrender. Spare my miserable life. The complexion of a sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, nearly wiping out the sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron. Beams of light slammed into the void. In the next moment, countless bright beams enveloped the remaining few abyssal fiend barons and destroyed them in an instant, leaving only the sheep-headed abyssal fiend behind. 8 starry sky rippers coming from afar appeared beside the sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron in an instant, and numerous sharp blades locked his movement space completely. Once the sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron did anything suspicious, he would be cut into numerous pieces. They were killed so easy. How could the abyssal fiends be so easily wiped out? Heavens! There were abyssal fiend barons among them. Stunned, the surrounding legend rank experts could not believe their eyes. Each abyssal fiend baron possessed terrific strength that could rival that of demigod rank experts. This group of abyssal fiends could destroy many small states of the Feisua plane. For the powerful abyssal fiends to be erased so easily, this was naturally shocking. The eyes of Onsai and the brave with a dragon spear in hand flickered with a dignified gleam. The 8 starry sky rippers took the sheep-headed abyssal fiend to see Yang Feng on the Black Steel Warship. When the sheep-headed fiend saw Yang Feng, he knelt at once and said flatteringly, "I am Rick, Master. Please accept this loyal servant." Even the arrogant gods of the various planes have previously prostrated themselves on the ground in front of human warlocks and became their lackeys, and abyssal fiends were no different. In the era of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the demonic divine dynasty, countless gods and demonic beings were enslaved by human warlocks. In the era of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord has captured countless gods and demonic beings for his research. Yang Feng looked at Rick and silently recited an incantation, and black runes emerges on his index finger and formed a black chain. When he saw the chain formed by countless black runes on Yang Feng's index finger, Rick's countenance suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Lock Demonic Chain!" Lock Demonic Chain was a spell developed by the Third Warlock Dynasty specially used to enslave all kinds of fiends. Once trapped by Lock Demonic Chain, abyssal fiends would be unable to betray or disobey the orders of the caster. Rick was seeing this legendary spell for the first time. Yang Feng spoke coldly, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Rick's eyes swiveled, and he responded respectfully, "I want to live, Master. Please unleash Lock Demonic Chain and engrave it on my soul." Yang Feng got up and pointed at Rick, and the black chain entered Rick's forehead. Giving up any resistance, Rick let the black chain sink into his forehead and wrap around his soul. Yang Feng waved his hand and said coldly, "Stand aside." Rick stood aside respectfully and looked at Yang Feng with reverence. "Yes, Master." After subduing the abyssal fiend Rick, Yang Feng's eyes immediately fell on the holographic projection. The trifling fiends didn't count for much. The Angel Legion and Brave Legion, on the other hand, were most terrifying enemies. Moreover, the experts from the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire may respectively call beast emissaries and battle elves at any time. Beast emissaries were the troops of the Beastman Divine System, while battle elves were the troops of the Elven Divine System. In terms of individual strength, beast emissaries and battle elves weren't inferior to angels. However, they were far less numerous than angels. Additionally, among the beast emissaries and battle elves, there were only 2 experts capable of contending against the blazing angels. Even so, the strength of beast emissaries and battle elves should not be underestimated. If it wasn't for the planar tide, Yang Feng would never have dared to dispatch his fleets to seal the entrance to the Golden Strait. "I am willing to pay 30,000 standard divine force crystals. Please let me in, Your Majesty." Shrouded in darkness, an expert draped in a cloak that concealed their face came to the edge of a steel fleet's perimeter and opened his hand, revealing a storage ring. A starry sky ripper came down from the sky and took the storage ring, and then flew back to the Black Steel Warship. "You! Come here!" Before long, a starry sky ripper came down from the sky and stopped beside the expert. The expert, shrouded in darkness, blurred into motion and landed on the starry sky ripper, and then rode the starry sky ripper to the Black Steel Warship. Chapter 437 Joint Attack. Chapter 437 Joint Attack. Translator: Xuanhuan. Eyes filled with complex emotions were focused on the cloaked person. Everyone knew that there must be a god behind the cloaked person, and there was even a possibility that he himself was a clone or even the true body of a god. A tremendous voice echoed in the sea. "And now, there are only 6 slots left. Anyone who wants to go to the Golden Strait, do hurry and pay the divine force crystals." An expert in a Saiyan cloak took out a storage ring and said coldly, "Here are 30,000 divine force crystals. I want a slot." A starry sky ripper came down from the sky and verified the authenticity of the storage ring, and then flew to the Black Steel Warship with the expert in a Saiyan cloak. "Now, there are only 5 slots left." A voluptuous and sensual beauty with long and wavy purple hair draped over her shoulders smiled and fished out a storage ring, and then handed it to a starry sky ripper. "There are 30,000 divine force crystals here. Please let me enter the Golden Strait as well." After the contents were verified, a starry sky ripper flew to the Black Steel Warship with the purple-haired beauty. "Now, there are only 4 slots left." The surrounding legend rank experts silently watched the steel fleets with flickering eyes. If 30,000 divine force crystals could buy you an apple of wisdom, it would naturally be more than worth it. However, the 30,000 divine force crystals toll might not necessarily get you the apple of wisdom. Feeling a headache, the powerful existence behind the legend rank experts sank into hesitation. 30,000 divine force crystals wasn't a small amount. On the desolate islands, after hundreds of years, many demigod rank freaks accumulated hundreds of divine force crystals. Even with countless believers, the Radiant Church could only harvest more than 1,000 divine force crystals per year. 30,000 divine force crystals was like a huge threshold that blocked countless experts thirsting to go to the Golden Strait and get the apple of wisdom. Ansai looked deeply at the steel fleets and uttered flatly, "Avalon? How about we join forces to destroy those golems?" Avalon, it's him, the Titan Empire's 10th generation strongest hero who succeeded the title of Titan. It's that legendary hero who slayed a demigod rank ancient evil dragon and a kindred baron. Reportedly, he was a peerless expert who could rival gods during his life. Updated from freeobnul.com. When they heard the name Avalon, the knowledgeable legend rank experts recalled a famous figure in history, and they looked at Avalon with shock in their eyes. Avalon was publicly acknowledged as one of the 10 most powerful human heroes of the Titan Empire and even the Fearsome plane since a war of the gods thousands of years ago. During his lifetime, he has killed several demigod rank freaks, and according to legend, he even possessed god rank strength. It was naturally shocking to have such a formidable hero emerge from a divine country. The Braves were peerless experts of the Titan Empire's successive generations during their lifetime. After they were transformed into Braves, they spent their time fighting and practicing cultivation in divine countries, improving their strength for the past tens of thousands of years. After tens of thousands of years, Avalon's battle prowess have reached an immeasurable degree. Smiling, Avalon looked at Brihea. "You Majesty Empress Brihea, would you like to join us in destroying this human warlock from another plane?" "Certainly, Your Excellency Avalon." Brihea smiled coldly yet politely, and then slashed at the void with her trident. A divine country projection filled with sea water suddenly appeared in midair. There were gales, torrential rain, lightning, tornadoes, and other natural disasters raging inside the divine country. A boundless aura that seemed to be capable of swallowing everything and contain everything gushed out of the divine country projection. With blue tridents in hand, sea guards with an alligator-like head, fins, and blue gills poured out of the divine country. This sea guard legion was a fearsome divine legion the sea god Hrihuri created from all kinds of powerful souls. In the sea guard legions were the most formidable divine legions, and even angel legions and brave legions weren't their match. Next, Avalon scanned the Beastman fleet and the Elven fleet with a glance and uttered, "Cavril Fran, are you going to fight the human warlock together with us? Or are you going to leave here at once?" Brihea and Onsai looked at a lion man and a beautiful elf of the Beastman and Elven joint fleet with frigid killing intent in their eyes. The Angel Legion, Brave Legion, and Sea Guard Legion could crush the Beastman and Elven joint fleet. "Let's join forces and kill that human warlock." Grinning, Cavril took out a beast bone necklace and threw it into the air. The beast bone necklace radiated brilliant light, and a divine country projection filled with countless Beastman emissaries in black armor engaging in combat appeared in midair. Eyes scarlet, exuding ferocious auras. One Beastman emissary after another flew out of the beast bone necklace. Fran raised her eyebrows, then waved her lily-white hand, and a leaf filled with the aura of nature shot out. The leaf full of the aura of nature shone brightly, and a divine country projection filled with a forest suddenly appears. Inside the forest, there were countless exquisite battle elves in dark green leaf armor exuding a tough aura shuttling. Battle elves were weapons made from the souls of elves using elven divine spells and various freakish methods, and they were no weaker than angels in terms of individual combat strength. But they were much less numerous than angels. Amazing! 5 divine legions. Is this the beginning of a war of the gods? When the divine legions of the 5 divine systems appeared in the sea, the eyes of the legend rank experts filled with shock. Although due to the planar tide, the 5 divine legions couldn't give full play to their strength, but the power they could display was enough to flatten some lower planes. Although the foundation of the Fesua Plains gods was the Fesua Plain, but they still dispatched numerous divine legions to the lower planes on missionary expeditions to harvest faith force. For the true bodies of the gods, it was very difficult to go to other planes, which was why they had to send divine legions on punitive expeditions to the lower planes. Composed of countless elite experts, the fighting strength of divine legions was off the charts. Attack! Destroy them! Kill that wretched human warlock! Eyes shimmering coldly, Avalon bellowed and blurred into motion, bringing about countless afterimages as he shot towards a steel fleet lightning fast. Boom! 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 Along the way, the dragon spear in Avalon's had shone, and the starry sky rippers in his way were crushed and blown apart. The sky looked like it was blooming with countless gorgeous flowers. When Avalon moved, the heroic braves followed after him and rushed towards the steel fleet. There were priests, wizards, druids, knights, sacred swordsmen, assassins, archers, and other classes among the braves. Those braves possessed demigod-rank battle prowess. In the tens of thousands of years that they spent fighting, they not only reached the peak of their martial arts, but also achieved a terrifying rapport. With Avalon taking the lead, this brave army could even fight against Moonlight Warlock rank existences. As if shooting stars, the braves quickly forced their way towards the steel fleet. When the freak-like braves got close, the destroyers and cruisers were blown apart. Leading the huge Angel Legion, Onsai attacked another steel fleet. The Radiant Angels were proficient in all kinds of healing, defensive, and buff spells, and they were very nimble in the sky. Led by Onsai, when the Radiant Angels were injured by the various light beams, they would immediately retreat, while angels with stronger fleshly bodies would act as meat shields in front of them. At the same time, healing spells would be cast to heal them. As the vanguard, Onsai's performance was astonishing. Wherever she passed, starry sky rippers exploded into countless parts. By the time the powerful Radiant Angel Legion reached the steel fleet, only 10 angels were blasted into pieces. Countless lights shone as light spears and light arrows pierced the defenses of the steel fleet, and steel warships exploded. As if savage beasts, the Beastman emissaries ignoring the artillery barrage rushed into a steel fleet and wildly destroyed the steel ships in the fleet. The battle elves gave play to uncanny archery as they fired dark green light arrows into the sky and shot down lightning supersonic fighters. Chapter 438, Arcatha's Projection Arrives. Chapter 438, Arcatha's Projection Arrives. Translator, Xuanhuan. The sea guards entered the sea, blue tridents in hand, exuding the law of water. Flickering in and out as if ghosts, they rushed into the midst of the sea hunter school. In response, the piranha-like sea hunters that constituted the school capable of devouring everything pounced on the sea guards. A sea guard stabbed forward with a blue trident. The law of water surged, and a raging whirlpool suddenly appeared and swept towards the sea hunters. A large number of sea hunters was drawn into the raging whirlpool, which contained countless frightening water blades. The water blades twisted, and the sea hunters were soon sliced apart. As if sharp blades, the sea guards stabbed into the sea hunter school and tore open a huge hole. The merfolk high priests, the mermaid empress Brihea, brought along cast a variety of spells to boost the sea guards. The 5 divine legions charged into the part of the sea controlled by Yang Feng from different directions. Shortly after, explosions echoed amid the steel fleets, and mighty steel warships sank to the bottom of the sea one after another. In the sky, fighter planes exploded one after another and fell into the sea. On the Black Steel Warship, Faldina frowned, and worry shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Cecilia's gaze fell on Yang Feng. The gazes of the 3 powerhouses of unknown origins also focused on Yang Feng, a peculiar gleam in their eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and said with a faint smile, "Interesting. Divine legions are powerful indeed. Unfortunately, they're still too few in numbers." In a flash, 20 steel fleets were mobilized and quickly moved to the battlefield. A rain of light dropped down and shot towards the Morance Empire Fleet, Titan Empire Fleet, Beastman Empire Fleet, and Elven Empire Fleet. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of the rain of light, the non-legendary warships of the 4 fleets were turned into fireballs that sank into the sea. The face of Cavril, the leader of the Beastman Empire Fleet, flickered, and he silently recited an incantation, and a 100-meter-tall Psi and shield sprang up in front of the battleship he was on. The leader of the Elven Empire Fleet friend silently recited an incantation and pointed in front with the emerald-green scepter in her hand, and a bright beam of law of nature surged and formed a huge ancient tree that took roots in the sea and absorbed copiousness amounts of seawater. The huge tree blocked in front of them. The huge Psi shield could withstand the rain of railgun beams and positron beams for less than 30 seconds before cracking sounds reverberated, and a huge crevice appeared. Even a Moonlight Warlock rank expert with a level 6 secret treasure in hand wouldn't dare to stand up to the bombardment of countless railgun beams and positron beams. The huge blue shield was a demigod rank defensive treasure of the Beastman Empire. It couldn't withstand almost endless barrage. Cavril's face fell, and he howled wildly, "Run! Disperse and flee!" The legend-rank geniuses aboard the warship escaped at once. Bang! With a loud blare, the huge Psi shield was blown to pieces, and the rain of light swallowed the Beastman Empire's flagship and blew it to pieces that slowly sank into the sea. In a flash, starry sky rippers flying at Mach 10 flew out of the clouds and darted towards the legend-rank experts, looking like death gods reaping life. A ruthless glint in his eyes, a burly wolfman legend-rank expert raised the scimitar in his hand, and the hurricane badge on his chest released a hurricane that propelled him into the air. Engines rumbling, 6 starry sky rippers bore down on the wolfman legend-rank expert, and then slashed at him from different directions with their high-frequency oscillation blades. The wolfman's face fell. He twisted his body in midair, and then slashed out 6 blade rays shooting towards the 6 starry sky rippers. Numerous shadows flashed, and the wolfman expert was turned into pieces that dropped into the water. 8 starry sky rippers swooped towards a lionman legend rank expert in midair and sliced him into countless pieces. As long as they were pounced on by the starry sky rippers, the Beastman legend experts in midair were torn apart. The Beastman experts weren't proficient at air warfare. Only by relying on secret treasures were they even able of flight. As for the starry sky rippers, they were aerial models with terrifying battle prowess, and they lacked the notion of fear. One-on-one, Beastman legend rank experts might not be a match against starry sky rippers in the air, let alone when surrounded by 6 or 8 starry sky rippers. Wielding a huge wolf-tooth club, Cavril destroyed 2 starry sky rippers, and then looked at the Beastman legend rank experts being torn to pieces, and his eyes bulged from anger, and then he issued a shrill roar, "Stop!" Despite Cavril's wild roar, The Starry Sky Rippers still continued to massacre the Beastman Legend rank experts, scattering a mist of blood. Shortly after, there was only Cavril as well as a burly and handsome Lionman expert with short golden hair exuding a kingly aura, and a burly Tigerman expert with the A King character rune on his forehead exuding a tyrannical aura remaining in the sky. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.l.co. The young Lionman expert was this generation's strongest Lionman genius Odin, while the Tigerman expert was this generation's strongest Tigerman genius Avril. These two geniuses were God's darlings. Blessed by gods, they were far stronger than other experts of the same rank. They could even contend against Starry Sky Warlock rank existences. Although Odin only possessed a legend rank cultivation base, but his fighting strength was terrifying. The pair of wings forged from magic metal on the back of his black armor enabled him to freely fly in the sky. With the great sword in his hand, he unleashed sword rays that sliced Starry Sky Rippers into countless pieces. Avril was wearing a similar golden armor. With a blade in hand, he gave play formidable swordsmanship and cut one Starry Sky Ripper into numerous pieces after another. After all the other Beastman Legend rank experts in the sky were killed, the Starry Sky Rippers immediately rushed towards Cavril's group of three. Even though the three people possessed demigod rank fighting prowess, but they still felt the pressure increase greatly, and were forced to retreat. Joining hands, the three people barely resisted the siege of the Starry Sky Rippers. Suddenly, the countless Starry Sky Rippers flew away. The muzzles of 10 steel fleets coming from afar flashed, and countless light beams barreled towards the three people. It's over. There was a flash of despair and regret in Cavril's eyes. If he had known that this would be the outcome, then he would never have attacked Yang Feng. Just as the hail of light beams was about to swallow Cavril's group of three, a mysterious rune appeared on Odin's forehead. A vast force gushed out of Odin, and then formed the figure of an expert with golden eyes exuding a domineering aura in midair. The expert with golden eyes and lion ears frowned and extended his hand, and the countless beams twisted and shot aside, unable to harm him at all. When Cavril saw the figure of the mysterious powerhouse, his eyes filled with excitement, and he knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord, mighty beast god Arketh." The expression of the unruly Avril flickered, and then he knelt down. "Greetings, my lord, great beast god Arketh." The Lionman god Arketh was the sole strong divine force god of the Beastman Empire, the sole primary god of the Beastman divine system. Beast god Arketh, the strong divine force god Arketh. The Beastman divine system's primary god intervened in person. The surrounding experts sucked in a mouthful of cold air, unable to believe their eyes. Strong divine force gods were terrifying existences even more powerful than infinity warlocks. Even on the Zhangji plane they would be bigwigs among bigwigs, standing at the summit of all living beings. For such a bigwig to appear here was shocking to say the least. Arketh's projection glanced indifferently at Yang Feng and uttered coldly, "Puny human warlock, open this passage and surrender, and I'll forgive you your sins. Otherwise, you will suffer forever in the purgatory I set up." Chapter 439 Elves Retreat. Chapter 439 Elves Retreat. Translator, Xuanhuan. Mighty beast god Arketh, if it was your true body that came, then I would still be apprehensive, but what came was a projection. You can't beat me like this. Yang Feng's overbearing and haughty voice sounded in the sea. The steel fleets flashed with light, and a dense rain of beams shot towards the beast god Arketh. The beast god Arketh waved his hand, and the beams were immediately drawn aside. The light beams capable of smashing a moonlight warlock were distorted by the beast god Arketh, depicting his supreme combat skill and combat sense. When faced against a pinnacle demigod rank beast god Arketh's projection, even a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse may not be his enemy. The beast god Arketh was a strong divine force rank god. If he used divine force, then his true body could even defeat a human infinity warlock. Unless the fighting demonic sect tapped into its foundation, it wasn't the beast god Arketh's match. When he saw the frightening combat skill of the beast god Arketh's projection, Yang Feng couldn't help praising, The beast god Arketh sure is powerful, under the premise that they couldn't use the power of space. Then even moonlight warlocks would be blasted to tatters when hit by the countless light beams, while glorious dawn warlocks wouldn't be able to resist for long. Unlike the ancient white dragon, the beast god Arketh could safely guard the three geniuses of the Beastman Empire using demigod rank power. The gap between both sides in terms of combat skill was as wide as an insurmountable gulf. Steel fleets cruising in the sea were continuously heading towards the battlefield. A rain of light beams barreled towards the elven flagship. Bombarded by the rain of light, the blue tree in front of the elven flagship collapsed and turned into motes of blue light that scattered and disappeared. Seeing that the elven experts were about to be swallowed by the rain of light, the jade pendant the elven geniuses Doreen wore suddenly soared into the air. A brilliant light shone, and a beautiful girl with long silver hair and a curvaceous figure in a green leaf armor, and a headband made of flowers on her head suddenly emerged, and formidable divine might seeped out of her. When this elven goddess appeared, she pointed with her lily-white finger, and countless trees suddenly sprang up, forming a beautiful forest that shrouded the area. The rain of light slammed into the forest, destroying various trees. However, the trees quickly regenerated in the next moment. Greetings, great goddess of the forest Sevilla. When the elves saw the charming goddess, they prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke respectfully. The goddess of the forest Sevilla was a weak divine force rank god. She was an outstanding expert among the elven gods. Faced with the endless hail of light, Sevilla frowned, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a sense of strain. The speed at which the trees in the forest were destroyed was much faster than the speed at which they regenerated. If things continued this way, then in less than 5 minutes the forest will be destroyed. After all, Sevilla was only a weak divine force god. Using the same level of power, she naturally couldn't compare to the beast god Arketh. Yang Feng suddenly revealed a smile and ordered flatly, "Interesting, 60th to 70th fleets. Attack the goddess of the forest Sevilla." In the sea, the 10 steel fleets that have just arrived at the battlefield flashed with light, and countless artillery barrage shot towards the goddess of the forest Sevilla. Bombarded by the artillery barrage, the forest shook, and countless trees were destroyed. The forest could collapse at any moment. Fruobnov.com. There was a flash of an enigmatic gleam if the goddess of the forest Sevilla's eyes, and she sighed. "Ian, the Elven Empire is willing to leave. Please stop your attack." The words of the goddess of the forest Sevilla have just fallen, when the rain of light shooting towards the forest disappeared. The powerful battle elves treading on empty air quickly returned to the goddess of the forest Sevilla's side. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the sea. "I don't want to be enemies with the elven gods. Please leave here. Retreat." The goddess of the forest Sevilla glanced at the elven experts, and then looked deeply into the distance. Her body suddenly collapsed into countless motes of light and disappeared. The jade pendant in midair also collapsed. Franz said through clenched teeth, "Let's go." The battle elves treading on air rose into the sky. A huge divine country gate appeared in midair, and the battle elves with astonishing battle prowess entered the divine country. With a wave of Fran's hand, a green leaf suddenly flew out and expanded into a 10-meter-long leaf boat. The elves jumped onto the leaf boat and flew into the distance, withdrawing from the contest over the Apple of Wisdom. When the elves left, the countless beams of light that had been used to deal with them shot towards the Morance Empire's fleet. Rumble! Rumble! The Morance Empire's warships exploded in the wake of the rain of light. The remaining 12 legendary warships that had ran amok in the sea were also smashed one after another, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Before they got the chance to fight the enemy, countless Morance Empire's naval soldiers were killed. The legend rank experts of the Morance Empire flickered into motion and rushed towards the warship with the Radiant Church's Vice Pope Cobham. No! Faced with the artillery barrage, a handsome and mesmerizing legend rank young man with a magic sword in hand issued a shrill scream. Light suddenly rose from the handsome young man's forehead, and a gorgeous and mesmerizing woman with dazzling golden hair and a curvaceous figure in black leather clothing, exuding a coquettish and flirtatious aura, condensed in the air. This gorgeous and mesmerizing woman was the goddess of joy Dorothy of the Xalia divine system, a daughter of the radiant primary god Prado. She had a dissolute disposition and was very fond of beautiful boys and girls. Stop! When Dorothy's projection appeared and saw the countless light beams raining down, she let out a pitiable cry and raised her lily-white hand, and a pink gauze formed a pink barrier in front of her. Boom! The rain of beams slammed into the pink barrier and smashed it apart, and they engulfed Dorothy's projection and the handsome young man behind her in an instant. No! Dorothy issued a shriek, and the handsome young man was blown to pieces. In addition to the handsome young man, there were 7 or 8 legend rank expert in the air who were blasted apart by the rain of light. Face ashen, Cobham with a scepter in hand opened a white barrier full of endless light. This was the level 5 divine spell Radiant Wall. When the rain of light slammed into the radiant barrier, it set off ripples. With each volley that he resisted, Cobham coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned a notch paler. 20 archbishops of the Radiant Church silently recited incantations to support the radiant barrier. Every time Cobham coughed up a mouthful of blood, they did the same, and their faces became paler. Onsai frowned and barked, "Avalon, let's go kill Ian." Onsai's Angel Legion and Avalon's Brave Legion have destroyed 2 steel fleets. However, if things continued like this, then before they could destroy all the steel fleets, the fleets of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire would be wiped out by the artillery fire, and the geniuses of both empires wouldn't get the chance to enter the Golden Strait. The Apple of Wisdom was something the gods of the Xalia divine system and the Titan divine system had to obtain. They even dispatched 2 divine legions for this purpose. Naturally, they wouldn't give up that easily. Fine, Avalon promptly decided. Armed with the dragon spear, he rushed towards Yang Feng while treading on air. The Brave Legion followed Avalon to kill Yang Feng. With the huge Angel Legion in tow, Onsai turned into a streak of white light that shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng sighed, and then spoke flatly, "What a bunch of idiots! Kill them!" Countless beams shot towards the Brave Legion and Angel Legion. The 2 legions that rushed into the midst of the numerous steel fleets were completely engulfed by terrifying fire net woven by the level 2 optical computer. At every moment, a large number of angels and some brave with demigod rank strength were blown to pieces. Amid the rain of light, swarms of starry sky rippers also blocked in front of the 2 legions. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Chapter 440, Divine Judgment. Chapter 440, Divine Judgment. Translator, Xuanhuan. The swarms of starry sky rippers displayed their terrifying might. No matter how many the 2 peerless expert Onsai and Avalon eliminated, the numbers of the starry sky rippers didn't seem to decrease. Besides, the fearless starry sky rippers continued to bump into them one after another. Even though they were going all out to destroy the starry sky rippers, but they still had a hard time advancing. Countless beams barreled towards the Angel Legion and the Brave Legion. Hit by numerous beams, the magic shield around an angel trembled and collapsed. In the next moment, numerous beams of light slammed into her, and the angel exploded into countless fragments. His figure distorting, a demigod rank brave followed mysterious trajectories and avoided one beam after another. But the beams were just too numerous. When he appeared, beams of light suddenly slammed into him and blasted him to pieces. A rain of blood fell from the sky. For every step the Angel Legion and the Brave Legion took forward, a large number of angels and some powerful braves dropped from the sky. The 2 powerhouses Onsai and Avalon possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess each, but they still couldn't break through the siege of the starry sky ripper swarms. So strong. To be able to fight against the 5 divine legions to this degree, these mechanical golems are incredible. Although the ratio of casualties between the Mechanical Legion and the Angel Legion is 5-1, and the Mechanical Legion and the Brave Legion is 40-1, but the Mechanical Legion is really strong nonetheless. To be able to contend against divine legions, it's really fearsome. The legend rank powerhouse outside the scope of the steel fleets surveying the battlefield from afar had their hearts overcome with shock. Divine legions were the most powerful troops under the gods, They specialized in suppressing heretics and colonizing other planes. Prior to the planar tide, whenever angels emerged from divine countries, it was akin to a remarkable miracle. Whenever braves emerged from divine countries, it was enough to provide the Titan Empire with one victory after another. Now, however, the two divine legions were struggling bitterly, and even Avalon, who was as strong as a god, who was a hero of legends, was forced into difficult straits, which illustrated the terror of the Mechanical Legion. Grace watched the angels and braves turn into sieves and explode on the holographic projection with shock in her pretty eyes. Astounding. To be able to block divine legions, this Mechanical Legion sure is formidable. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, the few passengers of unknown origins watched the angels and braves die on the holographic projection with enigmatic glints in their eyes. The complacency and schadenfreude has long since faded from their eyes. Aboard the Morinth Empire's flagship, struggling to support the level 5 divine spell radiant wall, Cobham coughed up mouthfuls of blood, unable to say a word. Yang Feng had more than 100 steel fleets at his disposal. Until now, only 2 steel fleets have been destroyed by the Angel Legion, Brave Legion, and Beast Emissary Legion. The remaining steel fleets either were on their way towards the battlefield or were attacking the fleets or the divine legions. As a large number of Starry Sky Rippers entangled with the Beast Emissaries, many Starry Sky Rippers were destroyed at any given moment. At the same time, a Beast Emissary would be killed from time to time, subjected to the virtually endless bombardment. At the price of nearly overdrawing his vitality, Cobham desperately maintained the level 5 divine spell radiant wall. "Hurry, run!" Cobham suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and bellowed at the top of his lungs. His skin contracted, numerous wrinkles appeared all over his face, and the gray aura of death extended from him. His words haven't yet fallen, when streaks of light shot out of the warship and quickly escaped in different directions. Cobham suddenly turned into a cloud of dust drifting in the wind. The archbishops behind Cobham also turned into ashes that drifted away from this world. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be hard-pressed to resist the offensive of the steel fleets. Cobham and the archbishops had to pay with their lives to barely block the artillery fire for a while. The geniuses of the Morinth Empire have just shot out, when countless beams of light enveloped them. One after another, the legend rank experts were blown to pieces. In less than a minute, only a single person remained from the Morinth Empire's legend rank experts. A young man in a snow-white armor was shuttling within the artillery barrage like a ghost. Even if some beams did manage to land on him, the impact would be resisted by the white armor. The young man in the snow-white armor was Planeth, a secret genius of the Morinth Empire as well as the radiant primary god Pratos's god's darling. The engines of 200 Starry Sky Rippers roared as they rushed towards Planeth like meteors. In a few breaths of time, they surrounded the young man from all sides. 10 Starry Sky Rippers brandishing super high-frequency oscillation blades pounced at Planeth from different directions and slashed at him, blocking his maneuvering space completely. A radiant imprint suddenly emerged from the Planeth's forehead, and a vast divine might spread from him. Enveloped by radiant light, the projection of the radiant primary god Pratos suddenly emerged. An ordinary person would be blinded so long as they cast a look at him. Faced with the charge of the 200 Starry Sky Hunters, the radiant primary god Pratos's projection slowly opened his right hand, and resplendent beams of light burst out and instantly engulfed the 200 Starry Sky Hunters. Rumble! Rumble! Illuminated by the pure light, the Starry Sky Rippers were blown apart into numerous parts. Light brimming with the power of distortions suddenly sprang up from Pratos. Enveloped by the light, the artillery fire was flung aside. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Radiant Primary God Pratos. That's the Radiant Primary God. When the legend rank experts outside the Steel Fleet's sphere of influence saw the Radiant Primary God Pratos, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and they're filled with shock. As the strongest experts of the Fesua plane, the Radiant Primary God Pratos's strength was unfathomable. During the Wars of the Gods, no god could defeat him one-on-one. He previously defeated the Titan Divine System's strongest god, the God of War Amigo, as well as the Beastman Divine System's beast god Arceth. On the Fearsome plane, the radiant god Prados was recognized as the most likely to break through the limit and become a mighty divine force rank god. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, when Yang Feng saw the radiant primary god Prados's projection, his eyes narrowed. Radiant primary god Prados. The radiant primary god Prados was a terrifying pinnacle strong divine force rank existence, and even infinity warlock rank experts weren't his match. On the Fearsome plane, even warlock monarch rank peerless powerhouses may not be his match. Such terrifying expert, even when just using pinnacle demigod rank power, was absolutely dreadful. The Zhangji plane's heretic, under divine judgment, you shall become ashes drifting in the wind. The radiant primary god Prados's projection pointed into the sky with an indifferent look in his eyes, as if was stating a fact. Boundless light shrouded the sky in the blink of an eye. Dive! Yang Feng's face fell and he shouted. The Black Steel Warship quickly deformed, and steel extended and formed a huge steel shield around the warship. At the same time, the warship dove hurriedly. Countless shielded robots rose into the air, and then unleashed powerful energy shields and raised their shield. After the more than 100,000 shielded robots unleashed their energy shields, a 500-layer thick energy shield covering the mechanical canopy atop the Black Steel Warship quickly formed. A pure and holly white pillar of light 500 meters in diameter barreled down from the sky. The layers of the shielded robots' energy shield collapsed at once, and the bladed robots in the way of the pillar of light were vaporized. After shooting through the 500-layer thick energy shield of the shielded robots, the pillar of light, whose might was greatly reduced, finally slammed into the steel shield of the Black Steel Warship, and then collapsed and dispersed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Steel Warship dove into the depths of the sea. Blocked. Divine judgment was blocked. The radiant primary god Prados's divine judgment was blocked. That's inconceivable. When they saw this scene, the legend rank powerhouses were filled with excitement, and their eyes flickered with shock. Divine judgment was a divine spell that required the consumption of a large amount of divine force to be conjured. Ever since the radiant primary god Prados became the primary god of the Xalia divine system, the divine spell divine judgment was basically unstoppable. Many darkness gods were instantly vaporized by his divine judgment. Yet now, Yang Feng has blocked this terrifying divine spell, shocking everyone. Chapter 441, Terror of the Radiant Primary God's Projection. Chapter 441, Terror of the Radiant Primary God's Projection. Translator, Xuanhuan. The radiant primary god Prados frowned and went silent for a while. He didn't release a second divine judgment. Except for some restricted areas, divine judgment could be unleashed anywhere on the Fearsome plane. However, divine judgment required the consumption of a copious amount of divine force, more than 50,000 divine force crystals per shot. If it wasn't for the planar tide, then the radiant primary god Prados would have no need to use divine force. He could just appear with his true body and squash Yang Feng with a finger like a bug. Shielding Planeth behind him, the radiant primary god Prados walked towards the Black Steel Warship. A variety of light beams barreled towards the radiant primary god Prados, but then distorted strangely due to the light around him and shot aside. He didn't have to block the beams. Instead, thanks to the dexterous manipulation of power, the beams were unloaded to the side. Only gods like the radiant primary god Prados and the beast god Arlet, who climbed to the strong divine force rank step by step from the bottom, possessed such terrifying battle skill. Even among Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks, few people would be able to derail railgun beams and positron beams using pinnacle demigod rank power. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. Yang Feng curiously swept the Titan Empire fleet with a glance, and a weird thought suddenly welled up inside him. If I concentrate the firepower on the Titan Empire fleet, will I draw out the god of war Amigo? Like a tide, countless starry sky rippers rushed towards the radiant primary god Prados. The radiant primary god Prados spread open his hand, and beams of light flew out of his right hand. As if they had a life of their own, the beams slammed into the starry sky rippers. The starry sky rippers' energy shields were easily pierced through, and then the starry sky rippers exploded. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of explosions sounded and light flashed nonstop as countless starry sky rippers exploded. The steel fleets underneath the radiant primary god Prados were also pierced through by numerous beams of light and exploded. As the radiant primary god Prados strolled amid the steel legion, light shot out of his right hand and rained down in torrents. Lights flickered and fireballs came into being. The beams coming from the steel fleets, on the other hand, were distorted by the light enveloping Prados, and shot aside. This sight could evoke a feeling of despair in people. So strong. No wonder he's the strongest god of the Fearsome plane. When the legend rank experts outside the battlefield saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold breath. The legend rank powerhouses have witnessed the strength of the steel fleets. Even the projection of the elven goddess of the forest using pinnacle demigod rank strength couldn't resist the steel fleets for too long, and had to choose to leave here. But the radiant primary god Prados, who was also using pinnacle demigod rank strength, has already annihilated more than 200,000 starry sky rippers and 6 steel fleets without incurring any damage. The radiant primary god Prados suddenly stopped. Eyes shimmered with golden light full of dignity. He uttered indifferently, "The Tsangji Plains heretic, I appreciate you very much. If you surrender to me and serve me, then I'll spare your life. I'll let you keep those mechanical golems. At the same time, I can grant you a godhead and let you become a god." Become a god. The radiant primary god Prados took fancy to the human warlock. The legend rank experts watched from the sidelines with envy in their eyes. They were backed by powerful existences, many of whom were comparable to gods in terms of strength. Their greatest wish was to become a true god of the Fearsome plane. So long as Yang Feng agreed to the conditions of the radiant primary god Prados, then he could become a god. Such a recruitment made the heartbeat of the legend rank experts accelerate. Mighty radiant primary god Prados, there's no need to try to persuade me. I want to become a god by relying on my own strength. I admit that you're very strong. If your true body or a clone were here, then you should be able to kill me. However, you came just as a projection, and as such can exhibit less than 1/10,000,000th of your true body's strength. You don't have the power to kill me. Yang Feng's calm analysis sounded in the sea. A large number of space disruptors unleashed spatial disruption fluctuations from various places in order to prevent the radiant primary god Prados from using spatial spells to appear in front of Yang Feng in a split second. If the radiant primary god Prados has come with his true body, then even though he would be limited to pinnacle demigod rank strength, he could still draw support from his boundless divine force and exhibit terrifying battle prowess. By then, it wouldn't be impossible to kill Yang Feng. However, once the radiant primary god Prados's true body came to the secular world, he would no longer be an unrivaled strong divine force rank god. While he would still be nearly invincible, but he would also give others an opportunity to kill him. During planar tides, intermediate and strong divine force rank gods fundamentally wouldn't use their true bodies to go to the secular world. They would only use clones or projections. As for projections, they could only exert a limited amount of power in the secular world. According to the carrying capacity of different implements, the power the projections could exert and the period of time they could exist was different. The power of this projection is enough to kill you. Eyes flickering with frigid killing intent, the radiant primary god Prados pointed at Planeth behind him, and the latter turned into a streak of light shooting into the distance. Within a breath, Planeth has disappeared from everyone's sight. Operating the law of light, the radiant primary god Prados blurred into motion, turned into a beam of pure light, crossed a great distance, entered the sea, and appeared before the Black Steel Warship. Along the way, the more than 1,000,000 starry sky rippers couldn't block the bright primary god Prados. They could only watch helplessly as he passed through, and then appeared before the Black Steel Warship. Of the many Fearsome plane's strong divine force rank gods, the radiant primary god Prados was the fastest. No one could hold a candle to him. Prados slashed out with his hand, and light blades slashed the Black Steel Warship's steel shield into numerous pieces, and then seawater entered the Black Steel Warship. Without anyone around for him to protect, the radiant primary god Prados, despite being just a projection, was astonishingly powerful. When they saw the radiant primary god Prados, Grace, Cecilia, and the three passengers of mysterious origins dodged to the side. With a legendary spear in hand, Arlet blocked in front of Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes glittering with scorching fighting spirit. "Step aside, Arlet." With a loud shout, Yang Feng stood up from his seat, took a few steps forward, and looked at the radiant primary god Prados with a dignified look in his eyes. Arlet responded respectfully, and then strode aside. "Yes, Your Majesty." The eyes of the radiant primary god Prados glimmered with golden light, and he took a step forward and slowly pointed at Yang Feng with a finger. Endless light instantly radiated from the finger, which looked like it had evolved into a sun. Shrouded by the sun-like light, the surrounding space was locked. It seemed as if only the finger remained in the world. "Ah! Save me!" When the demigod abyssal fiend Rick saw the finger, he screamed miserably, and then exploded. Containing the mysteries of the radiant divine domain, this finger gathered all the power of the radiant primary god Prados's projection. As if it has evolved into a sun, the finger crushed towards Yang Feng in an unavoidable fashion. Pitted against this finger, even a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse would die. Despair gripped Yang Feng's mind, and he felt like he was powerless to struggle against the finger. In fact, he felt like he shouldn't struggle, like he should succumb to despair and die. How fearsome! It can even affect my frame of mind. This is just too astounding. So that's a strong divine force god, a being more powerful than an infinity warlock. The abnormal state of mind has just emerged, when Yang Feng's life force revolved and his spirit recovered, and then boundless fighting spirit burned in his eyes. From the semi-plane within his sea of knowledge, he extracted wisps of world force and issued a roar. As if a demonic beast struggling frantically, he unleashed the secret method Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist recorded in the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body and unleashed a fist strike slamming towards the sun. The aura of primal chaos, which seemed to come from a world that has just been established, suddenly sprang up, and a fist containing boundless mysteries seemingly extended from the world and slammed into the sun with heaven-rendering pressure. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the fist was crushed by the sun, and the Black Steel Warship shook violently. Like a broken rag doll, Yang Feng was sent flying, and blood oozed from every part of his body. He slammed into the Black Steel Warship's outer armor and smashed it, and then continued to fly into the warship. The sound of loud noises echoed as Yang Feng pierced through 13 layers of the Black Steel Warship's inner armor before being stopped by the 14th layer. "I'm alive!" Under the astonished gazes of others, the blood-covered Yang Feng swayed out of the hold, and then revealed a haughty and tyrannical smile aimed at the radiant primary god Prados. Chapter 442, Enemies Flee. Chapter 442, Enemies Flee. Translator, Xuanhuan. Expressionless, the radiant primary god Prados's projection collapsed, turned into countless motes of light, and disappeared. The power of a projection was limited after all. If it was a clone, then the radiant primary god Prados could unleash another blow and kill Yang Feng. There was a huge gap between projections and clones. As they watched Yang Feng, the gazes of the passengers glimmered with a peculiar gleam, and killing intent flashed past their eyes. Faced with this all-out finger strike of the radiant primary god Prados's projection, even many feeble divine force rank gods would get seriously injured or even killed. For a legend rank powerhouse to be able to withstand this strike was simply mind-boggling. Yang Feng was definitely a great opponent for all those who wished to get the apple of wisdom. This realization naturally gave rise to killing intent in the hearts of others. Countless sea hunters swam out of the sea and formed a terrifying shoal around Yang Feng, staring fiercely at Grace, Cecilia, and the three passengers of unknown origins. When they saw the terrifying shoal, their hearts sank, aware that they have missed the best opportunity to attack Yang Feng. An enigmatic smile on his face, Yang Feng scanned the passengers with a glance, and then fished out a vial of precious elixir and downed it. After he ingested the precious elixir, a stream of heat quickly flowed inside him and nourished his injured body. Retreat! When the radiant primary god Prados's projection crumbled, Ansai's pretty face flickered, and she ordered promptly. With that, the Angel Legion turned around, forced their way out of the encirclement of the Starry Sky Rippers, and fled, cutting a sorry figure. The Starry Sky Rippers didn't give chase. Instead, they went to surround Avalon's brave legion. After Ansai led the Angel Legion to escape, the pressure Avalon's brave legion was under increased several-fold. At every moment, one or two braves would die at the hands of the Mechanical Legion. Avalon's face twisted ferociously, and, as if a wounded beast, he issued a shrill roar. "You cheap whore!" With every death, the soul of a brave would be weakened by a fraction. If they died too many times, they will be erased, unable to be reborn in a divine country. On the Feisua Plain, unless their soul was shackled by a poison spell, Divine Legion experts will return to the respective divine country after death, and then be reborn. However, with every rebirth, the soul of Divine Legion experts will be weakened by a fractions. Once they died one too many times, they will be erased from the world for good. Additionally, some god armaments and spells with the feature to attack the soul could also erase Divine Legion soldiers. With the dragon spear in hand, the valiant Avalon sent spear rays flying towards numerous Starry Sky Rippers and tore them to pieces. However, the Starry Sky Rippers were simply too numerous. No matter how many Avalon killed, more would take their place, not to mention that there were still the unpredictable light beams. The light beams whittled the braves with demigod rank strength behind Avalon at a speed visible to the naked eye. Steel fleets came to surround the brave legion, clearly intent on wiping it out. When Vance saw this, his countenance changed, and he shouted loudly, "Stop, Ian! We'll leave!" As a brave with weak divine force rank battle prowess, Avalon's fighting potential was enormous. Although the Apple of Wisdom was extremely valuable, but it might not necessarily compare to Avalon. With the endless Mechanical Legion blocking the way, the Titan Empire didn't have much hope of obtaining the Apple of Wisdom. Vance didn't want for Avalon to die here in vain. As Avalon hasn't died yet, his fighting potential was enormous. But if he were to die here, his evolution potential will be weakened by more than 30%. Aboard the Black Steel Warships, when Yang Feng heard Vance's words, he contemplated for a while, and then said, "Let them go!" The Starry Sky Rippers fighting the Brave Legion instantly dispersed, revealing the Brave Legion. At this moment of the Brave Legion, less than 10 experts remained. Riddled with injuries, Avalon was bleeding profusely, but his expression was haughty and his eyes sparkled with scorching fighting spirit. The eyes of the remaining braves also radiated scorching fighting spirit, lacking any fear. Yang Feng looked at the heroic braves, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "It's indeed a brave legion formed from countless legendary heroes. Let's go!" Avalon glanced in Yang Feng's direction, then turned around, descended from the sky with the 7 remaining braves, and landed on the Titan Empire's flagship. The Titan Empire's flagship turned around and quickly swam towards the distance. When the braves retreated, the countless Starry Sky Rippers immediately rushed towards the Beast Emissaries. The Beast Emissaries have just destroyed the 4th Steel Fleet when they were besieged by countless Starry Sky Rippers. Beast Emissaries were torn to pieces by Starry Sky Rippers at every moment. The Beast God Arketh frowned and uttered gravely, "Stop, Ian. Let's talk it out." Yang Feng's eyebrows rose, and he spoke flatly, "Stop!" The countless Starry Sky Rippers flew away, and the Beast Emissaries flickered into motion and returned to the Beast God Arketh's side. The Beast God Arketh spoke gravely, "Ian, the Apple of Wisdom is of great importance to me. If you give it to me, then I'll give you a weak Divine Force rank Godhead in return." With a weak Divine Force rank Godhead, so long as you had enough Divine Force crystals, you could become a weak Divine Force rank God. Yang Feng responded unhurriedly, "Mighty Beast God, the Apple of Wisdom is also very important to me. I can't give it to others, and someone as mighty as you is no exceptions." freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng's goal wasn't to just become a weak Divine Force God. Once he consumes the Apple of Wisdom, his cultivation talent can be brought closer to the level of the freak-like genius Xuanhuan. Otherwise, even though he embarked on the strongest warlock path, his cultivation will progress at a snail's pace, which would be insufferable. What a pity! The beast god Arkith looked deeply at Yang Feng, and then sighed and uttered indifferently, "Let's go!" With that, the beast god Arkith's projection collapsed and disappeared. Protecting Cavril and company, the beast emissaries flew into the distance. Of the 5 divine legions, only the Sea Guard Legion remained, fighting frenziedly against Yang Feng's sea hunters in the sea. Although the Sea Guards possessed astonishing fighting strength, but the shoal formed from 100,000 sea hunters dauntlessly rushed at them. The Sea Guards had to gather and combine their forces to unleash a huge whirlpool that could barely withstand the offensive of the sea hunters. Every so often, the huge whirlpool would get shredded by the sea hunters, and numerous sea hunters would pounce on a Sea Guard and tear them to pieces. It was only a matter of time before the Sea Guards were completely devoured by the sea hunters. The Merfolk army commanded by the Mermaid Empress Brihea was engaged in a fight with the Merfolk army commanded by the Naga Empress. The sea churned and billowed, and countless Merfolk corpses floated up. Yang Feng scanned the holographic projection with a glance and quickly came to a conclusion. In about 2 more hours, the Sea Guards will be wiped out. The passengers aboard the Black Steel Warship stared at the holographic projection with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. Although 5 divine legions arrived, but they were still defeated by Yang Feng and suffered heavy casualties. Such battle prowess exceeded the expectations of the passengers. Suddenly, golden light rose behind the Black Steel Warship and illuminated the sea behind the warship, forming beautiful golden waters. Yang Feng was taken aback. So soon? Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. The timing of the Golden Strait was beyond Yang Feng's expectation. According to the information provided by Faldina, the Golden Strait shouldn't appear for another several days. Yang Feng's heart shook. Fortunately, I came early. Otherwise, I would have missed this great chance. The Black Steel Warship quickly floated up, and then rushed towards the Golden Strait. The engines of numerous Starry Sky Rippers roared as they flew towards the Golden Strait. As soon as they entered the airspace of the Golden Strait, the Starry Sky Rippers, space disruptors, and other battle robots affected by a mysterious force dropped down, fell into the sea, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Yang Feng's heart shook at this scene. The restricted airspace domain of the Golden Strait shore is extraordinary. The Golden Strait has been set up by the Time Lord with many powerful restrictions. Once they entered this territory, even strong divine force rank gods will be weakened to the Great Warlock rank. No one was able to fly in the Strait's airspace. It was for this reason that the 4 empires sent powerful fleets. Golden Strait. The Golden Strait appeared. When the experts outside the Steel Fleet's perimeter saw the Golden Strait, their eyes glimmered with excitement, and they flashed into motion and frantically flew towards the Golden Strait. Chapter 443, Blasting a God Apart. Chapter 443, Blasting a God Apart. Translator, Xuanhuan. Swarms of Starry Sky Rippers and space disruptors swooped down and engaged the legend rank experts in combat, massacring them with impunity. Projections of the beings backing the legend rank experts were forced out. Besieged by the battle robots, the projections were destroyed one by one. The sea sank into madness. Some legend rank powerhouses without backers could only stay outside the defensive line and watch the killing inside. Grace looked at the surrounding waters shrouded in golden light with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes and said with a charming smile, "In the past, the Golden Strait was a place of intense massacre. I didn't think that it would be so peaceful this time. It's all thanks to you, Your Majesty Ian." Cecilia and the other 3 passengers of unknown origins focused their gazes on Yang Feng, and their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam. In the past, every time the apple of wisdom riped, it would attract numerous experts, and a massacre would ensue from the outer sea to the Golden Strait, and then from the Golden Strait to the Golden Plain. This time, Yang Feng released countless battle robots and stopped the many powerhouses outside the Golden Strait. This was simply heaven-defying. During the time of the 8 warlock dynasties, the Feisua Plains apples of wisdom were destined to fall into the hands of human warlock. The rest of the time, the apples of wisdom were up for grabs. But this time, the apple of wisdom was destined to fall into the hands of one of the people aboard the Black Steel Warship. The speed of the Black Steel Warship was pushed to the limit. After sailing for 3 hours in the Golden Strait, the golden plain shrouded in golden light and exuding divine aura appear before them. The flowers, grass, and trees on the golden plain were all shrouded in golden light as well. In the center of the golden plain stood a 9-kilometer-tall golden apple tree towering into the clouds and emitting bright light. This golden apple tree was one of the most precious treasures of the Fearsome plain, the apple of wisdom tree. Every 30,000 years, the apple of wisdom tree will produce an apple of wisdom. Anyone who got their hands on an apple of wisdom, under the premise that they didn't die prematurely, will become a weak divine force rank god at the lowest. Everyone aboard the Black Steel Warship looked at the apple of wisdom tree with a fervent glint in their eyes. When the Black Steel Warship was 20 kilometers away from the Golden Plain, bladed robots, space disruptors, and other battle robots got onto the deck. 20 steel fleets escorting the Black Steel Warship quickly encircled the warship, forming a huge steel warship island. Seeing this scene, Grace, Cecilia, and the 3 experts of unknown origins frowned and stared at Yang Feng, and a foreboding gripped their hearts. A passenger covered in a layer of darkness spoke in a hoarse voice. "Ian, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Feng smiled lightly. Looking around at Grace and company, he said, "I'm set on getting the apple of wisdom. Naturally, I won't give you any chances to compete with me for it. The agreement was only limited to let you enter the Golden Strait. However, there was no agreement to let you set foot on the Golden Plain." The expert in a cyan cloak uttered coldly, "We have given you 30,000 divine force crystals, yet you're not willing to give us a chance to compete fairly?" Yang Feng responded flatly, "The golden grass and golden flowers on the Golden Plain, although they can't compare to the apple of wisdom in terms of effect, but they are also treasures that can increase wisdom. You can have your pick of them. After I get the apple of wisdom, I'll naturally let you go ashore to pick some grass and flowers. In fact, there's another way, that is, to capture you, and then pluck the apple of wisdom myself." There was a sinister flash in the eyes of the passenger shrouded in a layer of darkness, and a shadow instantly rushed out from him and formed a strange shadow divine domain that enveloped everyone on the Black Steel Warship. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with vigilance. "This is a shadow divine domain." "That's right, Ian. I am the Shadow Prince Mecha of the Darkness Gods, and this is my shadow divine domain. I know that you're very strong. However, I'm here with my true body. You who possess no law domain are defenseless." A strange, ethereal voice came from all directions and directly poured into Yang Feng's mind, making it impossible to track the source of the voice. The Shadow Prince Mecha's shadow divine domain was 100 times stronger than Zhong Sunan's darkness domain, giving off a strange feeling of time and space distorting, utter chaos, and the elimination of the senses. This was the power of divine domain. "Interesting. Shadow divine domain. Let me break you." Fighting spirit surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and a vast spatial fluctuation suddenly broke out and formed a spatial domain that gouged out an area of 2 meters in radius inside the shadow divine domain. This was his limit. A divine domain was a terrific existence that evolved from a domain mixed with the comprehension of laws of a god. Although the Shadow Prince Mecha was just a feeble divine force god, but he has come with his true body. As such, even though he could only use great warlock rank strength, his law domain was far above Yang Feng's. Spatial domain. You actually comprehended the most difficult to comprehend law of space. Ian. That's amazing. Unfortunately, you're just a mortal. In the presence of a god, all mortals are but petty ants. A sigh reverberated in the shadow divine domain, and 10 shadow assassins whose faces couldn't be seen sprang up, and then suddenly stabbed at Yang Feng with a dark blue dagger from different directions. 9 fakes and 1 true. No, they're both fake and true. When he saw the 10 shadow assassins emerge from the shadows, Yang Feng's heart shook, and he took a step forward, unleashed the fighting demonic fist art, and punched out 10 times, blasting the shadow assassins apart. "Ian, don't you like to use countless mechanical golems to besiege your enemies and consume their strength? I'm the same. Go ahead. Kill as many shadow assassins as you like." A strange, Ethereal laughter echoed in the area. The shadow divine domain squirmed, and one shadow assassin with a dagger in hand after another darted out and, as if they were alive, stabbed towards Yang Feng from tricky angles. Yang Feng unleashed the fighting demonic fist art and, as if a tough and overbearing demon god smashed one legend-rank shadow assassin after another. When the shadow assassins were shattered, they would merge back into the shadow divine domain, and then reappear after a few breaths of time and attack Yang Feng again. Awesome! That's a god's true body for you. If it was during your heyday, then the shadow divine domain powered by god rank power might be able to insta-kill me. Unfortunately, you're too weak now. A fierce flash in his eyes, Yang Feng extracted a wisp of world force from the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. Exuding primal chaos aura, he took a step that shook the Black Steel Warship, and then unleashed the primal chaos annihilation fist and punched out. A terrifying force containing the laws of a world gushed out and tore the darkness divine domain in a flash. Due to that punch, the law of shadow collapsed, the shadow divine domain collapsed, and the world returned to normal. The Shadow Prince Mecha concealed in the shadow divine domains shot out of the void, spewed out a mouthful of golden blood, and looked at Yang Feng with shock in his eyes. How is this possible? How can you break my shadow divine domain? You're just a great warlock. How can you break my shadow divine domain? The Shadow Prince Mecha was a most fearsome character even among feeble divine force rank gods. He has even sneak attacked and seriously injured several weak divine force rank gods. For the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, he has come with his true body. On the Fearsome plane, not many mortals could defeat him with great warlock rank strength. It's simple. It's because I'm treading the strongest warlock path. Yang Feng smiled lightly and took a step forward. Crossing the distance of hundreds of meters with this step, he appeared in front of the Shadow Prince Mecha and unleashed the primal chaos annihilation fist slamming towards the latter. The Shadow Prince Mecha's face fell. Then he screamed, his body collapsed, and he turned into 10 shadows shooting away in different directions. Shadow Clone Art was the strongest life-saving spell the Shadow Prince Mecha has grasped. Each one of the 10 shadows was his true body. So long as one shadow escaped, then he could be reborn. Shadow Clone Art enabled the Shadow Prince Mecha to escape at least 30 deadly situations. It was the reason why he dared to come into the secular body with his true body. Yang Feng smiled coldly. The primal chaos annihilation fist changed, and a vast suction came from the fist like it was a huge whirlpool. Violating the laws of physics, the suction from the fist pulled the 10 shadows towards the fist. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. A frightening force erupted in an instant, and the 10 shadows were shattered to pieces, leaving only a pitch-black shadow godhead the size of 2 fingers that fell on the floor. Chapter 444, Shaking the World. Chapter 444, Shaking the World. Translator, Xuanhuan. Dead. The Shadow Prince is dead. When she saw this, the stunned genius from the country of dragons Cecilia covered her mouth with her hands and nearly cried out. Faldina was also stupefied, her cherry lips slightly parted, a flash of incredulity in her beautiful eyes. The Shadow Prince, a true god, died just like that. Although the Shadow Prince Mecha was a feeble divine force rank god, but he was a very active god in the darkness divine system. He has killed more than 5 feeble divine force rank gods and injured severely weak divine force rank gods. There was even a weak divine force rank god who died because of him. In the eyes of the gods, the Shadow Prince Mecha was more troublesome than many weak divine force rank gods. Due to his cunning, even though intermediate divine force rank gods could easily defeat him, but would have a hard time killing him. For such a true god to be blasted apart by Yang Feng was simply too shocking. In contrast, Arlet, who was born in the backward Black Dragon country, wasn't clear about what the name Shadow Prince represented. He just felt that the master whom she served was very powerful for one-shotting the peerless opponent Shadow Prince. On the Fearsome plane, in some city, in an underground secret room of a huge villa, hundreds of the Shadow Church's believers in gray robes and strange masks prostrated themselves on the floor and prayed devoutly. The lifelike idol in the center of the secret room was the spitting image of the Shadow Prince Mecha. A high priest kneeling before the idol and praying piously was the one presiding over this prayer. Crack! An ear-piercing, crisp sound suddenly echoed in the secret room. Sensing that his connection with the Shadow Prince Mecha was cut off, the high priest kneeling on the floor looked up, his heart overcome with fear. Suddenly, his face turned ashen and his body shook. Agitated, 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down his face, and his voice died out. Unable to hear the high priest's prayers, the Shadow Church's believers looked up in confusion. In the next moment, everyone's eyes flashed with fear. The Shadow Prince Mecha's idol consecrated in the center of the altar broke from the center and split into 2 halves. Broken! My lord! I can't feel my lord. Could my lord have died? Impossible! How can my lord die? Desperate cries resounded in the secret room. The idol in the center of the secret chamber has been worshipped by the Shadow Church's believers for more than 5,000 years. Nourished by faith force, the idol was invulnerable. There was an unbreakable connection between it and the Shadow Prince Mecha. Now, however, the idol broke in the absence of any external force. There was only one explanation: the god they believed in has perished. Such scenes occurred in secret places all over the Feisua plain. To their dismay, the Shadow Church's clergy discovered that their connection with their god has faded away. They could no longer use divine spells. The hearts of the believers were gripped by panic and despair, as if the end of the world has come. In some divine country shrouded in darkness, where the only light came from candles, a darkness god reclining surrounded by countless beautiful women suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a downcast voice laced with curiosity. That fellow Mecha died. Who killed him? In a divine country pervading with an aura of joy, where a sun shone brightly, birds chirped, the fragrance of flowers filled the air, and good-looking men and women danced beautifully, a gorgeous and mesmerizing goddess with long golden hair, a fiery and sexy figure, breasts nearly bursting out of the clothing, and a temperament that contained innocence, maturity, charm, purity, and other contrasting aspects suddenly smiled, clapped her hands, and said happily, "That son of a bitch Mecha is finally dead. Sister Lu has been avenged at last. I don't know who killed that bastard, but I do have to thank them." When they perceived the change in the mortal world, the gods opened their eyes and used the power of their godhead to find the truth behind Mecha's death. The death of the Shadow Prince Mecha shocked the gods of the Feisua plain, and a sense of danger flooded their hearts. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, after he killed the Shadow Prince Mecha, Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and the Shadow Prince's godhead immediately flew into his hand, and then he looked around. He saw that only Faldina and Cecilia were left on the Black Steel Warship. Grace has jumped into the golden water. The expert in a cyan cloak has boarded a small tortoise ship. The beautiful woman with long purple hair and a sexy figure has boarded a boat formed from a huge leaf, all speeding towards the golden plain. Yang Feng glanced at the 3 people, and derision shimmered in his eyes. Sure enough, they come from great backgrounds. To be able to break free from Mecha's shadow divine domain, Grace and the other 2 either had a special treasure, or were more powerful than Mecha. The Apple of Wisdom has attracted even peak bigwigs of the Feisua plain such as the Radiant Primary God and the Beast God, who didn't hesitate to send a divine legion and a projection to retrieve it. It wasn't unusual for a god like Mecha to come in their true body and seek benefits amid danger. Although the gods were far stronger than other beings, but it was extremely difficult for them to advance in rank. Unless they could get the godhead of a higher-ranked god, it was extremely difficult for gods to advance to a higher rank by solely relying on their comprehension of laws. Only a heaven-defying object like the Apple of Wisdom could increase the wisdom of god-rank experts and let them advance further. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Destroy their ships!" At this moment, the beautiful woman with long purple hair and a sexy figure turned to face Yang Feng, showed a charming smile, and joined her lily-white hands together. Countless transparent threads slashed out in all directions from the center of the Black Steel Warship. Containing the law of sharpness as well as divine force of darkness, the transparent threads were comparable to god armaments in terms of sharpness. The steel island formed from the Black Steel Warship as well as the surrounding steel fleets shattered into pieces that slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Yang Feng frowned and blurred into motion. While stepping on steel pieces, he shot towards another warship, and then spoke gravely. Threads, divine power of darkness. You are the queen of spiders Lolth. On the 36 primary material planes, there were many experts who could use thread-like god armaments. However, on the Feisua plane, only a single person could use threads and divine force of darkness to this degree. She was the intermediate divine force rank god, the queen of spiders Lolth. The queen of spiders Lolth gave Yang Feng a coquettish glance and said with an unrestrained smile, "That's right, handsome. Give me the apple of wisdom, will you? If you do that, then I'll let you have some fun in my divine country. You can have fun with whichever goddess of the dark elven divine system you want." Beginning with the queen of spiders Lolth herself, the goddesses of the dark elven divine system weren't chaste nor prude. Many darkness gods had very intimate relationships with goddesses of the dark elven divine system. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. Even the entire dark elven system can't compare with the apple of wisdom. The remaining warships shone brightly, and a rain of beams of light shot towards the queen of spiders Lolth and the expert in a cyan cloak. Faced with the sky-hiding rain of light, the face of the queen of spiders Lolth fell. Then powerful divine force gushed out of her, and countless invisible threads suddenly appeared and formed a shield in front of her. The face of the expert in a cyan cloak changed dramatically, and he surged with vast demonic chi in an instant, and then turned into a 3-meter-tall, ferocious-looking, muscular ancient devil covered in black scales. When the ancient devil revealed his figure, terrific demonic might spread from him. He silently recited an incantation and extended his hand, and skulls suddenly appeared in front of him and formed a huge shield. When the rain of light slammed into the goddess Lolth's thread shield, the shield infused with divine force of darkness started crumbling. Even though the goddess Lolth was an intermediate divine force rank god, but now that she was restricted to great warlock rank strength, it was already impressive that she wasn't turned into dregs by the artillery fire. The goddess Lolth's face flickered, and she shouted, "Shit! We can't hang on for too long. Let's join forces and kill him. Only then will we get a chance to reach the golden plane." The goddess Lolth waved her hand, and threads suddenly shot out and linked to the warship Yang Feng was on as well as the ship the ancient devil was on. Without saying a word, the ancient devil blurred into motion, jumped onto the net of threads, and rushed towards Yang Feng in a flurry of 36 afterimages. With a gentle leap, the goddess Lolth landed lightly on a thread, and then rushed towards Yang Feng according to a strange pace. Chapter 445, Killing the Queen of Spiders Lolth's Clone. Chapter 445, Killing the Queen of Spiders Lolth's Clone. Translator, Xuanhuan. The hail of light barreled towards the ancient devil and the goddess Lolth, yet only managed to hit their afterimages. Most of the steel fleets were left outside to attack the many experts who wanted to enter the Golden Strait. As such, the firepower of the remaining steel fleets was no longer enough to seal the movements of the ancient devil and the goddess Lolth. With the restricted airspace array in place, the fighting strength of Starry Sky Rippers was greatly reduced, unable to intercept the ancient devil and the goddess Lolth. When the ancient devil and the goddess Lolth moved, the artillery fire smashed their ships to pieces that sank into the sea. The ancient devil and the goddess Lolth were forced to turn back and kill Yang Feng precisely because they would be sitting ducks aboard their ships. The ancient devil silently recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and unleashed one of the most powerful secret methods of ancient devils, the Devil's Eye. Vast demonic chi surged, and an ancient devil projection with a pair of horns, which were snapped in half, and one eye gouged out, exuding a desolate and ancient aura suddenly appeared in the air, then slowly opened its remaining eye and looked indifferently at Yang Feng. When he saw the ancient devil projection, Yang Feng's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "That's the Sky Devil Gu!" Among ancient devils, 6 Sky Devils have emerged. Each Sky Devil was a powerful existence that has fought against a warlock emperor. Of the 6 Sky Devils, Gu has once defeated the Taboo Lord who hasn't yet climbed the position of warlock emperor. After the Taboo Lord advanced to a warlock emperor, He killed Gu using supreme might. Even though the sky devil Gu was killed by the taboo lord, but his discarnate soul still remained wandering the world. After countless years, the ancient devils managed to extract a wisp of intent from Ji's discarnate soul via a secret method and formed one of the most powerful secret methods of ancient devils, the Devil's Eye. When the sky devil Ji's projection opened its soul eye, vast demonic light shot towards Yang Feng. The goddess Lolth silently recited an incantation and pointed to the sky, and a divine country projection with a beautiful environment and beautiful dissolute female dark elves everywhere suddenly appeared. A beam of bright black light illuminated the goddess Lolth. The goddess Lolth's body extended and her aura rose, and she turned into a 20-meter-tall monster with the upper body of a beautiful woman and the lower body of a huge spider. Her back was covered with sharp spear-like barbs. The goddess Lolth was also called the Queen of Spiders Lolth. Reportedly, she was a first-generation child of the primal chaos mother spider. The primal chaos mother spider was one of the first life forms born after the universe came into being. From the day of her birth, she possessed terrific power that surpassed that of gods. According to legend, she was a terrifying existence who could rival human warlock emperors and even surpass them. The first time she gave birth, the primal chaos mother spider birthed 108 children, one of which was the Queen of Spiders Lolth. After she devoured several of her siblings, the Queen of Spiders Lolth fled the primal chaos mother spider's side, and then roamed the many planes in the universe for countless years. After she deceived a high elven great elven monarch, she used a wicked secret method to pollute the bloodline of the high elves governed by the high elven great elven monarch and transform them into dark elves. The high elves have always been very proud, and cared much more about the purity of their bloodline than other races. As such, they no longer regarded the dark elves whose bloodline was polluted by a wicked secret method as their compatriots, and even went all out to kill them. Having no choice but to rely on the Queen of Spiders Lolth, the dark elves fled with her to the Fearsome plane and worshipped her as their divine guardian. The transformation into a primal chaos spider was one of the strongest secret methods the Queen of Spiders Lolth grasped. Once she transformed into a half-person, half-spider primal chaos spider, the Queen of Spiders Lolth sprayed ghastly dark green poison containing the law of toxicity shooting towards Yang Feng. After her transformation, the venom the Queen of Spiders Lolth sprayed was the most troublesome primal chaos spider venom. With her current great warlock rank power, if the highly toxic primal chaos spider venom was sprayed on a glorious dawn warlock, and if the response of the latter was incorrect, then they would be corroded for hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. The pain would be unbearable. By then, it would be extremely difficult for the latter to progress in their cultivation. When corroded by the primal chaos spider venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth's true body at the intermediate divine force rank, then even a mighty divine force warlock monarch, rank expert without an antidote would suffer unbearable pain and be in danger of dying. Amazing, that's God rank experts for you. If it was your true bodies at their strongest, then I might not be able to withstand your attacks. However, if you think that you can kill me with great warlock rank strength, then you're too naive. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with burning fighting spirit, and he smiled faintly. The power of law surged, wisps of world force were extracted from the semi-plane, and he unleashed the primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the Devil's Eye's demonic light. Rumble! The demonic light shot by the Devil's Eye was shattered by Yang Feng's punch, and a fearsome force scattered in all directions. Several warships around Yang Feng were smashed by the fearsome force. After his fist strike shattered the demonic light, Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and the spatial domain erupted. A spatial maze suddenly appeared and devoured the venom the Queen of Spiders has just spit up. When the venom containing the frightening law of toxicity touched Yang Feng's spatial domain, the domain collapsed and withered little by little. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. Yang Feng took out the god armament Holy Flame Sword and slashed down, and a flame containing the law of fire slammed into the venom. Sizzle! Amid crisp sounds, the venom spurted by the Queen of Spiders Lolth was burned to ashes and purified. The primal chaos spider venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth was indeed one of the most terrible poisons in the world. However, as long as the venom didn't enter his body, then Yang Feng had a myriad of ways to deal with it. In one fell swoop, the strongest attacks of the two experts were defeated. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng unleashed a primal chaos annihilation fist shooting towards the ancient devil thousands of meters away. The ancient devil's face fell, and he opened his mouth and spurted a large mouthful of blood essence. And the level 6 secret treasure evil fog skeleton shield in his hand radiated brilliant light. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the evil fog skeleton shield, the shield was knocked away. Before the ancient devil could react, another meteor-like primal chaos annihilation fist crossed the distance of thousands of meters and slammed into him. Fear and despair welled up in the ancient devil's eyes, and he opened his mouth as if to say something. But before any sound could escape his lips, his body exploded into a copious amount of gore. Only a head with a look of unwillingness on its face remained intact. The ancient devil was a powerful existence comparable to a god. For the sake of the apple of wisdom, he took the risk of venturing to the Golden Strait with his true body. On his original plane, he could kill Yang Feng with one strike. As such, being killed by the great warlock Yang Feng was simply too grievous. When the Queen of Spiders Lolth saw the ancient devil being blown apart with only 2 punches from Yang Feng, her pretty face flickered, and she shouted, "Ian, I'm willing to give up on the apple of wisdom. Please let me leave. If you let me go, then I'll have the Maiden of Pleasure and the Goddess of the Dark Forest of the Dark Elven Pantheon accompany you for a year," although it was only a clone, but this was her strongest clone. Without the suppression of the planar tide, this clone was as strong as a weak divine force rank god and could contend against glorious dawn warlocks. The death of this clone would certainly spell a huge loss for the Queen of Spiders Lolth. "Unfortunately, you have to die." Yang Feng's eyes flashed frigidly, and he unleashed the primal chaos annihilation fist. As if there was nothing left in the world, as if it carried the pressure of a world, the fist barreled towards the Queen of Spiders Lolth. "Scoundrel!" The Queen of Spiders Lolth's pretty face fell. A divine country projection suddenly appeared behind her, and a copious amount of divine force of darkness entered her body. Strengthened by divine force of darkness, countless invisible threads formed a huge domain of threads in front of the Queen of Spiders Lolth. When the primal chaos annihilation fist crushed into the domain of threads, the countless threads collapsed, and then the fist containing world force slammed heavily into the Queen of Spiders Lolth's clone. The expression of the Queen of Spiders Lolth's expression changed several times. She stared at Yang Feng with resentment in her pretty eyes, and then exploded. The strongest warlock path was extremely difficult, but once it was successfully cultivated, its might was despairing. Yang Feng has gone to great lengths and went to the astral boundary to really set foot on the strongest warlock path. With just a great warlock rank cultivation base, the Queen of Spiders Lolth's clone was naturally not his match. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and an enormous suction sprang up and pulled the remains of the Queen of Spiders Lolth's clone and the ancient devil. Among the remains, the devil core and the pith black godhead were particularly eye-catching. One, a divine system was changed to Pantheon. Chapter 446. Getting the Apple of Wisdom. Chapter 446. Getting the Apple of Wisdom. Translator, Xuanhuan. The devil core was a soul core condensed by the ancient devil, and it contained the ancient devil's power and soul essence. When many powerful extraordinary life forms evolve to a certain degree, they will condense a core inside them, and human warlocks were no exception. When human warlocks advance to the Starry Sky warlock rank, the soul seed in their spirit sea will absorb the power, soul, spell models, and other essences to condense a soul core. Soul cores of human warlocks weren't much different from the cores of other extraordinary life forms. Yang Feng grabbed the devil core and scanned it with a glance, and his eyes revealed a touch of amusement. "This is a pinnacle moonlight warlock rank devil core. Not bad. With this devil core, I can transform into a moonlight warlock rank ancient devil. Or, I could use other precious materials and forge it into a moonlight warlock rank battle robot. He put the devil core aside, then grabbed the godhead dropped by the Queen of Spiders Lolth's clone, and frowned, and countless thoughts revolved in his mind. The gods condensed clones to use them instead of their true bodies to walk in the secular world. Feeble divine force rank gods could condense one clone, weak divine force rank gods could condense 2 clones, intermediate divine force rank gods could condense 3 clones, strong divine force rank gods could condense 4 clones, and mighty divine force rank gods could condense 5 clones. There were both strong and weak clones, and divinity or even godhead could be placed in them. In some pantheons, the gods holding different divine authorities were different clones of a god. This Queen of Spiders Lolth's clone was extraordinary. It had a weak divine force rank godhead placed inside it, which was why it was so powerful. She has never imagined that this clone of hers would be killed by Yang Feng. Grasping the weak divine force rank godhead, Yang Feng's expression changed repeatedly. Using this godhead is equivalent to fighting the goddess Lolth over the control of the dark elven believers, which would give rise to an irreconcilable enmity. The Dark Elves were the Queen of Spiders Lolth's exclusive property, as well as the foundation of her godhood. As such, no one was permitted to meddle with them. Each godhead was formed from a copious amount of a race's faith force and a special law. Godheads formed from the faith force of specific races could only accept the faith force from said races. This was the disadvantage of ascending to godhood using the godhead of another. If he wanted to ascend to godhood using this godhead, Yang Feng would have to fight with the Queen of Spiders Lolth over the dark elven believers. Additionally, this weak divine force rank godhead still contained the soul imprint of its former master. If he used it to become a god, a moment of carelessness could lead to him being controlled by the goddess Lolth and become her puppet. "Your Majesty, I yield. Please spare my life." Suddenly, a wave churned, and Grace with a broken arm urged the wave to appear in front of Yang Feng, cutting a sorry figure. The countless sea hunters underneath Grace made for a scalp-numbing sight. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and an invisible mage hand grabbed Grace from the wave and tossed her aside. Then, with a light leap, he jumped towards the sea. A sea hunter suddenly appeared below Yang Feng and became his footrest. The sea hunter blurred into motion and swam towards the golden plain. On the warship, the 2 mesmerizing women Grace and Cecilia could only exchange a bitter smile. For Yang Feng to stop the fleet here, it made it clear that he wouldn't give them a chance to get the Apple of Wisdom. When they thought of the Shadow Prince Mecha's defeat, the 2 experts shuddered in the core of their being. Yang Feng crossed the Golden Strait and set foot on the Golden Plain. Covered in golden light, the Golden Plain looked sacred and beautiful. Yang Feng blurred into motion and swiftly darted towards the Apple of Wisdom tree. Soon after, he arrived before the Apple of Wisdom tree. Using both hands and feet, he quickly climbed to the top of the tree. At the top of the Apple of Wisdom tree, there was a fist-sized golden apple releasing a golden glow. Yang Feng looked at the golden apple with a fervent look in his eyes. He plucked the Apple of Wisdom, and then impatiently took a bite out of it. A sweet juice flowed into his mouth. In a split second, enlightenment dawned upon Yang Feng, and the questions regarding cultivation that had plagued him in the past were instantly solved. Many bodies of knowledge that were hard to understand in the past suddenly became clear and simple. Yang Feng's clone was trapped in an underground secret chamber of the Black Dragon country because he couldn't grasp divinity of massacre. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered with light, and he easily grasped of the law of massacre contained in divinity of massacre. In the next moment, Yang Feng's clone stood up inside, a smile on his face. "That's the Apple of Wisdom for you. A peerless treasure that countless experts of the 36 material planes wish to obtain. If he hadn't obtained the Apple of Wisdom, then Yang Feng's clone might have taken several years to comprehend the law of massacre. After he finished eating the Apple of Wisdom, countless secret methods flashed past his eyes, and then were analyzed. In his eyes, various laws of heaven and earth were stripped of their peel of mystery, and then were freely understood. Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. The secret method Yang Feng's true body cultivated was the primal chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord. This secret method was absolutely mysterious and extremely hard to understand. After he assimilated the semi-plane seed, although he became very powerful, but the secret method has become even more difficult to understand. If he hadn't eaten the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng felt that it would take him a decade to complete the transformation and evolve into a starry sky warlock. Now, however, he clearly felt that if he so wished, he could easily cross that step and advance to a starry sky warlock. Furthermore, if he didn't care about stabilizing his foundation, he could even advance to a moonlight warlock after he promoted to a starry sky warlock. Of course, if he advanced by 2 great realm in one go, his foundation would be unstable. In the future, when he wanted to promote to a glorious dawn warlock, he would have to spend 1,000 times more time and energy as well as countless precious treasures to make up for the weak foundation. Yang Feng grabbed the god armament holy flame sword and swept it with his eyes. With a thought, a violent flame domain instantly spread from him and extended towards the front. Looking at the flame domain, his eyes flashed with excitement. Terrific! The apple of wisdom is really terrific. Prior to this, Yang Feng has not comprehended the law of fire. Now, however, he has just sensed the law of fire contained in the god armament holy flame sword, and then directly grasped its mysteries. This was the terror of the apple of wisdom. If they ate the apple of wisdom, then even an ordinary person with an ordinary aptitude would have a meteoric rise and become an unequal genius with an extraordinary intellect. Pressing down his excitement, Yang Feng began to carefully collect the leaves around the apple of wisdom. The apple of wisdom leaves also had the magical effect of enlightening people and increasing their wisdom. In the outside world, every leaf was very precious, and even Bright World Warlock would be willing to spend a large sum to purchase a leaf. After he picked up 100 leaves, golden light shone on him, and he was teleported 100 meters away of the apple of wisdom tree. Yang Feng took a deep look at the apple of wisdom tree, smiled, turned around, and walked towards his fleet. Congratulations, Your Majesty. From this point on, you'll have a meteoric rise, and are expected to become a god. When Yang Feng returned to the fleet, Cecilia greeted him with a smile on her face. Grace's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and then she adopted a smile and spoke, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Now that Yang Feng got the apple of wisdom, it meant that if he didn't die, he was virtually certain to advance to a god, to a weak divine force rank god to boot. From now on, the gap between him and Cecilia and them will only grow wider. From the moment he ate the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng was a quasi-god, and his status was completely different from the legend-rank geniuses such as Grace and Cecilia. Cecilia uttered with a pleading look in her eyes, "Your Majesty, would you please sell me 10 apple of wisdom leaves? I'm willing to pay 1,000 divine force crystals per leaf." Although the leaves weren't as effective as the apple of wisdom, but they were still unparalleled treasures. Besides, only 100 leaves could be produced every 30,000 years, so they were exceedingly precious and valuable. Grace's pretty eyes glimmered with expectation as she gazed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron. "No, I won't sell a single leaf. However, you may go to the Golden Plain and pick some flowers." Although these leaves were of no use to Yang Feng himself, but he could give them to his women, friends, and subordinates to use. These sort of treasures could only be obtained through good fortune, so he naturally wouldn't sell them to others. The expression in Cecilia's pretty eyes changed repeatedly, and then she clenched her teeth and said, "If I was willing to be your mount for 1,000 years, would you give me a leaf in exchange?" Dragon Knight. This term jumped out in Yang Feng's mind. He looked deeply at the gorgeous dragon girl with a heroic temperament Cecilia and said, "All right. However, are you sure that this is what you want?" Chapter 447 Cynosure. Chapter 447 Cynosure. Translator, Xuanhuan. Cecilia's face flickered with unswerving determination, and she said with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron, "I am." The lifespan of dragons was much longer than that of humans. For Cecilia, 1,000 years was equivalent to 10 years for a human. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. Yang Feng responded indifferently, "Okay, after we leave this place, I'll sign a Dragon Knight contract with you." Cecilia, who possessed an extraordinary talent and was backed by a dragon god, could easily promote to a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse with a little nurturing. With Yang Feng's help and careful nurture, she could likely advance to a Moonlight Warlock rank expert in the future. Yang Feng naturally wasn't willing to have such a good helper slip by. The huge fleet quickly swam up to the Golden Plain, and Cecilia, Faldina, and Arlet as well as the other Dragonborn experts set foot on the Golden Plain. Cecilia and the other beautiful women went to the Apple of Wisdom tree, yet they couldn't come within 100 meters of it. They could only sigh and turn back. After picking 100 golden grasses of golden flowers, everyone returned to the warship satisfied. Enveloped by the Time Lord's restrictions, everyone could only get 100 flowers or grasses from the Golden Plain. Yang Feng collected the golden flowers and grasses that the Dragonborn had picked up, and then gave each of them 10 golden grasses as reward. Although the 10 golden grasses were a far cry from the leaves, but they were enough to increase the potential of the Dragonborn experts by a large chunk. With the 10 golden grasses, so long as they didn't die, they were virtually guaranteed to promote to Legend rank powerhouse, and they even had a chance to promote to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. When Yang Feng's fleet exited the Golden Strait, it attracted everyone's gazes. "It's over. Wretch! Who got the Apple of Wisdom?" The projections locked in a fight with the Starry Sky Rippers, and the Legend rank experts watching from the sidelines looked at the huge fleet that came out of the Golden Strait with bloodshot eyes and speculated who got the Apple of Wisdom. Some tyrannical existences who have already revealed their true bodies sighed helplessly when they saw Yang Feng and company, and then turned into streaks of light and scattered. Yang Feng looked around and saw that 1/3 of the steel fleets was missing, and the corpses of freaks were floating everywhere. Of the 1 million battle robots in the air, 1/10 was missing. Sea hunters quickly swam over and offered the treasures, cores, and flesh and blood essences of the dead experts to Yang Feng. The sudden appearance of the Golden Strait forced the selfish god-rank existences to reveal themselves and engage with the Starry Sky Ripper swarm, which was how they die and why so many precious treasures were left behind. Among them, there were 9 demigod armaments and the water god armament Sea Crown. As for godheads, there were none. In the Golden Strait, everyone was suppressed to the Great Warlock rank, which was how Yang Feng could easily kill the Shadow Prince Mecha, the Queen of Spiders Lolthus clone, and the Ancient Devil Viscount. If they were in the outside world instead, then even if they weren't a match, they still would be able to quickly make their escape by relying on demigod rank strength. After Yang Feng's fleet left, the Golden Strait disappeared. Only if a strong divine force rank god expended a copious amount of divine force could the path to the Golden Plain be opened again. "Ian, it's him. He got the Apple of Wisdom. It should be him." Gazes filled with envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. Although they haven't stepped foot on the Golden Plain, but when they saw the expressions of joy on the faces of the Dragonborn and the Golden Strait disappear, these experts guessed the truth of the matter. Only after the Apple of Wisdom was picked and the person who got the apple left, would the Golden Strait disappear. A wave in the sea surged, and the mesmerizing mermaid Empress Brihea with a trident in hand standing atop the waves stared at Yang Feng from afar, a complicated look in her eyes. She said loudly, "I am the mermaid Empress Brihea. Your Majesty Ian, did the Apple of Wisdom fall into your hands?" Gazes full of expectation, fear, curiosity, envy, and other complex emotions gathered on Yang Feng. With a light smile, Yang Feng fished out an Apple of Wisdom leaf and, with a gentle flick of his fingers, tossed it towards Arlet. "Eat this." Arlet's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Then, without hesitation, she took the leaf and ate it at once. In the next moment, vast black dragon chi gushed out, and countless black dragon scales grew on Arlet's body, making her look like a humanoid black dragon. Her eyes flickered with wisdom, and she eagerly absorbed the surrounding vigor of heaven and earth. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and vials of precious elixirs immediately turned into a stream of liquid that entered the Arlet's lips. Within a dozen breaths of time, fearsome starry sky warlock rank dragon might spread from Arlet. She faced the sky and released a tremendous dragon roar, jolting the minds of many legend rank experts. Aboard the Black Steel Warship, many dragonborn powerhouses watching Arlet shuddered, their hearts overcome with awe and reverence. Arlet has broken through the Black Dragon bloodline shackles and stepped into the demigod realm, suppressing the countless genius of the Black Dragon country. Even the ancient Black Dragon Obin could no longer command her. Arlet opened her eyes, feeling the surge of power inside her. She knelt down on one knee and uttered full of gratitude. "Thank you for giving me this treasure, Your Majesty." Arlet was a rare talent to begin with, and her cultivation base was at the pinnacle great warlock rank. Later Yang Feng has taught her the Black Dragon morph secret method. Now coupled with the Apple of Wisdom leaf, she finally had a breakthrough and advanced to a Starry Sky warlock rank powerhouse. Demigod. She broke through and became a demigod. Bastard. That was an Apple of Wisdom leaf. Ian should be the one who got the Apple of Wisdom. As the surrounding legend rank experts watched Arlet break through to a demigod rank powerhouse, their eyes turned bloodshot and filled with envy and jealousy. Between the legend rank and the demigod rank, there was a huge barrier. On the Fearsome plane, legend rank powerhouses were rarely seen. But after the Democalypse broke out, the hidden legend rank powerhouses showed themselves to the world. Legend rank experts became a common sight. However, demigod rank powerhouse were still very rare. On the Fearsome plane, without drawing support from outside forces, Faith Force, Godhead to name a few, human experts could not promote to the demigod rank. After getting an Apple of Wisdom leaf, Arlet soared to the demigod rank before everyone's eyes, which naturally filled them with incomparable jealousy. On the Fearsome plane, Apple of Wisdom leaves were one of the very few types of priceless treasures that could break through the shackles of the body and let people break through and advance to the demigod rank without having to rely on faith power. After he saw Arlet promote to a demigod rank powerhouse, Yang Feng smiled for a while and then uttered, "That's right. I ate the Apple of Wisdom." He ate it. Scoundrel. Bastard. Sure enough, he ate it. Wretch. Bastard. When they heard his words, the hearts of the surrounding legend rank powerhouses dripped with blood and filled with envy and hatred, yet they could do nothing about it. If it was them, they would also eat the Apple of Wisdom right after getting their hands on it. After all, leaving it for later was just asking for trouble. Tyrannical god rank auras descended from the sky, and gazes that seemed to cross the void scrutinized Yang Feng. What a pity! Alas! Sighs rang in the void, and the god rank auras slowly dispersed. For the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, these god rank experts were willing to come with their true bodies and fight with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, since the Apple of Wisdom has already been eaten, fighting Yang Feng would no longer be worthwhile. Many legend rank powerhouses also sighed, then turned into streaks of light and flew away. Some legend rank powerhouses stared at Yang Feng with flickering eyes. Apart from the Apple of Wisdom, the Apple of Wisdom leaves were also exceptional treasures. An Apple of Wisdom leaf could let a pinnacle legend rank expert directly break through into the demigod rank, and there was even a glimmer of hope to advance to a feeble divine force rank god. Since Yang Feng got the Apple of Wisdom, then he also should have gotten the Apple of Wisdom leaves. The mermaid Empress Brihea spoke flatly. "Your Majesty Ian, I'm willing to fork out 5,000 divine force crystals for a leaf." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. 5,000 divine force crystals? Give me 100,000 divine force crystals, and I'll sell you one. The pretty eyes of the mermaid Empress Brihea flashed with anger, and she snapped, "Impossible! Your Majesty Ian, I'm already being very sincere by offering you 5,000 divine force crystals." Chapter 448, Stepping into Godhood. Chapter 448, Stepping into Godhood. Translator, Xuanhuan. 100,000 divine force crystals was equivalent to the income of more than 70 years of the Xalia Pantheon's radiant primary god Prados on the Fearsome plane. For the mermaid Princess Brihea, this huge sum was too great of a price to pay for an Apple of Wisdom leaf. Apart from 100,000 divine force crystals, You can also use these precious materials to do the exchange. Come find me after you made up your mind. Of course, if the rest of you want to get the leaf, you can also use these treasures to do the exchange. Yang Feng smiled lightly and clapped his hands, and light shot from a cruiser's projector and formed the images of countless rare treasures in midair, many of which were the core materials necessary for constructing a Level 3 stronghold. freewebnovel.cm. Now that a Level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was finished, it was only a matter of time before a second and third Level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was completed. Yang Feng has already begun gathering the core materials for the Level 3 stronghold. Once the core materials were collected and the Level 3 stronghold was built, his power will increase exponentially. The gazes of the legend rank powerhouses focused on the various precious materials depicted on the holographic projection, and they memorized them. Brihea looked at the countless materials depicted by the projector, and her pretty eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam. The precious materials recorded on the holographic projection were all first-rate treasures of the Feisua Plain. The value of some of the treasures was even higher than that of the Apple of Wisdom leaves, and there was no lack of divine materials that could be used to forge god armaments. Even the mermaid Empress Brihea couldn't take out these treasures willy-nilly. After a few minutes, the holographic projection disappeared. After he left half of the fleet to salvage the wreckage of the battle robots and warships, Yang Feng took the other half of the fleet towards the Black Dragon country. With 400,000 starry sky rippers escorting Yang Feng, although the surrounding experts lusted for the Apple of Wisdom leaves in his possession, but not one of them dared to act rashly. The Apple of Wisdom could prompt the God-rank experts to come with their true bodies despite the deadly danger to fight over it. As for the Apple of Wisdom leaves, although they could also increase the wisdom of the God-rank experts, but the effect wouldn't be too great. The leaves weren't motivation enough for these experts to brave the danger and fight Yang Feng with their true bodies. A month later, the Black Dragon country. In the middle of a huge square, countless dragonborn experts prostrated themselves on the ground. Dressed in a luxurious silver high priest robe, Arlet walked along a path between the myriad of prostrated dragonborn, and then reached a dais in the square. Her phoenix eyes sparkling brightly, Arlet overlooked the dragonborn experts, and then said unhurriedly, "I am Arlet, the Pope of the Black Dragon Church. Pray with me and help our Lord's divine country ascend and turn into a star in the sky. Great Lord Ian, you are the only supreme, noble, and mighty existence in the world. Great Lord Ian, you are the ruler of Dragonborn, the divine guardian of the Black Dragon country, the supreme ruler of the Shadow country. Great Lord Ian, you are the invincible god of war. You are the god of death who controls life and death. Great Lord Ian, we offer you our most pious faith. From now on, we'll return to your divine kingdom after death. We'll become your shield and shield you from all harm, become your sword and kill all your enemies." Up.dfrm freewebnovel.com. Great Lord Ian, may your divine country ascend and turn into a star in the sky. Uniform prayers reverberated in the middle of the square. Yang Feng's clone walked out unhurriedly, a flash of sagacity in his eyes. Countless wisps of faith force emerged from the Dragonborn and entered him. Divinities inside him quickly condensed, and with a thought, Yang Feng exuded terrific demigod rank aura. Unlike ordinary legend rank experts who could not cross this hurdle their entire life, Yang Feng easily crossed it and promoted to a demigod. He crushed 10 divine force crystals, and pure divine force entered his forehead and turned into divine fire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. The laws of the world shone in his eyes, and divinities suddenly emerged and entered the divine fire. Yang Feng continued to crush divine force crystals, fueling the divine fire in his forehead. The Reed Earth Wasteland, the city of half-blood beastmen. Great Lord Ian, you are the only supreme, noble, and mighty existence in the world. Great Lord Ian, you are the ruler of half-blood beastmen, the supreme ruler of the Shadow country. Great Lord Ian, you are the invincible god of war. You are the god of death who controls life and death. Great Lord Ian, we offer you our most pious faith. From now on, will return to your divine kingdom after death. Will become your shield and shield you from all harm, become your sword and kill all your enemies. Great Lord Ian, may your divine country ascend and turn into a star in the sky. Countless half-blood beastmen prostrated themselves on the ground and, led by priests, devoutly recited prayers. The divine force of dragonborn and half-blood beastmen poured into Yang Feng and entered the divine fire. An hour later, inside the divine fire between Yang Feng's eyebrows, a godhead finally condensed, and then absorbed the surrounding divine fire. With him as the center, fearsome divine might spread in all directions. Someone has promoted to a god. Who was it? Who has ascended to godhood? When Yang Feng became a god, the laws of the Feisua plane shook. The gods instantly perceived this change, and their gazes descended from above and focused on him. In a divine country shrouded in darkness, which was only illuminated by candlelight, there was a 100-meter-tall goddess with the upper body of a gorgeous woman and the lower body of a ferocious and ugly giant spider, exuding a flirtatious, dissolute, charming, and pure aura from all over. She was the goddess Lolth. Next to the queen of spiders Lolth knelt countless good-looking dark elven men and women, who employed various methods in an attempt to please her. Damn bastard! That scoundrel has ascended to godhood. Wretched! The eyes of the queen of spiders Lolth flickered with golden light, and her gaze crossed the void and fell on Yang Feng, igniting his divine fire and ascending to godhood. Gnashing her teeth, she angrily clapped her hands and squashed a dozen black elven men and women beside her as if ants. Anger-stricken, the queen of spiders growled wildly, "The apple of wisdom should have been mine. Wretched! If he has given me the apple of wisdom, I would be hopeful to promote to a strong divine force rank existence within 100,000 years. Scoundrel! Gods possessed long lifespans and battle prowess that by far surpassed that of experts of the same rank. But at the same time, they also possessed many fatal weaknesses, one of which was the great difficulty involved in advancing their cultivation base. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Queen of Spiders was already an intermediate divine force rank existence. Hundreds of thousands of years later, she was still an intermediate divine force rank existence. Without the apple of wisdom, she could live another 1,000,000 years without being able to break through. Naturally, she loathed Yang Feng, who took her apple of wisdom. In a bright and idyllic divine country, the eyes of a mesmerizing and beautiful goddess twinkled with golden light. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of curiosity. He is Ian? The person who got the apple of wisdom. Gazes filled with mixed emotions gathered on Yang Feng. Vast law force shrouded Yang Feng, and he turned into a streak of light flying directly into the starry sky. When he reached the starry sky, all kinds of planar laws of the Feisua plane surged towards him like a tide. Invisible fetters bound Yang Feng's clone. When Yang Feng's clone advanced to a god on the Feisua plane, it was inseparably linked to the plane, unable to leave. Were the Feisua plane ever to shatter, all of the plane's gods would die along with it. Yang Feng waved his hand and released the semi-plane he got from the astral boundary, and the Feisua plane's laws immediately entered the semi-plane. 30,000 divine force crystals combusted and turned into pure divine force that entered the semi-plane. Yang Feng also tossed countless precious materials he got from the Feisua plane into the semi-face. After the semi-plane absorbed countless divine force crystals, it expanded wildly and turned into a celestial body 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and mountain ranges, valleys, and rivers emerged. It has turned into a true divine country of the Feisua plane. After the construction of the divine country was completed, Yang Feng felt that there was a mysterious connection between the divine country and him as well as the countless believers. From now on, so long as they died on the Feisua plane, the devout believers will be led into his divine country, and their souls will become his property. Of course, after the divine country was constructed, Yang Feng still had to use divine force to refine it, and infuse the laws he has grasped into it, the divine country, in order to strengthen it. Chapter 449, Divine Country. Chapter 449, Divine Country. Translator, Xuanhuan. Divine Country. He actually formed his own divine country. Right? He has asked for divine force crystals in order to refine his divine country. What an amazing guy! With a divine country to call his own. Even weak divine force rank gods may not be his match. The gazes of the gods concentrated on Yang Feng's divine country, many of which were filled with shock and envy. A divine country was the base as well as the strongest god armament of a god. Only gods with divine countries could receive the souls of their believers. Moreover, within their divine country, the gods could grasp the various laws to shape the most favorable battle environment for them. In a strong enough divine country, even a feeble divine force rank gods could cut across two major realms and contend against an intermediate divine force rank god. However, semi-planes were extremely rare. You have to go to the dangerous astral boundary and rely on your luck to look for one. Among the Fearsome Plains gods, there were many gods who didn't possess a divine country of their own. In the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon, there were many gods without a divine country of their own who resided in the divine countries of other gods. Within the divine country of another gods, an area would be drawn out for them to receive their believers. In the Dark Elven Pantheon, only the Queen of Spiders Lolth possessed her own divine country. The rest of the Dark Elven gods resided in her divine country and used the power of her divine country to receive their believers. Among the Darkness gods, more than 2/3 of the gods didn't possess their own divine country, many whom were unable to receive the souls of their believers. The Shadow Prince Mecha was one such god who couldn't receive the souls of his believers. As such, his believers could not be reborn. For Yang Feng to be able to refine his own divine country when he ascended to godhood was simply incredible. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and divine light flickered. According to the Fearsome Plains planar laws, his divine country quietly vanished and disappeared in some secret place. As far as other gods went, the location of each god's divine country was a big secret. Unless necessary, the divine countries of many gods were hidden in places impossible to find. Whenever a god just ascended to godhood, they would be in their weakest state, and that was because they didn't have a divine country to call their own. Even if they possessed a divine country of their own, it would still be difficult to engrave powerful laws into their divine country in a short time. Divine countries without laws inscribed into them were the most coveted treasures among the rest of the gods. Some weak divine force rank gods and even intermediate divine force rank gods would attack weak gods with a divine country of their own who just ascended to godhood and steal their divine country. In accordance with the Fearsome Plains planar laws, after refining their divine country, each god had an opportunity to hide their divine country in some secret place in the starry sky of the Fearsome Plain. Bastard! What a sly guy! When the gods saw Yang Feng's divine country vanish into the void, many of them sighed. Virtually at the same time, there was an extra star in the Fearsome Plains starry sky exuding a radiant glow. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he turned into a streak of black light that entered the said star and disappeared. The star was a projection of Yang Feng's divine country in the Fearsome Plain. With this projection, he could enter his divine country directly. Other gods, even strong divine force rank gods, couldn't enter his divine country via this projection. After he entered his divine country, Yang Feng pressed a dimensional badge, and countless engineering robots flew out and began the construction of various palaces and residences within the divine country. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead appeared in his hand. Although the weak divine force rank godhead concealed within the Queen of Spiders Lolth's clone possessed a much greater evolution potential than the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead. However, Yang Feng had a vague premonition that once he merged with her godhead, something bad would occur. As such, he didn't take it out. He pressed the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead against his forehead. With a golden light, the godhead entered his forehead, and then melted into the godhead he has condensed. Numerous wisps of the Law of Shadows poured out of the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of wisdom, and he easily understood the Shadow Prince Mecha's comprehensions accumulated over tens of thousands of years regarding shadows and assassination. If Yang Feng had ascended to godhood before getting the Apple of Wisdom, then with the analytical power of his godhead, It would take him a decade or two to comprehend the laws contained within the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead. However, after obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, with the power of his godhead, he was able to understand everything within a few moments. Inside the hidden basement of a villa, there was an idol of the Shadow Prince Mecha broken into two halves. Mighty Lord the Shadow Prince Mecha, your most devout believers implore you, please listen to our voices. Before the idol was an archbishop with a withered face of the Shadow Church prostrating himself on the ground and desperately chanting prayers. However, no matter how he prayed, he couldn't establish a connection with the god he believed in. Without the patronage of the god and the gift of divine spells, even a wizard could kill him. He has been reduced to an ordinary old man without any extraordinary power. In the secret room, there were also a dozen bishops of the Shadow Church prostrating themselves on the ground, expressions of panic engraved on their withered faces. At this moment, the Shadow Prince Mecha's idol broken into two halves healed strangely. At the same time, the idol distorted and changed into a likeness that was 90% similar to Yang Feng's. When the Archbishop of the Shadow Church looked up and saw the jaw-dropping, bizarre scene, his body trembled, and he realized that the Shadow Prince Mecha was already dead, and a god who has devoured him was born. My name is Ian, the ruler of the shadows. My believers will return to my divine country after death and gain eternal life. A thought entered the minds of the Archbishop and the bishops. My Lord Ian, I am Gassard. I'm willing to believe in you. I pray that you grant me strength. The face of the Archbishop of the Shadow Country changed repeatedly, and then he bowed his head respectfully and prayed piously to Yang Feng's idol. In the next moment, the Archbishop felt his body fill with the very familiar divine force of shadows, and he immediately turned ecstatic. My Lord Ian, I am Gars. I'm willing to believe in you. I pray that you grant me strength. The eyes of the bishops glimmered with greed, and they knelt on the floor and prayed loudly. The Archbishop and the bishops weren't fanatics of the Shadow Church. They weren't bothered that the object of their worship has changed. So long as the god could grant them strength, then they were willing to believe in the god. When traces of divine force of shadows filled the bishops, they became ecstatic and prayed even more piously. After the agony of losing their strength, they became even more devoted. Such a scene occurred throughout the Feisua Plain. The Shadow Prince Mecha has been active for more than 10,000 years on the Feisua Plain after all. As such, he possessed many bases, and his believers numbered more than 10 million. His sphere of influence spread throughout the plain. After he analyzed the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead, Yang Feng got 3/4 of his believers and forces. The remaining 1/4 were die-hard believers of the Shadow Prince Mecha who either committed suicide or went into hiding, filled with hatred towards the new ruler of shadows, Yang Feng. Within his divine country, Yang Feng was analyzing the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead. He suddenly revealed a smile. Interesting, this Shadow Prince Mecha really wasn't a simple individual. It turns out that he has become the sole god of a plane. When the Shadow Prince Mecha has traveled in the astral boundary, he was fortunate enough to find a grade 9 plane. Although his true body wasn't able to go to the grade 9 plane, but he formed a clone and used it to enter the plane. After 300 years, he gained complete control of the grade 9 plane, and had the Shadow Church become the sole church of the plane. On the grade 9 plane, the population reached 13 million people, which wasn't far off from the number of the Shadow Church's believers on the Feisua plane. In fact, many powerful gods of the Feisua plane would go to the astral boundary to look for lower grade planes, colonize them, and turn them into sources of faith force. The gods who ascended to godhood on the Feisua plane, their true bodies could only travel the Feisua plane and the astral boundary. But once they were to go to another plane, their strength would decrease sharply. However, their clones and divine legions weren't subjected to this restriction. Yang Feng ordered, "Scan me, God, Ian. Divine authority, god of half-blood beastmen, ruler of Dragonborn, ruler of shadows, god of war, god of death, godhood, god of half-blood beastmen 1, ruler of Dragonborn 1, ruler of shadows 5, god of war 1, god of death -1, total godhead grade 5, feeble divine force." This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. Number of believers, 26,723,452. Estimated yield of divine force crystals per year, 123. Divine country grade 1. Strings of messages immediately emerged. The Godhead grade wasn't a function of the cumulative Godhead values, but the highest value. If he hadn't absorbed the Shadow Prince Mecha's Godhead, Yang Feng's Godhead grade would be 1. And even though he absorbed the Shadow Prince Mecha's Godhead, his Godhead grade was only 5. He hadn't broken through the limit of the feeble divine force rank Godhead. Chapter 450 Moonlight Ceremony. Chapter 450 Moonlight Ceremony. Translator, Xuanhuan. The grading of gods went as follows. Godhead 1 to 5 stood for feeble divine force. Godhead 6 to 10 stood for weak divine force. Godhead 11 to 15 stood for intermediate divine force. Godhead 15 to 20 stood for strong divine force. Godhead 20 to 25 stood for mighty divine force. Godhood above 25 stood for supreme gods. Supreme gods were terrifying existences that could contend against the warlock emperors of the 8 warlock dynasties. After the Time Lord became a warlock emperor, he once fought with a supreme god, and although he eventually killed the supreme god, but he himself was also badly wounded. Reportedly, it was due to this that the Time Lord had an untimely demise. As for divine country grading, it was similar to the grading of the gods. A grade 1 divine country could give a god a small boost in strength, while a grade 5 divine country could give a god a great boost in strength. The eyes of Yang Feng's clone congealed, and he operated a secret method and began to use divine force crystals and countless precious materials to inscribe his comprehension of the laws on his divine country. The Battle Demon Sect 1, the Immortal Huang Palace, Yang Feng's residence. With a secret manual that had the Battle Demon's secret method recorded in hand, Yang Feng carefully studied the secret method, and then revealed a smile. Now I should practice the powerful secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect. The Battle Demon secret method was one of the most powerful secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect, and it was divided into 5 stages: the Blue Battle Demon, the Silver Battle Demon, the Golden Battle Demon, the Black Battle Demon, and the White Battle Demon. The Blue Battle Demon could increase the practitioner's fighting strength by 30%. The Silver Battle Demon stage could increase the practitioner's fighting strength by 60%. The Golden Battle Demon stage could increase the practitioner's fighting strength by 90%. The Black Battle Demon stage could increase the practitioner's fighting strength by 200%, and the White Battle Demon stage could increase the practitioner's fighting strength by 500%. Besides, Battle Demon possession could also weaken enemy attacks. Whether it was physical, magic, spirit, or soul attacks, all could be greatly weakened. Previously, Yang Feng was able to easily defeat Xuanhuan because he trod the strongest warlock path. With the support of the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge, his strength and physique were far stronger than Xuanhuan's. However, if they possessed the same strength, then Yang Feng wouldn't be able to defeat Xuanhuan, who used the Black Battle Demon possession. Previously, because he was too busy, Yang Feng hasn't practiced any secret methods of the Battle Demon sect. Taking the Battle Demon secret method as an example, a great warlock who wasn't an outrageous genius could spend 100 years to just reach the Blue Battle Demon possession. Besides, at the time, he had his hands full with the Primal Chaos imperishable body, and fundamentally had no time to practice other secret methods. Yang Feng scanned the Battle Demon secret method and easily understood the things recorded in the secret method. The life force inside him surged, and he easily condensed a Blue Battle Demon. After the Blue Battle Demon appeared, it trembled and changed into a Silver Battle Demon. Within a quarter of an hour, Yang Feng has reached the Silver Battle Demon stage of the Battle Demon secret method that would take an ordinary genius 100 years to reach. A few days later, the Silver Battle Demon trembled and turned into a Golden Battle Demon. After he reached the Golden Battle Demon stage, although Yang Feng's life force didn't increase much, but his fighting strength has increased by 90%. Ding! Dong! Ding! As Yang Feng was studying the Battle Demon secret method, loud bell tolling suddenly rang in the Battle Demon sect. Has it finally started? Schwer's Moonlight Ceremony. When he heard the bell tolls, Yang Feng moved his gaze away from the secret manual. The Golden Battle Demon collapsed, and he revealed a smile. Shui, a heaven-defying genius over whom two great elders have fought previously, has finally revealed her terrifying cultivation talent. In less than 30 years, she promoted to a moonlight warlock, shocking the whole sect. The Battle Demon sect has sent out many invitations and invited countless experts of the Great Cloud Dynasty to attend the ceremony. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he disappeared from the secret room. In the seat of honor sat a 23 or 24-year-old man in a blue robe exuding a refined aura. This young man was Lu Wuchen, the Battle Demon sect's current sect master, and he possessed a glorious dawn moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. On both sides of the main hall were seated the leaders of the various branches as well as true disciples of the Battle Demon sect, and Yang Feng was impressively among them. Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, and Zhou Feng, these personal disciples of the three great elders, were among them as well. At the same time, on both sides of the main hall, apart from 9 seats, the rest of the seats were occupied by the leaders or representatives from major forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The 9 seats that stood out were reserved for the representatives from the other 9 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The representatives from the major forces all looked at Yang Feng and the other true disciples from the Battle Demon sect with curiosity and awe in their eyes. Zhang Han sighed gloomily and uttered, "Moonlight Warlock, junior disciple Sister Shi is really amazing. She joined the sect less than 30 years ago, yet she already advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. She's really an unequaled genius. Compared with her, it seems like I have lived these hundreds of years in vain." Shui Yifan said with a grin, "Hey, junior disciple Sister Zhang, don't look down upon yourself. Junior sister disciple Shi's talent is indeed above ours. In fact, in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, there might be only a few people that can be placed on par with junior disciple Sister Shi. You shouldn't compare yourself to those freaks. Instead, you'd better think of more ways to help you promote to a Moonlight Warlock." Zhou Feng also advised, "That's right. Junior disciple Sister Shi's talent is the greatest in the history of the sect. As such, it's not strange for her to become a Moonlight Warlock. For her, even becoming a glorious Dawn Warlock is just a matter of time. According to my teacher, there's a 70% chance that she'll advance to a Bright World Warlock in the future, and she might even promote to an Infinity Warlock. Junior disciple Sister Zhang, don't compare yourself with her. It won't do you any good." A complicated look in her eyes, Zhang Han suddenly asked Yang Feng, "Yang Feng, Shi isn't your biological sister, right?" Yang Feng calmly replied, "Yes, she isn't my biological sister." Zhang Han spoke with a faint smile. "Then you have to be careful. When senior disciple brother Mo Wuheng saw junior disciple Sister Shi's appearance a year ago, he fell in love with her." Yang Feng's brows wrinkled slightly, and he searched for this name in his head. Mo Wuheng? It didn't take long for Yang Feng to find this name in a corner of his mind. FREOEbnovel.com. Mo Wuheng was a personal disciple of the great elder Yu Wuxian, ranking above Zhang Han. He possessed inferior level 7 soul aptitude and has advanced to a Moonlight Warlock 30 years ago. With his prideful and overbearing character, he wasn't too popular within the sect. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and all gazes concentrated on the entrance to the reception hall. A gorgeous and mesmerizing girl in a white dress, with a fairy-like temperament, stepped into the hall. Next to the fairy-like, gorgeous girl followed a handsome young man in black exuding a prideful and domineering aura. That's Shi, the genius with the greatest talent in the history of the Battle Demon sect. Superior level 8 soul aptitude. This soul aptitude is nearly as good as that of the Warlock Emperors. Really beautiful and strong. In less than 30 years, she has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. She's simply too outstanding. When their gazes focused on Shi, the leaders and representatives of the major forces could help but comment spiritedly. Many youngsters who followed these representatives stared at Shi with admiration in their eyes. The population of the Great Cloud Dynasty was calculated in the billions. Among the countless geniuses, superior level 8 soul aptitude was as rare as a phoenix's feathers. As long as she didn't die prematurely and had access to abundant resources, Shi could easily advance to a glorious Dawn Warlock and could even promote to a bright world warlock with a bit of hard work. She was basically destined to become a great elder of the battle demon sect. As such, it was natural for her to be admired by countless youngsters. That's Divine Blade Mo Wuheng. Taich most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. The Mo Wuheng who killed the white-faced devil Wei Cheng? That's right. The white-faced devil Wei Cheng was a moonlight warlock rank fierce devil who has massacred 30 cities of the Great Cloud City and murdered millions of people. He once seriously injured several moonlight warlock rank experts who chased after him. For Mo Wuheng to be able to kill this fierce devil, he's indeed a genius of the battle demon sect. Discussions sounded as the representatives from Great Cloud Dynasty's major forces looked at Mo Wuheng with awe in their eyes. Moonlight warlock rank experts were existences comparable to gods, and they possessed countless means. It was normal for a true disciple of the battle demon sect to defeat the white-faced devil Wei Cheng, but to kill the fierce devil was another matter. For Mo Wuheng to be able to kill Wei Cheng, his strength was clearly far above that of ordinary moonlight warlocks. Ignoring the gazes of reverence focused on him, Mo Wuheng's fervent gaze fell on Xuanhuan, a look of adoration on his face. Xuanhuan didn't pay Mo Wuheng any attention. As soon as she entered the hall, her eyes moved and fell on Yang Feng. Then the corners of her mouth curled and she revealed a sweet smile that seemed to have brightened the reception hall. Mo Wuheng was taken aback. Following Xuanhuan's gaze, he saw Yang Feng, and his face immediately sank and his eyes flashed with a frigid glint. Within the main hall, the representatives of the major forces also followed Xuanhuan's gaze, and their eyes fell on Yang Feng. One, her demonic fighting sect was changed to battle demon sect. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.